Introduction asterisk. As a dragon devoid of any magical inheritance, Sug has found himself in a rather unfortunate predicament. Fortunately, the art of consumption offers a path to strength. By devouring the heavy shields of the berserk warriors, he gains dragon scale iron element I. By consuming the poisonous concoctions of alchemists, he acquires dragon breath toxin I, and by feasting upon the staffs of lightning mages, he attains lightning magic ability I. Thus, in his quest for power, Sug embarks further down the path of gluttony. That rogue Sug has pilfered my century-old gemstone collection. I shall tear him apart, roared the red dragon lord, Mary Alatoria Glianxi. Oh, cursed be that wicked green dragon. It has razed our temple and consumed all our treasures. Chapter 1. Humanity. A month swiftly passed, and unbeknownst to Sug, autumn had arrived. During this time, he immersed himself in the study of illusions, enduring the tedium of dragon life. Had it merely been a matter of mastering the knowledge contained within the tomes, Sug would not have required such an extensive duration. The limited and simplistic lessons on illusions could have been grasped in mere days. However, Sug relished the pursuit of expansion, the ability to draw parallels and elevate illusions to loftier realms. At this moment, Sug found himself within a dragon lair, newly expanded by kobolds, squinting slightly as he beheld a green dragon measuring 40 to 50 meters in length. In stark contrast to his own modest 12-meter frame, it appeared overwhelmingly colossal. This was a fabrication of illusion, enhanced with Sug's own dragon blood, rendering it so lifelike that even the most potent of minds might mistake it for a genuine green dragon unless they employed formidable mental force to dispel the illusion. After all, the infusion of Sug's dragon essence coupled with his unique illusionary techniques allowed others to perceive the essence of a green dragon emanating from the illusion. In the absence of deliberate psychic assault to unravel its nature, none would discern that it was but a mirage. Conversely, illusions crafted by other beings, lacking such enhancements, might be easily recognized as false by certain powerful entities without the need for a mental onslaught. Thus, Sug's endeavor effectively blurred the line between reality and illusion. The magnificent green dragon soared through the skies, heading towards the foothills inhabited by cyclopes. At that moment, 6 cyclopes basked in the autumn sun on the grassy slope, and upon sighting the enormous green dragon, they immediately knelt in reverence. "Master, is it you? You have grown so much. Had it not been for the familiar aura you exude, we might have thought another green dragon had invaded." One cyclops, known as Sanfin Shu, professed with awe, kneeling on the ground. Meanwhile, Sug's true form, cloaked in a misty invisibility spell, floated amidst the azure sky, appearing to Sanfin Shu and his companions as merely an ordinary cloud. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of dragon eyes peered down from the cloud, observing the cyclopes with amusement. This diversion served as a delightful pastime for Sug, who found the art of illusion quite entertaining. Sug noticed a female cyclops among them, her belly swollen, through which he sensed the presence of new life. By discerning the similarities in their bloodlines, Sug's formidable perception revealed that a portion of the lineage within her womb was derived from Sanfin Shu. By the gods, when did Sanfin Shu consort with that female cyclops and cause her to bear his offspring? No wonder I've sensed something amiss with him lately, Sug mused. "Sanfin Shu, you have progeny?" Sug inquired, directing his illusionary dragon's gaze at him through their shared consciousness. "Oh, master, you've discovered my secret," Sanfin Shu replied sheepishly, scratching his head, revealing a blissfully bashful expression that was a striking contrast to his usual rugged demeanor. "Master, I have another request. Would you be able to discern whether my wife Soga carries a boy or a girl?" he asked with utmost respect. Sug expanded his sensing ability, and even through the barrier of her abdomen, he could visualize the cyclopean infant's form as clearly as a 3D ultrasound within his mind. Such capability rendered the task of determining the child's gender a trivial matter. "Congratulations. It's a boy," Sug announced. "Huh, splendid news. I favor boys. Soon, our clan will have another valiant warrior devoted to our master," Sanfin Shu exclaimed joyfully, embracing his mate Soga. "It's as if you imply that females cannot be valiant warriors." "Sanfin Shu, you have changed. You are now a proponent of patriarchy," Soga chided, playfully pushing him away. Yet, while the cyclopes reveled in the prospect of new life, exchanging joyous embraces, Sug's piercing gaze turned toward the distant hill. There are humans, genuine humans. Due to his potent mental faculties, Sug discerned the presence of individuals beyond a kilometer away on the hillside. He directed his illusionary green dragon toward their concealed location. The 6 cyclopes, still entranced by the prospect of new life, had yet to regain their composure when their master's sudden transformation prompted them to grasp their weapons and march toward the hill with urgency. Sug commanded the illusionary green dragon to flap its immense wings and land upon the hilltop, where 3 trembling humans stood. "Esteemed green dragon, please do not harm us. We are but wandering refugees, merely passing through. We did not intend to intrude upon your solitude. We beg for your forgiveness," the humans pleaded, immediately prostrating themselves on the ground. "Humph! To dare deceive me is tantamount to courting death," Sug retorted, and with a mere thought, the illusionary dragon's claw descended, pulverizing 2 of them into a gruesome paste, leaving the 3rd to faint in terror. The fusion of magic and illusion rendered Sug's attack a very real threat. He could clearly perceive that these humans were mid-tier warriors, ranked around levels 5 or 6, relatively formidable among their kind, and not typically reduced to the status of refugees. At that moment, the 6 cyclopes arrived on the scene. "Sanf and Shu, find a way to revive him and bring him to the dragon's lair. I wish to interrogate him personally. I require valuable information," Sug commanded before guiding the colossal, illusionary green dragon back to the lair. Sanf and Shu, hoisting the unconscious human, entered Sug's lair, astonished to see his master had once again assumed a smaller form. It was his first time witnessing a dragon capable of such transformations, rendering Sug truly remarkable in his eyes. "I demand a conscious human. Find a way to awaken him," Sug insisted sternly. "Understood, master." Sanf and Shu raised his hefty cudgel and swiftly brought it crashing down upon the human's right hand, eliciting a piercing scream of anguish from the man. This is the consequence of feigning death. The human, believing that playing dead would spare his life, found his fate tragically sealed as Sanf and Shu's weapon shattered his hand. The saying goes, the fingers are connected to the heart. Regardless of whether his unconsciousness was feigned or genuine, enduring such pain was no longer an option. Sug leaned down, his dragon maw hovering over the human's head, and declared, "Now, you shall confess your purpose for being here. Should you continue to lie, you will suffer torments worse than death. Great green dragon, I speak the truth, but if I reveal my circumstances, can you spare my life?" The 5th-level human warrior trembled as he spoke. "You may share your thoughts, and we shall see if your information warrants the preservation of your life," Suger replied, his gaze laden with malice. Deep within, he had already sentenced this human to death. In Suge's eyes, the warrior had no right to negotiate in his presence. Even if he withheld the truth, Suge possessed methods to extract every ounce of information through cruel soul interrogation, having acquired the ability of suggestion. Such a feeble human could hardly retain secrets under his influence. Yet, Suge deemed it unnecessary to waste such high-end tactics on a being so insignificant. Chapter 2. The Transfer of Knowledge. Esteemed Green Dragon, my name is Rodming, a 5th-level warrior in the service of Marquis Cliff from the Duchy of Eugen. I have come to your domain, primarily at the behest of Marquis Cliff, to investigate the recent pillaging of a statue caravan. "Ah, and you suspect me in this matter?" Suge inquired. "Honorable Green Dragon, certainly not. We merely suspect the powers within 100 kilometers of this vicinity. We possess no evidence to implicate you. In fact, the black dragon Kasavaya to the east bears even greater suspicion than you," the human replied. "However, the black dragon swears by the name of the evil dragon god Tiamat that she was not involved, thus removing her from suspicion," Rodming continued. "Of course, should you also dare to swear by the name of the evil dragon god Tiamat, declaring your innocence, you too would be exonerated, and we would refrain from disturbing your peace henceforth." Rodming cast a cautious glance at Suge, striving to conceal his inner trepidation. "Do you truly believe that a great scion of the Green Dragon would so easily swear before you in the name of the evil dragon god Tiamat?" Suge's dragon eyes narrowed slightly, emanating an aura of menace as he coldly regarded the 5th-level warrior. Rodming felt as if he were plummeting into an abyss. Though the evil dragon god might not possess the renown of the eternal time dragon in this realm, he was undeniably among the pantheon of powerful dragon deities, his might far surpassing that of the goddess of holy light. To swear in the name of the evil dragon god carried grave consequences. Should the oath be proven false, the offender would face divine retribution. Suge, aware of his own limitations, knew he could not withstand the wrath of a true god. Nevertheless, he recognized that if even the black dragon Kasavaya displayed deference in the presence of this 5th-level human warrior, it spoke volumes about the latter's significance. Kasavaya had already reached the threshold of adulthood, her power approaching that of legendary human champions. This was also why Suge had refrained from provoking the Black Dragon over the past 2 years. If not for her lack of ambition to expand her territory, Suge's domain would likely have faced turmoil. Harmony between them stemmed from Kasavia's preference for solitude. As long as her territory provided ample sustenance, she showed no interest in external affairs. Suge understood that if one were well-fed, why would they seek trouble, preferring instead the tranquility of nature? From the memories passed down through generations, it was evident that the dragon lineage often shared this characteristic with Kasavaya. Were all dragons as ambitious as many humans, the noble dragon race would have long since risen to dominion over the realms. Yet, Suge felt that in this lifetime, he could never become a complacent dragon. As long as he desired a better life and sought greater strength, he was compelled by the insatiable hunger of his system to acquire higher-grade sustenance, consume it, and elevate his own power. Reflecting on this, Suge could not help but envy those dragonkin who awaken extraordinary abilities merely through slumber. Indeed, if one could grow stronger while sleeping, what need would there be for such relentless effort? He mused that, should this trend continue, he might become a paragon of diligence among his kind. Though Kasavaya might appear as a languid dragon, her inherited majesty from the dragon lineage was undeniable. Her strength, nearing that of legendary humans, compelled her to lower herself to swear an oath before a mere human. This indicated that these humans had some form of leverage, as even the formidable Black Dragon held them in apprehension. Certainly, Great Green Dragon, I possess neither the authority nor the audacity to compel you to swear. Should you refuse, it matters not. However, the governance of Green Forest falls under the jurisdiction of our Duchy of Eugen. It is plausible that our sanctum or even legendary champions may intervene, and I trust there will be other. Suge, growing impatient, swiped his claw, extinguishing the life of a being who had once pleaded for mercy. What began as a conversation had devolved into an absurdity that bore an unsettling hint of menace. Suge loathed this sensation. The only pertinent information he could glean from this individual was now exhausted. He was certain the warrior spoke no falsehoods. The stakes were too high for deception at this juncture. Death was the inevitable fate of this human. No matter his actions, Suge would never allow him to return. Perhaps killing him would sever the human leads entirely, rendering Suge undetectable for the time being. Suge commanded the goblin to bury the human's remains in an abandoned mine pit. Although he understood that friction with humanity would eventually escalate, he recognized the necessity of avoidance for the moment. With his current abilities, challenging a duchy, let alone a marquis's domain, was beyond his means. Cautious development and rational growth were the paths to supremacy. He resolved to endure, uttering a calm affirmation before sinking into a deep slumber within his newly expanded lair. Now, his dragon siblings, having reached a certain level of strength, took on the task of patrolling their territory. Terenso, now over 2 years old, had grown considerably, measuring over 3 meters in length, a remarkable stature among his peers. Typically, a 5-year-old green dragon hatchling would only reach the size of an adult dog or horse, rarely exceeding 3 meters, and weighing anywhere from a few dozen to several hundred pounds. Even those approaching 5 years, transitioning from hatchling to juvenile, seldom surpassed 3 meters. Yet, at just over 2 years, Terenso was breaking the mold. Should this trend persist, he might very well exceed 4 meters by the time he reached 5. In contrast, Corona, at 2 meters, exemplified the current standard for dragonkind. However, the robust Terenso had clearly outgrown this category. Were it not for Suge, an even more extraordinary descendant of the Green Dragons, diminishing attention upon Terenso, he would undoubtedly be labeled an anomaly among their kind. Now, with a length exceeding 3 meters, Terenso began to embody the dignity of a green dragon. Moreover, the once rebellious Terenso had begun to yield to Suge's authority, recognizing his brother's decisiveness and adeptness in handling affairs. A far cry from the gluttonous and inept dragon he had previously perceived, the transformation in Suge's relationship with the others is not solely attributed to Terenso. Corona has undergone a similar metamorphosis. This once coy and subservient little dragon now harbors an unwavering reverence for Suge, devoid of any pretense or internal disdain. Indeed, her admiration for her brother eclipses even that for the esteemed mother of dragons. Were they to stand in opposition, the choice of whom to follow would be unequivocally in favor of Suge. This extraordinary shift in attitude can be primarily ascribed to a singular event. Suge has bestowed upon them the ability to fly, as well as other magical capabilities. At their juvenile stage, it is typically impossible for hatchlings to awaken magical legacies, let alone possess the ability to soar through the skies, skills usually reserved for adolescent dragons. Even the most prodigious dragon talents rarely awaken their magical prowess before reaching the tender age of 5 or 6. However, under Suge's guidance, they have acquired a foundational understanding of magic at merely 2 years of age, harnessing the innate magical energy within their beings to perform spells. Yet, due to their still developing magical and mental faculties, there remains a significant gulf between their magical prowess and that of their brother. Suge, too, finds himself in awe of his own achievements, having pioneered a groundbreaking event in dragonkind's history, the transfer of acquired knowledge to dragons, a feat never before realized. Chapter 3. Prioritizing the expansion of territory in addition to the transfer of knowledge, Suge can also impart wisdom to the two young dragons through ordinary communication. However, such an approach is inherently slower, and its effectiveness relies on the comprehension abilities of the young dragons. The process of knowledge transfer bears a resemblance to the transmission of dragon memories, yet differs in that the latter occurs through an indiscriminate and unconscious hereditary method, bequeathing knowledge to the offspring. In contrast, Suge's knowledge transfer is a selective and deliberate packaging of information, utilizing consciousness as a medium to forcibly replicate and implant the essence of this knowledge into the two young dragons. Presently, the two young dragons have mastered low-altitude flight along the treetops, experiencing the exhilaration of their wings slicing through the wind. They flap their wings vigorously, relying on their limited magical buoyancy to maintain balance. Corona, you may patrol the territory. I wish to engage in a spar with that hulking cyclops. As the two young dragons approached the foothills where the cyclops resided, Terenzo halted, feeling a surge of confidence with his newfound flying abilities and magical foundation. In the past, he could barely contend with a single cyclops. Now, he was determined to reclaim his lost honor, lest he tarnish the reputation of the green dragon lineage. Meanwhile, Suge pondered the nature of dragon existence within the confines of the cave, recognizing that the resources within his territory had reached a critical depletion. Although it was not difficult to find prey to satiate their hunger, Suge sought more than mere sustenance. It was time to wage war and expand towards resource-abundant regions. Just days prior, the goblin Mike had returned from reconnaissance. Equipped with the ability to burrow, Mike had proven himself a competent scout, capable of infiltrating the realms of powerful neighboring factions without detection. As a low-tier life form, his presence was often overlooked, and as long as he remained underground, even formidable lords would be oblivious to his existence. Unless he drew too close, even if detected, they would likely dismiss him as nothing more than a mere subterranean beast. "What news from your reconnaissance?" Suge inquired, leaning over the green-skinned goblin with an imposing gaze. "Master, over the course of half a month, I traversed 15 territories inhabited by highly intelligent beings. If it weren't for my cleverness, I would have surely been exposed." "Am I not formidable?" Mike exclaimed, dancing about in front of Suge with exuberance. Yet, he seemed to overlook the fact that Suge harbored a disdain for his minions' incessant chatter. To Suge, such lengthy and trivial information was nothing short of superfluous. Sugo extended his dragon claw, gently pinning the goblin Mike to the ground, his jaws lined with sharp teeth drawing near to the goblin. "Be succinct and divulge useful information, then be on your way. Otherwise, I do not recommend subjecting you to a direct soul interrogation. I could extract the information from you in an instant, but that would likely leave you in a state of perpetual madness. My master remains as formidable and imposing as ever. I shall refrain from boasting and instead delve straight into the matter at hand. This time, I traversed through 15 territories, including the Orc tribe in the Targon Basin, which is the closest to us, and the Sykin Basin, located 100 kilometers to the north, as well as a tribe of ogres. To the west lies the territory of Marquis Cliff." Sugo listened intently as the goblin Mike recounted the intelligence he had gathered, nodding in acknowledgement. Sugo learned that the Orc tribe in the Targon Basin was not the feeble group encountered previously. This tribe had absorbed the former small Orc clan, establishing a significant power. According to Mike's account, there were no fewer than 10 mage warriors of level 6 or above. Sugo coveted the fact that these orcs occupied a mountain range rich in magical beasts alongside the Targon Basin. This area, seemingly imbued with strange magical allure, was rife with magical creatures. Even level 4 or 5 beasts were abundant, and despite attempts to hunt them, new magical beasts continually converged from all directions. This orc tribe, having migrated from the north with numbers exceeding 1,000, had taken control of the area after eliminating the small orc clan previously stationed there by Cliff. They consistently engaged in skirmishes with Marquis Cliff. On another front, in the northwest of Green Forest, there existed a tribe of ogres numbering in the thousands, dominating the largest mineral resources within the Green Forest and enslaving over 1,000 kobolds to mine these riches. Due to their annual tribute of substantial taxes to the Duchy of Eugen, they enjoyed the protection of the duchy, deterring most from encroaching upon their territory. As for Marquis Cliff, his name echoed in Sugo's ears like thunder. Recently, the humans sent to spy on him were dispatched by this very individual. Moreover, the goblin Mike had ventured into the realm of the black dragon Kasavaya, where he personally witnessed a breathtaking spectacle that left him astounded. The black dragon engaged with a male dragon passing through, causing boulders to tumble from the mountaintop, crushing numerous formidable beasts within the dragon's territory. For Sugo, this information was not without merit. It indicated that the black dragon was approaching its breeding period, which would soon lead to the laying and nurturing of hatchlings, an auspicious development for him. With the current strength of Suge, the opportunity to invade the territory of the black dragon is drawing near. In comparison to the limited treasures within the black dragon's lair, what Suge covets most is a natural acid pool located within the domain of the waste dragon. This pool, a veritable marvel, is frequently occupied by the black dragon, who uses it for slumber, bathing, nesting, and nurturing its offspring. The natural acid pool under the black dragon's control far surpasses the desiccated acid pool in Suge's territory in terms of quality. The daily output of acid from that pool is capable of reaching dozens of times that of the once bountiful acid pool in Suge's land. For both green dragons and black dragons, it represents a paradise, fostering the growth of hatchlings and providing substantial aid to adult dragons in their magical development through the abundant corrosive acid. For Suge, the implications are even more significant. It means that by activating his extraordinary digestive mode, he can continuously ingest the acid, converting it into the valuable green dragon venom talent. Consequently, the potency of his green dragon venom will exponentially increase. Suge is preparing to prioritize his plan to assault the black dragon's territory. While his current strength may not yet rival that of the black dragon Kasavaya, he anticipates that in a year or two, his power will surely grow, especially with the advantages of the gluttonous system. Ideally, it would be during the time when the black dragon is pregnant, as that would present the most opportune moment to confront the creature. To the southeast of Suge's domain lies Green Forest, home to a group of true elves. Under the protection of a life tree, they are blessed with the presence of several archdruids, each a formidable force possessing sacred domains. This is a diminutive elven kingdom, boasting a population of several tens of thousands. The elves are regarded as the most aesthetically pleasing humanoid beings in this world, with an average height exceeding 6 feet, exuding an air of elegance. Their skin, nourished by the life tree's blessings, glows like amber and jade, smooth and flawless, complemented by perfectly proportioned figures. It's no wonder that even the male elves are strikingly alluring. Suge has encountered elves before. In past caravans, he has seen them bound and transported as commodities, sold to various realms. The elven race, whether male or female, is immensely sought after among humanoid life forms. Chapter 4. The war with the orcs. Some humans have taken to hunting elves as a profession. Of course, the average person cannot afford such a lavish lifestyle. A young elven female commands a price of at least 10,000 gold coins. This exorbitant sum is beyond the means of most barons, viscounts, and even earls. Thus, strictly speaking, such transactions are most common among the ranks of marquises and dukes. Many marquises and dukes, aside from indulging themselves, enjoy acquiring elves to present to the king, thereby strengthening their ties with the crown and solidifying their lordship. Apart from humans, even certain semi-human and non-human entities, such as some malevolent dragons, entertain the notion of capturing elves to indulge in novelty. It is almost unfathomable for Suge to comprehend the immense popularity of elves. Not only the female elves, but male elves also enjoy considerable admiration, frequently appearing in the lavish homes of affluent women across various nations, high-end bars, and even in the backyards of certain duchesses. Some astute and entrepreneurial mages have taken to magically inscribing enticing scenes, preserving them within runes that can be replayed, and selling these inscribed runes across different realms to reap substantial profits. Moreover, to the south, a juvenile red dragon has surprisingly ventured into the Green Forest to establish its territory and construct a lair. This is indeed a peculiar occurrence, as Suge recalls that red dragons typically prefer to reside beneath sulfurous volcanoes. It remains uncertain whether this creature was expelled or if it merely detests the volcanic sulfur and seeks a more hospitable environment. As it boldly occupies the southern Canaan mountains of the Green Forest, the red dragon ranks among the most formidable of the chromatic dragons, far surpassing the green dragon. With its robust limbs, powerful physique, and the ability to incinerate entire cities with its fiery breath. From the information gleaned from the goblin mic, Suge feels an acute sense of threat, albeit reassured by the fact that it is merely a juvenile dragon. However, one cannot afford to be complacent in such proximity. Suge cannot allow a red dragon to flourish nearby. Although the dragon's location is over 100 kilometers from his territory, a distance that might seem insurmountable to ordinary beings, it is trivial for a powerful dragon. For Suge, with full flight, this distance could be traversed in a mere 20 minutes. Suge meticulously evaluates all the intelligence brought back by the goblin mic, ultimately directing his focus toward the nearest orc tribe. These creatures guard a mountain range abundant in prey, and Suge is convinced that this mountain range holds extraordinary secrets, attracting a continuous influx of magical beasts. It is indeed a place worthy of exploration. As autumn approaches, the season of dwindling game is imminent, compelling Suge to act preemptively for the welfare of his followers. Furthermore, in assessing the surrounding powers, this orc faction appears to be the weakest and has long been at odds with humans. Should they come under attack, it is likely that humans would intervene, leaving the orcs besieged on both fronts, prompting Suge to feel no fear of them. The assault on the orc tribe occurs a week later. In preparation for this conflict, Suge is thoroughly equipped, dispatching his kobolds to procure ample weaponry from the gray dwarves, thereby replacing the inadequately armed weapons of his subordinates. He then leads a formidable host of kobolds, goblins, werewolves, and fierce wolves, embarking on a grand expedition. Their forces are set to march forth in full force. Suge need not worry about others encroaching upon his territory. In the words of the seasoned warrior Sanfin Shu, should such a situation arise, one could simply retaliate and reclaim the land, for this is not a fortress difficult to defend. Suge wholeheartedly concurred with Sanfin Shu's sentiment. Thus, instead of leaving the two young dragonlings at home to guard their domain, he decided to bring them along on this expedition. Thanks to the magical knowledge imparted by Suge, Taranso, who can now soar through the skies and wield low-tier magic, has significantly elevated his combat prowess, having previously reached a stalemate against Sanfin Shu. Suge recognized that his somewhat simple-minded dragon disciple would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable warrior on the battlefield, and thus felt it imperative to cultivate his potential from this point onward. However, the thoughtless Taranso, on his own, could not command troops effectively. In terms of strategy and tactics, he fell short compared to Sanfin Shu. Fortunately, this gap could be filled by the astute dragoness, Corona. Though her combat capabilities do not rival those of Taranso, she possesses ample qualifications to serve as his advisor and overseer in battle. Against the brutish orcs, there was no need for elaborate strategies. Suge divided his followers into 4 legions, fanning out towards the orc territory to create a semi-encirclement, trapping them in the center. After nearly 2 years of development, Suge's retinue had grown to 500 or 600, and although their overall combat strength may not match that of the orcs, the presence of Suge, a peerless warrior, instilled them with confidence against the savage foes. Even the weakest goblins displayed spirited enthusiasm during their march, a testament to morale. The outcome of war is not solely determined by the strength of both sides. Morale plays a crucial role as well. In truth, Suge alone could deal with the orcs, but he opted not to take such a risk. What if the information relayed by the green-skinned goblin mic was inaccurate? What if there were hidden masters among the orcs? Placing himself in jeopardy could leave no room for retreat. Therefore, it was prudent to allow his dragon siblings and followers to probe the situation first, at a critical moment. He could intervene and simultaneously hone their battlefield skills. Taranso and Corona led the werewolves, while Sanfin Shu, accompanied by 5 cyclopes, commanded the boarmen as the primary forces. They formed 2 factions, moving centrally, while the weakest kobolds and green-skinned goblins were led by their respective tribal leaders, advancing on the far periphery to disrupt and block any fleeing orcs. Additionally, some agile goblins were dispatched by Suge to the forefront as scouts, infiltrating enemy territory to gather intelligence. As Suge, as the ultimate commander, awaited the grand departure of his forces, he leisurely made his way from the dragon's lair only after they had journeyed halfway. Long before the armies of Suge reached within several kilometers, the orcs had already sensed something amiss. War was imminent. By the time Suge arrived, his own forces were already entangled in chaotic combat with the orc horde. The situation precariously balanced. Those with a keen understanding of warfare could easily discern that this was not a battle at all, but rather a frenzied skirmish between two factions devoid of strategic acumen, akin to street thugs brawling over territory. Using a misty concealment spell, Suge circled high above, surveying the battlefield from his lofty vantage point, and he let out a resigned sigh. The reality was far from what he had envisioned. Chapter 5. The Eye of God. These subordinates, having never experienced significant conflict, lacked comprehension of battlefield maneuvers such as flanking and coordinated tactics. They charged recklessly into the fray, abandoning all prior arrangements. Had it not been for the communication of consciousness enabling him to issue timely commands, they would have surely faced defeat, for their overall combat effectiveness was already inferior to that of the orc forces. It seemed clear that a formidable fighting force must be nurtured through relentless engagement in battle. Suge shook his head in resignation. Henceforth, these individuals needed to be immersed in the harsh realities of warfare to grow through bloodshed. Otherwise, when confronted by the disciplined and formidable human battalions, they would likely collapse like a dam under pressure, unaware of their impending annihilation. Torenzo feigned retreat, maneuvering to encircle the orcs from the right. Foolishness. Why won't you obey? Suge lamented, relaying commands through mental communication. Yet this reckless younger brother, blinded by rage, disregarded Suge's words. In his mind, how could the illustrious descendant of the Green Dragon ever retreat? It was a disgrace to their lineage, truly a dullard. Suge cursed internally once more and then connected with Corona. Such tactics could only be effective with astute dragons. Corona quickly grasped her elder brother's intent and, accompanied by a small contingent of werewolves, flanked the orcs from behind. Coordinating with the boarmen led by the half-cooked, they successfully besieged the orcs, eliminating the small group engaged in fierce combat with the half-cooked. Suge observed that this guerrilla-style tactic proved consistently effective on the battlefield. What had initially been a disadvantageous position gradually transformed into an offensive one under Suge's astute command. From his elevated perch, he could clearly analyze the dynamics of the battlefield, keeping a watchful eye on the positions of all orcs and subordinates. Suddenly, Suge felt as though he were endowed with supernatural abilities, as if the entire wilds were under his scrutiny. I can see everything. No matter where you are, I know your whereabouts. Watch as I unleash a relentless pursuit, cornering you until you question your very existence. Even in this seemingly adverse situation, it will not be long before I have you on your knees. The orcs were even driven to question their very existence, as they found themselves relentlessly pursued and cornered by their adversaries at every turn. The overwhelming sense was that the enemy's numbers were at least 5 times greater than their own. However, little did they know that the followers of Suge were actually only half that number, and their overall combat prowess was at least 1 or 2 levels inferior. The realization of this disparity would likely send the orcs into a frenzy. Suge suddenly found it quite intriguing to have the battle firmly under his control. Wielding a godlike perspective and gradually eroding the enemy's strength gave him a thrilling sense of omnipotence, as if he were toying with insignificant lives. Soon, the tide of battle shifted from adversity to advantage, with the orc casualties surpassing 50%. Meanwhile, the losses on his side had not exceeded 100. A remarkable achievement in terms of mortality ratio. As of now, the orcs remained oblivious to the fact that a pair of divine eyes, concealed in the deep blue sky above a massive white cloud, watched over them with a sinister smile. 2 hours later, the battle was nearing its conclusion, with orc fatalities approaching 90%, leaving only a mere 10% of their ranks. However, this remaining fraction comprised elite warriors, including a dozen or so level 6 and 7 powerhouses, who were leading the scant remaining 80 to 90 orc members in a final stand. Yet, at this critical juncture, the warfare became exponentially more arduous, as the orcs, with their backs against each other and resolute in their defiance, surveyed their overwhelmingly superior foes. Remarkably, they showed no inclination to plead for mercy or surrender, even as Suge commanded his followers to encircle them from all sides. These warriors remained undeterred in their resolve to fight to the death, faced with the formidable presence of a dozen level 6 and 7 combatants, including 3 orc mages. The bloodbound followers found it exceedingly challenging to gain any advantage. Suge could discern that in a one-on-one confrontation, the awakened triple bloodline power of the bloodbound warrior known as Sanfen Shu, augmented by Suge's own blood transformation, had granted him dragon horns atop his head and a body shrouded in dark green scales, rendering him an authentic dragon-blooded giant warrior. Though merely a level 6 giant warrior, he was more than a match for level 6 or 7 orc fighters or mages. In stark contrast, the other bloodbound followers were considerably weaker, and the ordinary followers were even less formidable. Consequently, facing over a dozen level 6 and 7 orc powerhouses proved to be an exceedingly arduous task. This was no longer merely a tactical issue. It had devolved into a sheer test of strength. As the most formidable warrior on their side, Sanfin Shu stood at the forefront alongside Terenzo and Corona. The opposing orc warriors, wielding war hammers, glared menacingly at Sanfin Shu and the others, while 3 orc mages chanted incantations behind them, preparing to cast spells. Attack swiftly, or you shall miss your opportunity. The tides of battle are turning against you, Suger urged through his consciousness. At that moment, Corona and Terenzo began to construct magical models in their minds, preparing to unleash the windstorm bomb that Suger had taught them. However, given the current capabilities of the 2 young dragons, they have yet to reach the level of instantaneous release. Almost simultaneously with the orc sorcerers unleashing 3 colossal fireballs, both dragons expelled a single orb of tempestuous energy from their mouths, instantly hurling it to collide head-on with 2 of the fireballs. As the magical forces clashed, the orb of tempest expanded, resembling a tornado, scattering the fireballs in all directions. The orc sorcerers were taken aback. These fledgling dragons managed to perform a spell that rivaled their own mid-tier magic, utterly shattering their preconceived notions. Soaring high above, Suger shook his head, deeming them still too weak. Had he been the one to cast the Tempest Orb, the orcs would have been sent soaring into the skies, obliterated. These lethargic dragons needed more practice. Surely, they had been slacking off, achieving only this meager level of prowess, which was a disgrace to their kind. Yet, upon further reflection, Suger acknowledged that the dragon's inertia was deeply rooted. To eradicate it, they would need a system akin to his own, one that compelled relentless resource acquisition and consumption to grow stronger, forcing them to toil diligently. Otherwise, these self-proclaimed superior beings might remain ensnared in their indulgent lethargy until their dying days. 2 fireballs were intercepted by the Tempest Orbs launched by Corona and Terenzo, while another was absorbed by the half-cooked giant, who withstood the impact with his physique. At the moment of collision, although he felt the searing heat wash over him, the half-cooked giant suffered no harm beyond singeing some of his dragon scales. His defensive prowess astonished the nearby orcs, who regarded him as a monstrous entity. These orcs, with their protruding tusks and rough, dark green skin, prided themselves on their formidable defense, yet stood in stark contrast to the one-eyed giant, appearing trifling in comparison. Chapter 6. The staff furiously enraged, the half-cooked giant brandished his weapon, roaring as if wielding a flying disc, charging into the ranks of the orc sorcerers with the intent to swiftly slay the 3 of them. However, at that moment, a host of orc warriors surged forward, compelling the half-cooked giant, despite his extraordinary strength, to retreat once more in the face of such overwhelming numbers. Observing this scene, Suger realized it was time for him to intervene. Concealed within the indigo sky, he flapped his massive wings and moved closer, dispelling his misty invisibility. With a resounding dragon roar echoing through the mountains, the orcs were struck by a formidable sense of dread. Although Suger's current mental prowess did not match that of an adult dragon, it was sufficient to diminish the orcs' morale by a level or 2. Submit to me, and I shall spare your lives. Otherwise, you shall meet your demise here. Sog swiftly expanded his consciousness, keenly observing the combat prowess of the orcs. Should he manage to enlist them, his strength would be significantly augmented. This race possessed a comprehensive battle capability only second to that of the cyclopes, making them a formidable force for future assaults. Noticing that Sog's physique had reached that of a young dragon, with a wingspan of several meters, he appeared even more imposing in the eyes of the orcs. With a powerful presence, Sog descended to the ground in an instant, his hind legs firmly planted, retracting his majestic bony dragon wings, and fixing a predatory gaze upon the orcs. In the face of this green dragon, the orcs were overwhelmed by a sense of impending doom, unable to suppress a shiver of fear. The Uga tribe will never submit to you. We would rather die than yield. If you slay us, our master will not forgive you. However, before the words could fully escape their lips, Sog unleashed his sharp dragon claws, piercing the heart of the orc leader instantaneously. He had no interest in listening to further ramblings. Sog sensed that this individual was the most formidable orc among them, possessing peak-level strength at level 7 and on the verge of breaking through to level 8. Given his previous command in battle, it was evident that he was the backbone of this orc tribe. Nevertheless, even with such prowess, he was no match for Sog, and under the oppressive might of the dragon, his combat level had diminished to that of a mere level 6 warrior. Despite his potential, Sog would not hesitate to extinguish his life should he prove disobedient. As a dragon, there was no need to lower himself to persuade these recalcitrant beings. Such actions would only undermine his own authority. Sog understood that in his journey towards establishing dominion, maintaining prestige was paramount. Moreover, when compared to the talents of other races, those of the dragon lineage stood unparalleled, rendering the notion of valuing such talents inconsequential to Sog, the Green Dragon. Now that your leader lies dead, will you choose to meet the Grim Reaper alongside him, or will you wisely seek refuge in me and become my vassals, under my protection? Sog continued to extend his consciousness, his yellowish-red vertical eyes reflecting a chilling light as he surveyed the orcs. It was evident to Sog that these beings were beginning to waver in the face of death. We choose to submit, esteemed Green Dragon. We are willing to become your vassals, declared the first orc to step forward, demonstrating his loyalty. Sog glanced over. This orc was one of 3 orc mages, a rare existence among their kind. Wulong returned. Betraying the will of the Ugu is unacceptable. Otherwise, the great Ugu will not show mercy, and neither shall we forgive you. Spoke an older, somewhat gaunt orc, whose mastery of magic exceeded that of Wulong. You are called Wulong, correct? Excellent. I accept your allegiance. However, before we proceed, you must eliminate that orc to demonstrate your loyalty, Sag said to Wulong. As the message reached Wulong, Sag withdrew the draconic might that had been imposed upon the orc. Although Wulong's combat prowess was inferior to that of the elder orc, the elder was now significantly weakened, having suffered a decrease in power due to Sag's suppression. Thus, it would be a simple task for Wulong to vanquish him. Without hesitation, upon receiving Sag's command, Wulong unsheathed an enchanted bone dagger and plunged it into the elder orc's chest. The elder, caught unawares, had no inkling of the impending betrayal, as the information regarding the assassination order had been selectively conveyed only to Wulong. In his final moments, the elder orc cast a furious glare at Sag and Wulong. Sag nodded in satisfaction internally. Such ruthlessness was not characteristic of an ordinary traitor. To betray one's kin without a shred of remorse, and to exude such ferocity in his gaze, was akin to the embodiment of a harbinger of doom. Yet, Sag remained indifferent to these considerations, for his intent was to recruit those bloodthirsty beasts who would charge into the fray on his behalf. Concerning their loyalty, Sag had no cause for concern. Under the absolute pressure of power, as long as they wished to survive, they would be compelled to obey him. Witnessing the tragic fate of the elder shaman, who ranked just below the chieftain, all the orcs began to waver. Clearly, true valor was a rare quality among them. Those famed for their brute strength still possessed a measure of reason when confronted with life and death. One by one, the orcs cast down their weapons and knelt in submission. Thus, the process of conquering the orcs, though somewhat circuitous, unfolded without any suspense. After 5 hours of battle, they successfully claimed the territory of the orc clan. With the war concluded, Sag commanded his followers to cleanse the battlefield. Haha, chief, look. I have found a remarkable item, a staff of no small caliber, dropped by the elder orc you just dispatched, said the half-baked warrior, lifting a staff and calling out to Sag in a deep voice. Sag glanced at the staff, a glimmer igniting in his dragon-like eyes. From the staff, he sensed an extraordinary power, stirring a subtle resonance within his soul. The sheer wonder of this seemingly trivial weapon hinted at an extraordinary origin. Esteemed master, this is the artifact of the elder shaman of the Wugo tribe. I beseech you to grant it to me. It harbors potent magical energy that would enhance my capabilities. With it, even a mage of a higher tier would not instill fear in me, Wulong implored, his gaze betraying an unmistakable greed as he looked upon the staff raised by the half-baked warrior. This only served to reinforce Sag's conviction that the staff was indeed remarkable. Shug concentrated his mental energy, and in an instant, an ethereal dragon claw swept through the air, seizing the half-cooked staff with a swift motion. The moment the claw grasped the staff, Shug distinctly felt it quivering slightly, as if resisting his hold. Chapter 7. Black Dragon Caesar. Shug scrutinized the orc warlock, Wulin, and examined the wondrous staff before inquiring, Wulin, what secrets does this staff hold? His gray-green eyelids flickered, and his cold, slitted pupils bored down on Wulin. He was adept at detecting even the slightest hint of deceit through the orc's imperceptible changes in expression. Under Shug's imposing gaze, the orc's body bristled with apprehension. These formidable dragon beings disregarded the existence of lesser life forms entirely. Should he provoke Shug, the consequences would be dire. Therefore, without a shred of hesitation, Wulin divulged the staff as secret at the first instance of Shug's mental pressure. My lord, this is a divine artifact, the weapon of our first chieftain, Ogrim of the Bone Clan. After our ancestor Ogrim fell during the cataclysm of the ancient gods, this artifact has been passed down through generations. Shug understood the significance of a divine artifact. It was a weapon wielded by beings of godly stature. Whether a true deity or a pretender, Any weapon long used by such beings would retain a vestige of divine power even after its master's demise. This, he surmised, was the exceptional quality of the staff, which Wulin claimed enabled him to engage in battles beyond his level. Moreover, my lord, our Bone clan has a long-standing belief that our ancestor Ogrim's essence was sealed within the Bone Mountains before his spirit dissipated, and this staff is the sole key to unlocking his divine tomb, which contains a fragment of Ogrim's divine consciousness. Wulin continued eagerly. Shug blinked his dragon eyes, yet interrupted him. Do you know where the Bone Mountains are? Given that it was a divine burial site, it surely harbored treasures that Shug yearned for. Indeed, discovering the so-called divine tomb spoken of by Wulin would significantly bolster his power. His dragon eyes sparkled with a peculiar gleam, akin to a treasure seeker beholding a mountain of gold. According to the Bone clan's years of searching, the Bone Mountains lie near the Targon Basin, within this very mountain range of magical beasts. This is the reason we undertook great risks to migrate here a year ago. However, despite a year of effort, we have yet to locate the entrance to the divine tomb. Still, I firmly believe our conjectures are correct. The tomb must be here. Otherwise, so many magical beasts would not converge upon this place, heedless of their lives, drawn by the extraordinary divine energy they must have sensed. Shug pondered, finding Wulin's reasoning quite sound. No wonder this mountain range was continuously besieged by magical beasts. It appeared that the extraordinary was indeed born from this locale. However, Shug was certain that the ancestor of Wulong, a being named Ogrim Ugu, was certainly not a true deity. Otherwise, his corporeal form could not have been interred within the material realm of Norland, nor could he have traversed here, unless his divine power was exceedingly weak, incapable of causing a dimensional collapse. Shug deduced that this individual could at best be classified as a pseudo-god, and one of the most feeble varieties at that. Nevertheless, even as a pseudo-god, he would still possess a strength far superior to that of mortal beings, and Shug dared not underestimate this entity's prowess. Although he may not wield the divine might comparable to that of the goddess of holy light, this was indeed the resting place of his physical form, and thus the density of divine energy here would naturally surpass that of a mere idol harboring a fragment of divine thought. However, my master, I must report another matter to you. Not long ago, humans have encroached upon this place, seemingly having discerned the secrets of the Ugu mountain range. You must prepare in advance, as those avaricious beings may return at any moment to seize this secret realm from us, Wulong cautioned. Shug nodded, expressing satisfaction with the orc's submission. Yet, he recalled earlier conversations with the orcs, wherein he learned that these beings had a former master. He needed to clarify this matter thoroughly. Otherwise, he could not be certain whether this temporary compliance was merely a ruse for survival. Wulong, who was your previous master? Shug inquired. Ah, my master, that was a black dragon, though I have never acknowledged him as my master in my heart. It was merely the new chieftain of the Ugu clan, Sada Ugu, who stubbornly forced us to submit to him, Wulong replied. Shug thought to himself, does this fool really believe that a dragon lacks intelligence? He has yet to admit that the black dragon is his master? He might as well be groveling at the dragon's feet. Seemingly perceiving Shug's skepticism, Wulong continued to elucidate. My master, perhaps you do not believe my words, but they are indeed true. That black dragon has allied with humans, and we Ugu clan have never wished to yield to them. Thus, although we outwardly obey the black dragon, deep within, I am profoundly resistant to it. Not only I, but many of my kin within the clan harbor a deep-seated disdain for the black dragon. Furthermore, he is cruel and merciless whenever he is in a foul mood. He indiscriminately slaughters orcs to vent his frustrations. He is nothing short of a malevolent beast. From Wulong's eyes, Shug truly perceived a palpable hatred. In truth, these sentiments were of little consequence to Shug. However, having infiltrated the ranks of the Black Dragon's influence, he felt compelled to gather intelligence regarding this Black Dragon. One thing was certain. This Black Dragon was certainly not Kasavaya, for over the years, in preparation for future contingencies, Shug had dispatched the green-skinned goblin, Mike, to thoroughly investigate Kasavia's domain. The lethargic Black Dragon matriarch would never extend her claws into these territories. What, then, is the strength of this Black Dragon? Shug asked. My master, he is an elder Black Dragon, and his power should be approximately on par with yours, Wulong replied, casting a wary glance at Shug, pausing thoughtfully before speaking insincerely. How could Suger be unaware that this individual was duplicitous, a venerable Black Dragon? Although its physique was somewhat diminished compared to a mature dragon, possessed magical prowess that far surpassed that of a young dragon. In terms of overall strength, it certainly eclipsed that of an adult dragon, a notion Suger had no qualms about accepting. He pondered over his audacious act of usurping a venerable dragon's subordinate, a decision that seemed perilously reckless, akin to inviting disaster upon himself. Suger contemplated whether to abandon his long-coveted Beastman mountain range and whether he should eliminate these orcs, silencing them to exit discreetly, while fabricating misleading clues to shift the blame onto other lords or humans, thus redirecting the dragon's wrath. After all, this was not the first time he had engaged in such subterfuge. Suger had become an expert in deflection. His experiences over the years, coupled with those from his past life, had liberated him from the impulsiveness characteristic of fledgling dragons. He had learned to weigh the pros and cons, to choose the path of benefit, a rationality not commonly found among dragons. The sanctity of life was paramount. As Suger delved deeper into his thoughts on how to extricate himself from this predicament, the orc Wulong interjected, "However, my master, there is no need for concern. The black dragon Caesar visited a few weeks ago, leaving his bloodline with the female black dragon named Cassavia in the Green Forest, and has since departed for the Abyssal Mouth battlefield to combat the demons emerging from the depths alongside human warriors. Whether he returns alive is uncertain, and even if he does, it may take quite some time." Chapter 8. Soul Extraction for Suger. This was fortuitous news. At least he need not worry about a swift reprisal from Black Dragon Caesar. Thus, he could proceed with abandon, digging to the very depths of the corner. However, what piqued Suger's curiosity was the Wuguan mountain range adjacent to the Tagong Basin. Given its ability to attract magical beasts, it would undoubtedly draw the attention of other life forms, particularly humans, who would surely be aware of the mountain's anomalies. It was inconceivable that the divine tomb could remain undiscovered for such an extended period. Even a fool would understand its significance. The potential for uncovering advanced artifacts akin to wands was secondary. One might even gain extraordinary fortunes or inherit the legacy of a fallen god, which would be an unparalleled blessing. Even as a pseudo-deity, possessing a grasp of certain arcane principles, acquiring such a legacy would alleviate countless years of struggle for humanity. Yet, Suger's ambitions diverged from those of ordinary individuals. With the gluttonous system at his disposal, consumption was paramount. The last time he devoured a mere statue of a god, he reaped substantial rewards, obtaining a 15-fold acceleration of time. If he could locate the entrance to the divine tomb this time and consume the divine vessel left behind by the fallen Ogrim, absorbing the residual divine power, that would be the true path to greatness. As for why humanity had not previously discovered this astonishing treasure, Wulong provided the answer. Indeed, if it were not for the waning power of the seal in the Wugashan Mountains, which has allowed divine energy to leak and attracted a multitude of magical beasts, we would have never discovered that the body of our ancestor, or Grim, lies here. Strictly speaking, we only noticed the anomaly in recent months. Otherwise, we would have continued our journey southward in search of the ancestral divine tomb. Sug regarded the orc, Wulong, with a satisfied nod, recognizing his honesty. It is unlikely that an orc, with limited intellect, could weave a lie so seamlessly without any detectable flaws. Moreover, Sug sensed no irregularity in Wulong's demeanor. Through various assessments, it seems Wulong spoke the truth, leading Sug to conclude that the Wugashan Mountains truly are a treasure trove. However, Wulong's assertion that the seal's power is gradually failing and that divine energy is leaking will certainly alert other beings. While it is indeed a treasure, it has also become a perilous place. It is likely that beyond the magical beasts, other highly intelligent life forms have already set their sights upon this location. Sug mused that this place has become a proverbial hot potato. Nevertheless, according to Wulong, the sole key to unlocking the divine tomb is this staff. Even if others are aware of the tomb's existence, they would be powerless to access it. Should legendary figures attempt to forcefully breach the seal and violently open the tomb, they would inevitably destroy its treasures, including the rare divine energy within. Such an endeavor would be utterly foolish. Very well, I shall grant you this staff, but only after we have opened the divine tomb. Sug thought it prudent to withhold the key from Wulong for the time being. He believed it best to keep the staff secure in his own possession. With a swift motion, Sug opened his maw and swallowed the staff whole, sending it into his stomach. The dragon's stomach serves as a natural spatial container, rivaling the spatial belts and rings crafted by human enchanters. As Wulong witnessed the staff being consumed, anxiety gripped him. Would this green dragon digest the staff? Hadn't it promised to give it to him? Clearly, Wulong was unaware that this green dragon could control its digestive abilities and selectively process what it ingested. He only knew that a dragon's stomach is a crucible that reduces all it consumes to refuse. Once the battlefield was cleared, Sug decided to temporarily relocate, including his orc subordinates. If his suspicions were correct, The leaking divine energy from the Wugashan Mountains would soon transform into a contested ground, attracting many powerful beings and potentially igniting conflict. Setting aside whether Sug could immediately locate the entrance to the divine tomb or the proper method to utilize the staff. If the tomb were to be opened now, he could not guarantee that he could safeguard whatever treasures lay within. Since humans had already sent scouts, it was likely that they had placed plans to seize this location into motion. Sug contemplated that it would be far wiser to hold the key, observe the ensuing chaos, and then emerge at the opportune moment to reap the benefits. In any case, you shall not gain access to the divine tomb, for the key rests firmly in my grasp. However, as I lead my kin away from this place, I cannot allow the lifeless bodies strewn upon the ground to go to waste. Through my recent studies of arcane arts and the invaluable knowledge gleaned from tomes acquired from the dog-headed beings, I have devised a method that does not necessitate the consumption of these cadavers. Instead, by absorbing and refining the souls of the departed, I have discovered a means to attain benefits. I realized that the rewards garnered from devouring these semi-human entities were merely augmentations to my mental prowess. By absorbing and refining their souls, I achieved the same effect, enhancements to my mental faculties. Perhaps it could be articulated differently. The source of my previous gains from consuming these semi-human beings was fundamentally their souls, while their physical forms had long since transformed into mere refuse, expelled from my being. I find this method to be exceedingly advantageous. Henceforth, I shall employ the extraction of souls as a means to reap benefits from semi-human and humanoid life forms. As for magical beasts or treasures, they shall still require consumption for profit. This approach not only preserves the morale of my kin, but also alleviates the cumbersome and time-consuming task of clearing the battlefield and incessantly devouring remains. While hundreds of corpses are manageable, envisioning a future where I must contend with tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of lifeless bodies would render the act of consumption a significant drain on my time. With the power of soul extraction at my disposal, I find myself liberated from such burdens. Expanding my mental reach, I unleash a potent dark spell of soul confinement. Centered upon myself, a dark brown barrier materializes within a radius of thousands of meters. Any soul that encounters this barrier emits a hissing sound in response to the backlash. The excruciating pain compels the conscious remnants of the deceased to immediately turn away from this assault. With a slight parting of my dragon jaws, I cast forth another formidable dark spell, soul extraction. Instantly, a powerful suction emanates from my abdomen, radiating outward, ensnaring the souls of the departed from all directions, drawing them into my maw. Of course, my loyal subordinates are oblivious to these souls. It is only I, versed in necromantic arts, who can perceive them through the eye of necromantic insight. This bears resemblance to the capabilities of traditional necromancers, however, endowed with the unparalleled intellect of a dragon. My mastery of these spells has approached perfection. In the realm of soul extraction, only a handful of human necromancers possess such skill. The majority merely grasp the art of soul confinement, summoning spirits to fight on their behalf or utilizing souls to forge undead warriors, thereby creating an army imbued with the essence of the departed. This represents the pinnacle of their craft. Yet, in my view, necromantic magic extends far beyond these limitations. Humanity has merely skimmed the surface of its profound depths. Chapter 9. Return to the nest. A continuous stream of souls was being absorbed into Sug's body. Although the peculiar actions of Sug, the Green Dragon Lord, appeared somewhat bizarre, his subordinates remained unaware of his true intentions and dared not inquire. Despite Sug's position as their master fostering a closer relationship, he had cultivated an image of stern authority that transcended mere seriousness. To offend him, even inadvertently, could jeopardize their very existence. Thus far, Sug had not exhibited the kind of violent behavior typical of other dragons, who might vent their frustrations by tormenting their followers. Nonetheless, the imposing aura Sug radiated discouraged any thought of challenging his boundaries. Consequently, Sug's subordinates stood in silence, awaiting his command. They neither dared to depart nor to disturb him. They observed his strange conduct, feeling the air around them grow distinctly cold, yet remained oblivious to what their master was truly orchestrating. Sug, unfazed by their ignorance, understood that even if they were aware of his soul-draining activities, it would matter little. The souls of the deceased would soon dissipate, their remaining consciousness fading into oblivion, leaving behind only decaying bodies to return to nature and become one with it. Sug's act of siphoning souls was merely a means to maximize their essence before their inevitable dissolution. In a brief span of 10 minutes, Sug had absorbed and refined all the souls of the fallen on the battlefield, transforming them into valuable gains. This feast of souls granted him a total of 525 points in mental strength. Feeling his intellect swell, Sug joyfully expanded his mental reach. Once he sensed the absence of any lingering spirits in the vicinity, he elegantly waved his dragon claw, dispelling the soul-binding magic that confined the space. He then lifted the enchantment on soul absorption. Instantly, Sug's followers felt a release in their bodies, the oppressive chill in the atmosphere evaporating at once. Observing the relief among his subordinates, Sug reflected on the significant impact of dark magic. This particular spell was not only effective against the deceased, but also possessed a certain aggressiveness towards the living. Given Sug's current prowess, even a mere first or second-tier life form could fall victim to his soul-draining magic, rendering them soulless husks, akin to mindless puppets. Such a fate would render them nearly as dull-witted as the simple-minded. As for third and fourth-tier beings, while they might withstand the terrifying assault of soul absorption, their spirits would still suffer erosion, leading to agitation and instability, severely diminishing their combat abilities. Fifth and sixth-tier life forms, though better equipped to resist, would similarly be disturbed by the dreadful magic, leaving them in a state of unease, as if plunged into an icy abyss, albeit with slightly less impact on their overall strength. Certainly, this attack was selective. Suge did not employ the soul-draining magic on his living minions nearby. They merely experienced a slight erosion of their souls beyond the magic itself. Otherwise, these minions would not have felt merely a chill. After thoroughly cleansing the battlefield, Suge issued a command for retreat to his minions. With a sudden sweep of his wings, a dense aura of magical power enveloped Suge's enormous wings, enabling him to effortlessly soar into the heavens and return to the dragon's lair to continue his next phase of planning. The dragon's siblings vigorously flapped their wings in an attempt to keep pace with Suge, yet they soon realized that no matter how hard they tried, their altitude barely reached a fraction of Suge's, and their speed paled in comparison to that of the gluttonous dragon. Watching Suge's figure swiftly recede into the horizon, heading towards the dragon's lair, the two dragons felt a tumult of emotions. Why? Born of the same mother and from the same clutch. With merely a day's difference in birth, was he so remarkably exceptional? They pondered how the gluttonous, seemingly inferior dragon they once scorned had surpassed them by such a margin, leaving them to question the fairness of fate. As the three green dragons disappeared from view, the minions below in the forest, upon a call from Sanfenru, began to disperse towards their respective dwellings. Only Sanfenru remained, leading the orcs to a new settlement, located in a small, low-lying basin at the foothills of the wild boar tribe. With the assistance of the goblins, within a week, they gathered materials locally and constructed over 100 rudimentary buildings from the trees of the jungle. Under the leadership of Wulong, the orcs settled here. This battle had inflicted severe losses on the orcs, leaving them with only about 1/10 of their fighting force. However, they had long grown accustomed to the brutality of this world. Although they harbored resentment towards the cyclopes, werewolves, wild boars, and ferocious wolves that had attacked them, they all became subjects of the green dragon. Despite their audacity, the orcs dared not instigate trouble beneath Suge's watchful gaze, nor engage in foolish acts of revenge that could spark internal conflict. They had no doubt that should they act thus, the green dragon would not treat them kindly. At the very least, they would pay with their lives as punishment for inciting discord. Having witnessed the power of their new master, the green dragon Suge, the orcs understood that their combat prowess was insignificant in his presence. To slay them would be akin to child's play. Upon returning to the dragon's lair, Suge unabashedly stretched, relaxing his body as he reclined within the nest. His gray-green eyelids gently lowered over his pale yellow slit pupils, ushering him into a brief slumber. Within less than 3 minutes of closing his dragon eyes, the cavern echoed with thunderous snores, causing even the dust on the surrounding walls to tremble rhythmically, occasionally cascading to the floor. Despite the seemingly deep slumber of Suger, one should not be deceived. Within the vicinity of the dragon's nest, centered around him, he possesses the remarkable ability to sense any disturbance within the realm of his mental awareness. Through the innate perception and judgment of the dragon, any threat to his very existence would elicit an immediate reflex, awakening him from his dreams. This extraordinary sensitivity remains unwavering, even in the depths of a profound sleep. In his dreams, Suger experienced an extensive reverie, transporting him back 2 years in time, to moments spent with the dragon mother and his own fledgling self. Freshly emerged from the dragon egg, alongside his occasionally troublesome dragon siblings. In their youthful innocence, they were undeniably adorable. Although the world of hatchlings was rife with scheming and rivalry, engaging with his diminutive siblings, whose size and intellect were overshadowed by his own, provided an endless source of amusement. In one vivid dream, Suger envisioned the dragon mother nonchalantly discarding a hydra into the nest. She then, with the poise of an executive, cast a cool glance at the 3 hatchlings before gracefully launching herself into the air, leaving the nest behind. The mere thought of such a sumptuous feast sent Suger into a frenzy of anticipation. The hydra, being a creature of the sacred realm, promised an abundance of rewards upon consumption. At this juncture in the dream, green liquid began to seep from the corners of Suger's mouth, oozing forth with his rhythmic snores, forming a puddle beneath his jaw. Chapter 10. Abandoned by us within the confines of his dream, Suger beheld his naive siblings, their heavy little heads bobbing as they prepared to dash forth and seize the food. Yet, it was Suger, the swiftest among them, who reached the prey first. Raising his tail, which trailed along the ground, ready to unleash his signature move, the reverse dragon breath. Observing his siblings' pitiful retreat, Suger's mouth, still dripping with drool in the waking world, betrayed a subtle, dragon-like smile. Soon, the dreamscape enveloped him in the sheer pleasure of indulging in a solitary feast of the hydra. He would occasionally glance back, wary of his siblings, but they, having been deeply scarred by the memory of his reverse dragon breath, dared not approach. Instead, they sat at a distance, legs crossed, pitifully drooling as they watched him eat. Such a life as a dragon was undeniably beautiful. There was no need for personal effort, for upon awakening, sustenance awaited, and he could relish in the occasional torment of his siblings. An exquisite existence indeed. The duration of this dream was uncertain, but Suger awoke, blissfully unaware that it was but a figment of his imagination. Outside the cave, his 2-year-old siblings stood at the entrance, gazing at him with forlorn expressions. Observing them, Suger felt a mix of exasperation and pity. These 2 had grown accustomed to relying on him over the past 2 years, leaving their independence woefully lacking. As an elder brother, Suger felt it was time to make a judicious choice between indulging his younger siblings and sternly teaching them the virtues of independence. With a gentle flap of his wings, a formidable magic surged forth, propelled by a fierce gale, and assailed the 2 hatchling dragons crouched at the cave's entrance. Bang! The powerful wind magic conjured a colossal whirlwind that instantly sent the dragon brother and sister flying. The unfortunate duo had not anticipated that their gluttonous brother could be so ruthless, capable of wielding such dark tactics. Caught off guard, the hatchlings had no time to spread their wings and were forcefully hurled against a tree trunk several meters away, scattering leaves all around them. From this moment forth, you are barred from entering this dragon's lair. It is no longer your home. Seek out a place of your own to build a nest. Suger growled with a commanding intent. Humph, as if we would starve. The illustrious descendants of the great green dragon cannot perish so easily. Corona retorted with an indignant lilt, her voice brimming with contempt and resentment towards Suger. One day, I, the magnificent green dragon heir Terenzo, shall make you aware of my prowess. Just you wait. The 2 hatchlings, spouting threats, limped away into the depths of the forest. Suger shook his head in exasperation, feeling a mix of amusement and irritation, and thought to himself, I have merely expelled you from the nest, not from the territory itself. There is no need for such fury. Observing the retreating figures of the 2 dragons, Suger closed his eyes once more to resume his slumber. He firmly believed that his actions were justified. It was high time for these 2 slothful dragons, who could barely muster the discipline to learn magic, to attempt independence and survival. Suger could not remain by their side for eternity, nor could he continue to care for them indefinitely. After all, he had his own dragon life to lead and would inevitably venture beyond this place. He refused to languish like those 2, idling away his days. Though lacking a formidable magical lineage, the knowledge gained through diligent study and exploration is far more rewarding, is it not? Moreover, Suger was convinced that from birth until now, it had been proven that with sufficient effort and a willingness to learn, one could surpass peers of the same dragon lineage. In his previous life, Suger had found the monotony of a 9-to-5 existence utterly tedious, devoid of any excitement, and had long grown weary of it. Now, reborn as a dragon, he felt his new life was infused with vibrant colors, filling him with aspirations and dreams for this world. Suger mused that once he grew stronger, he would venture out of the green forest to embrace the world and face the promising future that awaited his dragon life. Humph, that despicable, gluttonous dragon has abandoned us. How infuriating. Corona dragged her tail, her claws clenched tightly, growing increasingly agitated and filled with hatred towards Suger. Corona, truth be told, I have long desired to break free from that gluttonous dragon and to embark on an independent venture of great significance. However, lacking the assistance of a dragon, my solitary efforts seem rather feeble. Now that we have both been driven out, why not unite and establish a new dominion, where we can truly make our mark? I, Terenshuo, the illustrious descendant of the green dragons, shall not survive by bowing to the whims of others. Slightly taller than Corona, Terenshuo stood proudly, his head held high as he spoke passionately. Corona cast a disdainful glance at her self-important, yet profoundly foolish brother, Terenshuo, her eyes brimming with contempt. I might believe such words from another dragon, but coming from you, they hardly align with your capabilities. I do not mean to scold you, but during our recent battle with the orcs, had it not been for that cunning gluttonous dragon's adept leadership, your reckless nature would likely have failed even against those orcs. In response, Terenshuo retorted, that is merely because I, the magnificent descendant of the green dragons, have yet to reach my full potential. Do not forget, I am still but a hatchling. Given a few more years to mature, I shall compel those orcs to kneel before me in supplication. Humph, your stubbornness is blinding. By your logic, Sug is also merely a hatchling. Yet he effortlessly defeated the orcs and brought them under his command. Corona continued, her disdain for Terenshuo unwavering. Deep down, she had to acknowledge that her dim-witted brother's survival thus far was largely due to the support of that shameless, gluttonous dragon, his elder brother. Although these two dragons had moved beyond Sug's line of sight, they remained within the reach of his mental awareness, and every word of their exchange was captured by his keen ears. Sug chuckled helplessly. Their bickering still bore the innocent charm of childhood. Despite possessing the legacy of dragonkind's memory, true maturity comes only through personal experience and growth. Sug had thought that, given the dragon's inherent emotional detachment, he would no longer dwell on thoughts of his dragon mother. Yet, the dream he experienced today brought her vividly to mind. Dreams arise from the heart, and Sug could not deny that the remnants of his humanity buried deep within his soul had begun to stir again, reminding him of the nurturing kindness his mother had shown during his early days. Chapter 11. To not engage in revolution is to squander talent. Perhaps the long-lost dragon mother had entirely forgotten her 3 offspring abandoned during her flight for survival. Nevertheless, Sug retained a wealth of gratitude towards her in his heart. Though she had been exceedingly indifferent to him, their interactions felt like walking on thin ice, fraught with anxiety. He bore no resentment. After all, the legacy of dragonkind's memory dictates a cold and detached demeanor, one that is selfish and lacks understanding of unity. Encounters among kin often devolve into fierce conflict. Such ingrained habits of thought run deep and remain unaltered, with no dragon attempting to challenge these established norms of interaction. Among kin, such behavior prevails. Siblings are no exception, and the same applies to the mother-child relationship. Upon reaching the age of maturity, when the offspring are capable of leaving the nest and surviving independently, they are ruthlessly expelled by the dragon mother, resulting in a complete severance of ties until death. Should the offspring attempt to return to the dragon's lair, a fierce confrontation between mother and child is inevitable, for in this world, strength reigns supreme. The offspring may choose to drive out the dragon mother, or even slay her to claim dominion, while the dragon mother might retaliate by expelling the offspring once more or directly eliminating them to preserve her sovereignty. Suger pondered that if his soul were devoid of even a trace of humanity, he might very well behave in a similar manner. In truth, the gluttonous dragon was not entirely unreasonable. He merely sought to expel them from his lair, not from the territory itself. Terenshuo suggested that it would be wiser not to leave in anger, but to seek a suitable location nearby to establish a new lair. Corona felt her resentment dissipate somewhat, and her contemplative mind regained its composure. She blinked her dragon eyes and addressed Terenshuo. In the end, you are nothing but a sycophant. Regardless of how Suger treats you, you remain submissive to him, Terenshuo remarked disdainfully, resembling a crooked-mouthed dragon. Repeat that, Corona retorted, her irritation flaring at being called a sycophant. You are indeed a sycophant, Terenshuo continued to deride. You are a mindless brute, a foolish dragon. The two dragons then engaged in a quarrel, escalating into a scuffle amidst the jungle. Why on earth are they fighting? Suger sighed, shaking his head in exasperation. The disunity inherent in dragonkind was already manifesting in these two fledgling dragons. If the dragon clan could unite, they would not find themselves in such dire straits. Once a dominant life form, dragons now face challenges from humans and other beings, often falling prey to their hunts or captures. The root of this predicament lay in the dragon's own self-inflicted misfortunes. Suger chose to disregard the squabbling fledglings, allowing them to duel amidst the foliage, creating a considerable uproar in their territory. As evening approached, the goblin Mike arrived at Suger's lair. Master, I have followed your instructions and dispatched several goblin scouts to the Wugo Mountains to keep watch. In recent days, we have indeed spotted humans, who are evidently searching for the secrets of the divine tomb. These humans are formidable, having slain 5 magical beasts of level 4 or 5, the green-skinned goblin expressed animatedly, gesticulating as he recounted his findings beneath Suger's watchful gaze. Very well, return and continue your surveillance. Do not slacken your efforts. Inform me immediately of any developments, and summon the orc shaman to meet me. Upon hearing Suger's command, Goblin Mike dove underground, but was swiftly retrieved by Suger's claw, bringing the goblin close. Suger growled menacingly. Mike, remember this. Within my lair, the use of earth-shifting magic is strictly forbidden, as it can easily compromise the integrity of my dwelling. Should you attempt this again, I shall not hesitate to consume you whole. The goblin, Mike, warily raised his head and lifted his hands, struggling to speak. Master. Mike acknowledges his mistake. From now on, within the dragon's lair, I shall refrain from recklessly using magic. Please, set me down, or I shall be choked to death, and you will lose a loyal servant. Sug spat a puff of chlorine gas at Mike before releasing him. Gasping from the pungent fumes, Mike stumbled out of the cave, heading towards the newly established orc tribe. Meanwhile, Sug remained reclined in the dragon's lair, closing his dragon eyes for a brief respite, awaiting the arrival of the orc Wulong. 2 hours later, the robust Wulong entered Sug's lair alone. In the prime of his life, Wulong, though not as adept in magic as some elder orcs, possessed a strong physique, complemented by the awakening of dual orc bloodlines within him, qualifying him as a formidable 5th-level warrior. Thus, he was an orc capable of both wielding magic and engaging in combat with sheer brute strength. Following the demise of the previous chieftain and high priest, the orcs, intimidated by Wulong's might, chose to submit to him. After vanquishing 2 challengers, Wulong successfully claimed the position of chieftain, while the last surviving elder proficient in magic became the best candidate for the role of high priest. After a fortnight of adaptation, the orc tribe was now on the right path. Upon seeing Sug, Wulong respectfully bowed and inquired, Esteemed master, how may I serve you today? As he spoke, Wulong discreetly glanced at Sug. From the subtle changes in the orc's expression, Sug discerned his underlying thoughts, which hinted at a glimmer of hope. He evidently anticipated the return of his staff. Regarding the staff, I have mentioned that it would be returned upon the opening of the divine tomb. However, as a fair green dragon, I summoned you today to bestow upon you the bloodline of the dragon, making you my blood-bound servant. This grand gift should hold value equal to that of the staff. By receiving my dragon blood, not only will your innate abilities see substantial enhancement, but your combat prowess will also swiftly ascend, propelling you to new heights. Indeed, this is far more advantageous than merely obtaining that staff. Sug gazed down at the orc Wulong. Now, Sug's length had exceeded 9 meters, with a shoulder height surpassing 5 meters and a wingspan extending over 13 meters. The 2.5-meter-tall Wulong appeared diminutive in comparison. Upon hearing Sug's words, Wulong promptly knelt, expressing his gratitude repeatedly. The transformation through dragon blood was a dream many orcs would scarcely dare to entertain. Indeed, obtaining the dragon's essence promised far greater benefits than acquiring that staff. Originally, the orc Wulong harbored a sense of wariness towards Suger, not genuinely desiring to pledge his allegiance. He had merely succumbed under Suger's overwhelming might. However, he now found himself sincerely grateful to Suger. Should he obtain the blood of the dragon, he would effortlessly shatter many of the barriers that had previously hindered his progress, transforming his orcish existence entirely. Thank you for your gracious gift, my lord. I, Wulong, shall devote my life to serving you, repaying your kindness with my blood and expressing my loyalty with my very existence. From this point forth, at your command, I shall lead my fellow orcs into battle, unflinchingly charging forth, regardless of the peril. Very well, Wulong. I sense your sincerity. There is no need for grandiloquent declarations. As long as you serve me diligently, the rewards you receive shall extend far beyond these. I shall guide you in elevating the orc tribe, enabling you to become the greatest chieftain, even assisting you in the establishment of an orcish kingdom. Suger suddenly realized that he possessed a certain skill in rallying his followers. To refrain from revolution would be a waste of talent. Regardless of whether he could fulfill his promises, painting a grand vision in their minds would instill hope and motivation, ensuring their unwavering loyalty and fervor. Chapter 12. Rebirth. Wulong was overwhelmed with excitement. It was a rarity for a dragon to cast aside its lofty pride and bestow its blood upon other beings. To be a mere subordinate of the dragon race, receiving protection and a meager blessing, was already an extraordinary fortune. The prospect of receiving dragon blood was an extravagant dream. Yet today, that dream had transformed into reality for Wulong, and how could he not be elated? As he felt the potent energy of the green dragon's blood merging with his own, coursing through his limbs and body, Weakling experienced an instantaneous surge of strength. Moreover, as the dragon's essence intertwined with his blood, he discovered that every sinew and muscle within him felt as if it were electrified. This sensation was exceedingly disconcerting, causing a flicker of pain to cross his face. It was not until several minutes had passed that he began to acclimate to the violent transformation brought about by the dragon's blood, and his expression became somewhat more composed. Suger understood that the initial tumultuous phase of the blood transformation had subsided. Weakling had survived and exhibited no abnormalities, thus confirming the success of Suger's blood transformation. The subsequent changes would be gentle and comfortable, devoid of any discomfort or danger. And Suger had successfully gained another bloodbound subordinate. The success rate of blood transformation was not absolute. Previously, Suger had attempted to transform ordinary subordinates, such as werewolves and dire wolves, but many had perished in agonizing struggles mere moments after the dragon's blood entered their bodies, unable to withstand the brutal transformation. Thus, Suger sometimes does not wish to refrain from cultivating more blood relatives to enhance the overall combat prowess of his kin and forge a truly personal bloodline. Rather, many of his kin simply cannot endure the transformation brought by his blood. Particularly, Suger has observed that as his power amplifies, the ferocity of his dragon blood intensifies. When it surges into a living being, it feels like scalding water, with the scorching temperature of the dragon blood soaring to over 100 degrees Celsius. With precise data indicating 102, most ordinary beings cannot withstand such heat. Suger deduces that this increased intensity of his dragon blood is directly correlated with his growing strength. However, this also heralds good news. It signifies that those who can endure the transformation will benefit from a superior enhancement. Consequently, Suger must once again refine his earlier blood relatives. Given that the initial transformation was successful, all of his blood kin experienced significantly less discomfort during the second refinement compared to Beastman Weakling. Following this second transformation, Suger discovered that the battle prowess of the three-quarter cooked individual had ascended to level 7, and the defense provided by his dragon scales had become even more formidable. The three-quarter cooked individual excitedly swung his club, exclaiming, "This weapon is not suited for me at all. I require a heftier one. Sirs, I must trouble you to procure one for me. The next time you trade with the Grey Dwarfs, bring me back a weapon. This current one weighs 300 pounds. Let the next be 500. Currently, there are insufficient resources to engage in weapon trading. The jewels bestowed by the master have been entirely spent, and our territory lacks iron or output, leaving our treasury nearly empty." Sirs cast a reluctant glance at the three-quarter cooked individual and replied, "You should go procure it for him. Not only must you secure a weapon for the three-quarter cooked individual, but also tailor weapons for the other kin who require them. As for financial resources, I shall devise a solution." Suger surveyed the numerous blood relatives he had refined, feeling their powers had notably increased. Nearly everyone had elevated by a level, which uplifted his spirits. The path of cultivation is indeed intriguing. Suger does not aspire to be a legendary dragon. He merely hopes to one day establish his own domain, a kingdom belonging to this green dragon, and carve his legend within this world. Chief. Since you are arranging for weapons, I believe it necessary to voice a few requests, the three-quarter cooked individual stated, turning to the dog-headed leader. "Sirs, this time, I do not wish for a club. I desire a heavy hammer, a 500-pound hammer. Do you understand? The handle should ideally not exceed 1 meter. Such a close-range blunt weapon suits me best. Additionally, if possible, some enchantments would make it even more perfect." With the task of custom weaponry entrusted to Sirs, the other blood relatives returned to their respective territories. The sovereign lord is the green dragon, Suger. However, Suger has consistently adopted a hands-off approach to territorial management, appointing subordinate lords. For instance, in the territory governed by the goblins, there is Sirth, a minor lord who oversees all matters independently, unless something critically necessitates consulting Suger. This is similarly true for other tribes. Suger's management strategy is not a mere inclination towards idleness or laziness. Rather, he believes that such a model facilitates the eventual expansion of his domain, allowing for greater power and potentially encompassing a duchy, an empire, a continent, or even extending to a higher realm or multiple realms. This approach establishes an intricately interwoven management network that simplifies oversight and alleviates his burdens. This management philosophy finds its most effective application among humans, whose systems of governance in duchies, empires, and even continental alliances reflect this methodology. In contrast, dragons exhibit a foolish tendency to maintain absolute control, despite possessing a highly advanced intellect. Yet, as their influence grows, they too encounter the difficulties of management, often feeling overwhelmed. The root of this issue lies in their failure to emulate human practices that, while seemingly complex, yield elegant simplifications once effectively implemented. Thus, while numerous formidable beings have emerged among the dragon kin, none have mastered the art of management, contributing to the disarray within dragon society and the disdain it faces from other beings. Despite possessing physical and cognitive attributes rivaling those of abyssal demons and infernal fiends, dragons lack the capability to govern a realm effectively. Suger, having been reborn as a dragon, feels compelled to alleviate the stigma of poor management that has plagued his kin. Of course, while he delegates the tedious aspects of governance, significant financial matters must be personally overseen by Suger, at least for the time being, as wealth signifies both gain and the potential for growth and power. Casting a glance at the hidden chamber he had excavated behind his lair, Suger revealed a sinister dragon smile. He is indeed a dragon with savings. Chapter 13. The metallic dragon cloaked in green scales. Surplus wealth, beyond sustaining the normal operations of his territory, is necessary for rewarding a few of his closest blood relatives. The remainder is consumed by Suger himself, with a small portion set aside as operational reserve, safely stored in his secret treasury. Among his followers, there exists a lingering doubt about whether their master is truly a green dragon, as his dietary preferences seem more akin to those of a metallic dragon. Minerals, gemstones, and gold, items typically deemed unpalatable by green dragons, have become Suger's favored sustenance, surpassing even the allure of magical beasts. In truth, it is merely when confronted with an abundance of food that Suger chooses to devour minerals, gems, and gold first. Under normal circumstances, Suger is indiscriminate, consuming everything in sight, reaping rewards, growing stronger. The primary reason for his preference for these particular sustenances lies in the fact that the benefits derived from consuming them, apart from bestowing rare abilities, allow for the free allocation of enhancement points. This enables Suger to distribute a significant amount of rewards towards the abilities he wishes to elevate swiftly, ensuring that his combat prowess does not resemble a haphazard mix, but rather manifests as formidable and exceptional in certain domains, thereby enhancing his survival efficacy. However, this time, having relinquished all the gold from the treasury to serve for the acquisition of a vast array of weapons, Suger finds his wealth significantly diminished. He now faces an empty coffer and must devise a means to procure further riches. Recently, he has tasked the Goblin Mike with scouting for affluent merchant caravans, contemplating the appropriateness of robbing one or two, a strategy he has employed frequently over the past 2 years, with his most lucrative endeavor being the recent theft of a statue. To this day, he has encountered no repercussions. Unbeknownst to Suger, human nations have recently begun to experience escalating tensions, with several empires embroiled in war, their conflicts intensifying and smoke rising, leaving them little time to manage the minor skirmishes within the Green Forest. Although he has not encountered any particularly prosperous caravans since, those capable of traversing the Green Forest for cross-border trade are unlikely to be meager. Meanwhile, Suger has advised Sirs, the astute kobold sent to procure weapons, to also acquire magical tomes concerning barrier formation. This knowledge will prove beneficial when the tomb within the Wugo Mountains is eventually unlocked. One of Suger's main reasons for delaying the tomb's opening is his lack of understanding regarding barrier techniques. Without such knowledge, he finds himself at a complete loss, even with the staff intended as the key in his possession. This is a rather unfortunate predicament. Once all arrangements were in place, Suger consumed the 2 second-tier magical beasts delivered by the ferocious wolves, and then closed his eyes to sleep. On the following day, as the sun ascended, Suger shook his head, preparing to greet the new day with a cheerful disposition. It had been over half a month since he had last subdued the orcs, and reports from the green-skinned goblins indicated that several groups had ventured into the Wugo Mountains in search of the tomb. Today, Suger resolved to personally investigate. Upon reaching the entrance of the dragon's lair, he unfurled his wings and limbs, indulging in a luxurious stretch before flapping his wings and casting the instant flight spell. Ascending into the skies, Suger's flying abilities have now reached the level of that adolescent green dragon, his mother. In truth, the current Suger, not only in terms of aerial prowess, has matched the legendary mother of dragons, but her mastery of magic now rivals that of Ur, even disregarding her other magical abilities. Suger's most impressive feat, the venomous breath of the green dragon, undeniably places her on par with the mother of dragons. Suger's green dragon venom now boasts an effective range of 30 meters, a distance once only achievable by the mother herself. Though there remains a gap compared to fully matured dragons, considering Suger's age and stature, Her venom is indeed sufficient to earn her the title of dragon. Over the past 2 years, despite the natural acid pools within her territory having run dry, Sug has managed to consume the layers of acid leaves that have accumulated over the years. The entire forest supply of acid leaves could sustain her for several years, albeit of a quality inferior to that of natural acid pools. Nevertheless, with Sug's extraordinary digestive capabilities and the enhancement of time at 15-fold speed, the bounty she has reaped from consuming the acid leaves has accumulated significantly, yielding considerable rewards. Soaring into the sky, Sug first twisted her dragon's head and unleashed a plume of venomous breath, clearing the entrance of her lair of the obstructing tree trunks that had blocked the sunlight. Every few months, Sug must clear the branches that sprout before her dragon nest. These branches, as thick as a human arm, are instantly reduced to green liquid upon contact with Sug's potent venom, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. After several bursts of her green dragon venom, a clearing of over 100 square meters had been cultivated before the entrance of her lair. Satisfied with her handiwork, Sug noted that her dwelling was now decidedly more comfortable before she unfurled her mighty wings and soared forth. Having not surveyed her territory in quite some time, Sug circled above, taking in the sights. She discovered that after her last expulsion, her dragon siblings had begun constructing their own nests in a thicket approximately 7 to 8 kilometers from her lair. The nest of the younger dragon Terensu was built atop a natural ancient tree large enough for a dozen humans to embrace, while Corona's nest was perched on a cliffside ledge, echoing the location of the mother of dragon's own lair. The natural jutting cliffs above provided a shield against the torrential rains above, while below loomed steep cliffs hundreds of meters down. Corona's nest, set upon the cliff ledge, appeared considerably cozier than Terensu's, with the branches used for construction looking more delicate and refined, promising comfort for a resting dragon. Even Sug felt a temptation to recline upon it, yet it was evident that her siblings still harbored resentment. Upon spotting Sug's silhouette spiraling high above, both dragons deliberately lowered their heads, refusing to greet her. A gluttonous dragon, a shameless dragon. They had been driven out, and now she had the audacity to come and mock them. It was merely a dragon's nest. Who couldn't he build one? Observing the two dragons, Shug couldn't he help but chuckle helplessly to himself, realizing their childishness. He felt no inclination to engage with them. Yet, in a fit of pique, he had resolved to depart from his territory, only to find them shamelessly constructing a dragon's nest within it. How thick-skinned could a dragon truly be? In Chapter 14, Firelight Electric Dragon, particularly Terenso, who clamored incessantly for independence to establish his own dominion, now remained shamelessly surviving within the very territory he wished to escape. Shug suddenly perceived that this creature's audacity rivaled even that of a warrior's shield. This obtuse dragon had likely come to a realization, weighing the pros and cons of independence, understanding that cultivating a territory alone would be exceedingly arduous and that his strength was utterly insufficient. Ultimately, he chose to compromise and reside here temporarily. Oh, the responsibility of patrolling the territory will still rest upon the two of you. Do not become complacent. After casting a mocking glance at the two juvenile dragons, Shug emitted a derisive sound and veered off in another direction, leaving his dragon siblings seething below. Having departed from his dragon siblings, Shug proceeded to inspect the various territories of his subjects, employing a fog concealment spell to avoid alarming them. Upon surveying the area, everything appeared normal. The orc residential structures, with the assistance of the dog-headed folk, had been successfully erected. In this low-lying basin, the orc dwellings were scattered harmoniously, beginning to resemble a small village. Meanwhile, the other subjects also led their lives as usual. Sanfenru was guiding fierce wolves deep into the territory's jungles for hunting, having already brought down a dozen ferocious beasts and magical creatures along the way. The idle dog-headed folk, conversely, busied themselves with the self-improvement of their homes. A scene of tranquility enveloped the territory. After completing his observations, Shug soared directly towards the Wugashan mountain range, 100 kilometers away, to commence his primary task for the day. Despite employing the concealment spell, Shug realized that he could not completely suppress his presence. Many aerial creatures, sensing his formidable aura from a distance of 500 or 600 meters, began to alter their flight paths. Sometimes, a powerful presence was not necessarily advantageous, especially when concealment was required, as it could easily attract the attention of formidable beings. It seemed he would need to enhance his ability to mask his aura in the future. Soon, the Wugashan mountain range came into view, appearing from afar like a colossal beast lying within the jungle, exuding an imposing might. From several kilometers away, Shug could hear the sounds of beasts clashing. Evidently, due to the recent leakage of divine power, an increasing number of magical creatures had congregated here. The tomb of the gods lay before him, yet he found himself unable to unlock it. After meticulously surveying the skies, confirming that no formidable life forms posed a threat to his existence and that no humans were present, Suge finally dispelled the misty concealment technique and soared towards the Wugo mountain range, gracefully landing atop the highest peak within the mountains. Perhaps sensing his arrival, numerous powerful avian and terrestrial creatures scattered in a cacophony, even those fierce magical beasts that had previously been embroiled in combat, fell silent. Standing atop the peak, Suge gazed around the oppressive yet alluring landscape, as if his soul were being drawn by the mysterious mountains. The subtle infusion of divine energy emanating from the mountains made him feel that each breath invigorated the blood coursing through his veins. Suge crouched on the summit, indulging in deep breaths for several minutes, only to discover that he was indeed reaping benefits, particularly rare ability allocation rewards. Although the gains from mere minutes were modest, they were nonetheless astonishing. If he were to succumb to slumber on this mountain and awaken thereafter, the rewards from the rare ability enhancement would likely elevate his temporal acceleration ability to new heights. At this moment, Suge comprehended why the magical beasts flocked here. They too must be drawn to the leaking divine energy. What astonished him was the richness of the leaked divine force. One could only imagine the profound concentration within the true divine tomb, which would surely elate the dragon. Contemplating this, everything within the divine tomb stirred a sense of excitement and anticipation within Suge. However, he had to momentarily set aside these dreams. He had not forgotten the purpose of his journey, to investigate and observe the protective barriers surrounding the divine tomb and to seek the entrance to it. This task was of utmost urgency. Now, Suge felt a twinge of concern. Previously, he believed that as long as he possessed the key staff to unlock the divine tomb, he would be safe, and that neither humans nor powerful magical beasts could breach it. However, he had since revised this perspective. The intensifying leaking divine energy indicated that the barrier's sealing power was waning. Should the protective barrier around the divine tomb dissipate entirely, it would allow humans and powerful magical beasts to enter. The automatic failure of the barrier's protective function differed significantly from legendary strong individuals forcibly breaching it. The former would not damage the interior of the divine tomb, while the latter would undoubtedly lead to its destruction. Thus, the astute human warriors would certainly refrain from the latter approach, as those who could not uncover the means to unlock the divine tomb would likely bide their time, awaiting the dissipation of the barrier's power. This was a foreboding sign. Once the barrier's strength waned, strong entities would converge, and Suge feared he might receive no share of the spoils. A comprehensive strategy was imperative. Now, Suge finds himself faced with two choices. Either he must locate the entrance to the divine tomb and utilize his staff to unlock its gate before the power of the barrier completely dissipates, thereby acquiring the treasures within ahead of others, or he must re-establish the barrier to prevent its power from vanishing, thus safeguarding the divine tomb's secrets from human covetousness. Yet, in Suji's eyes, hope appears exceedingly dim. He lacks any understanding of the barrier's intricacies, and despite spending considerable time sensing the area, he has failed to detect its existence. The only sensation he perceives is a formidable repelling force emanating from the mountains beneath him, pushing him away. If he cannot even perceive the barrier, how can he hope to unlock its gate? And reinforcing its power seems utterly absurd, a mere fledgling of the dragon race, unable to grasp even the shadow of the barrier, could hardly be expected to strengthen its efficacy. Ultimately, Suge yearns for SES to return swiftly and deliver the tomes on barrier magic he has procured, enabling him to rapidly master the knowledge required. However, even if he were to learn, a lingering doubt clouds his mind. The barrier capable of sealing divine power and protecting the divine tomb is no ordinary barrier. Even if he acquires the knowledge, whether he can unlock this barrier or reinforce its power remains uncertain. Suddenly, amidst Suji's contemplation, a thunderous roar reverberates from beyond the horizon, accompanied by the heavy thud of a colossal beast plummeting from the sky, shaking the ground and echoing in Suji's ears. A potent aura, so fierce it sends a shiver down his spine, emanates from that direction. He turns to witness flames illuminating the sky, while bolts of lightning streak through the air, dazzling in their brilliance, resembling serpentine electric dragons weaving through the blaze. Chapter 15, Survive. Life is paramount. The ferocity of the lightning rivals that of the tempestuous flashes preceding a torrential downpour. Given the clear weather, Suge realizes that this is no natural phenomenon, but rather the handiwork of a formidable spellcaster. He marvels inwardly at the sheer destructive magic on display, a power he himself cannot conjure. To evade the potential fallout from such a fierce clash, Suger swiftly employs the fog concealment technique, gliding low to the ground, intent on making his escape. In an effort to remain undetected, he strives to suppress his presence, reducing his aura to its faintest semblance. Suger is no fool. Although he has grown sufficiently strong, he is acutely aware that in the face of a spellcaster capable of unleashing such cataclysmic power, he stands no chance. Nevertheless, despite opting for flight, he is reluctant to forego the opportunity to witness this splendid battle. Yet, Suger is wise enough not to jeopardize his safety merely for the sake of spectating. Fleeing to a considerable distance, Suger concealed himself behind the ridge, beginning to envision a model of a magical rune in his mind. With a gentle flick of his dragon claw, 3 engraved runes swiftly ascended into the sky. Once the runes reached their designated positions, Suger softly uttered a command, causing the 3 runes to hover at the height he required. Approximately 7,000 to 8,000 meters from the mountain's summit, Suger employed a mist spell to completely obscure the runes from prying eyes. The concealed runes, Suger mused, bore a striking resemblance to the miniature hidden cameras often condemned in hotel news reports from his previous life. A chill ran down his spine at the thought. He would have to be cautious about certain private aspects of his life as a dragon, for there were undoubtedly many mages in this world capable of employing such engraving magic. Was this the era of magical industry? How terrifying. Fortunately, he was merely using it to spy on others' battles, which could be considered a noble endeavor. He shamelessly bestowed upon himself a label of a virtuous gentleman before turning and flapping his dragon wings, optimizing his flight magic for a swift escape towards his territory. Located 100 kilometers southeast, during his flight, Suger could still perceive, on the horizon behind him, the fiery onslaught of the electric dragon's attacks. He could easily imagine the devastated area, transformed into a hellscape, where all living beings would be reduced to charred remains. Even formidable beasts of level 7 or 8 would meet their demise in such an onslaught. More accurately, any life beneath the sacred domain would likely perish within 3 seconds in that environment. After the electric dragon's devastation, nothing would remain alive. Suger could even hear the anguished cries of powerful beasts in the jungles along the horizon, all manner of creatures fleeing in terror. With his current strength, he exerted every ounce of effort to maximize his flight capabilities, managing to reach his territory in just about 10 minutes. Upon rapidly flapping his wings and entering his domain, Suger immediately expanded his consciousness, urging his dragon kin and other dependents to take refuge. He then dove into his dragon lair and, turning around, unleashed a powerful wind blast. With a resounding rumble, the sound of collapsing rocks echoed as Suger's formidable wind blast struck, causing the stones above the lair's entrance to tumble down and bury the opening. Surely, this would ensure his safety. He had to remain hidden, lest those formidable beings discover him and capture him as a mere pet. Huddled in the pitch-black confines of the lair, Suger still felt tremors of fear. Had he been caught in the onslaught, his very life would have been in jeopardy. After this harrowing experience, Suger finally grasped the truth. There are mountains beyond mountains, and people beyond people. One peak surpasses another. Moving forward, it would be wise to act with humility, for although he could now easily overpower most beings, he was still merely a player in a vast game. Yet, in the presence of true power, one remains but a mere speck. Should one encounter such a formidable being, the mere flick of a skill could render them prostrate upon the ground, unable to rise. Without a doubt, Suger understood that the adversaries he had faced previously, be they human, dragon, or other creatures, possessed legendary might, perhaps even nearing the pinnacle of legend. Such beings are exceedingly rare across the vast expanse of the Carnazina continent. Suger pondered his own misfortune, finding himself in the unremarkable green forest, where he had inadvertently crossed paths with one of these titans. He surmised that it must be the allure of the divine tomb that had drawn such attention, for the remnants of divine corpses, treasures, and lingering divine power within it held an irresistible charm for legendary beings. Some who had lingered at the pinnacle of legend for centuries, inspired by a mere whisper of divine thought, had transcended to godhood, ascending to become the deities revered by ordinary beings of the material plane. Thankful to have maintained his composure, Suger recognized that had he succumbed to greed and hastened to unseal the divine tomb, he would have been ensnared by these legendary beings, risking not only the sanctity of the tomb, but also his very life. There was no point in dwelling on such thoughts. A peaceful slumber would suffice. Thus, Suger concealed his aura, coiling his dragon form into a bow. Preparing for a brief repose, he reasoned that by hiding within the cave, the entrance of which he had collapsed, even the faintest trace of his presence would remain undetected outside. He believed himself to be sufficiently safe. Meanwhile, Corona and Terenzo observed their gluttonous elder brother in an unprecedented state of panic, realizing the gravity of the situation. In the past, it was he who had bullied other creatures. They had never witnessed him scuttling away with his tail tucked. The two dragons dared not remain in their lair. Vigorously flapping their wings and diving into the Budala River, which spanned the green forest. The river's depths, reaching several dozen meters, would sufficiently dilute the weak auras of the fledgling dragons. Within their territory, the bloodbound kin, upon receiving their master's command to evade disaster, promptly sought refuge in caves. Silence enveloped Suger's entire domain. Uncertain of how long he had slumbered, even with his digestive abilities minimized, Suger felt the emptiness in his belly. He knew that several months had surely passed, for with his current control over digestion, a single hearty meal would sustain him for 3 months, provided he only expended energy for basic bodily functions. He recalled that his dragon mother had been capable of similar endurance, managing to nurture 3 offspring through the food-scarce winters without sustenance for months. Though the toll of energy depletion left her feeling as if her skin was but draped over bone. Thus, Suger reached a conclusion. His current resilience against hunger should surpass even that of Daenerys, for after several months, he had not withered into a mere shadow of himself. Despite the cave's collapse and the enveloping darkness devoid of any light source, Suger's extraordinary visual acuity and night vision rivaling that of daylight allowed him to turn his neck and behold his robust physique and smooth, dark green scales. Indeed, he exhibited no signs of emaciation. He was still a muscular dragon capable of enchanting countless dragon maidens. Could this imply that he was now mightier than Daenerys of yore? As Suger contemplated his form, he mused inwardly. His memories hinted that the more powerful a dragon, the greater their endurance against hunger. Chapter 16. Emergence. For instance, those formidable ancient dragons could go decades without sustenance, their bodily functions remaining unaffected. The elder dragons, though not able to forego food for as long as their ancient counterparts, could easily manage 7 or 8 years without nourishment. Among the adult dragons, the elite could survive for 4 to 5 years without feeding, while some of the more robust mature dragons could endure 2 to 3 years without sustenance. Even an ordinary adult dragon, like the black dragon Cassavia next door, could last 8 to 9 months without succumbing to starvation. Suger surveyed his powerful body with satisfaction. He blinked, shook off the dust from his wings, and, dragging his long tail, approached the cave's entrance. The entrance had already been sealed by Suger himself. Yet creating an exit to the outside world was a trivial task for him now. He opened his mouth wide and unleashed a sudden burst of wind magic. With a resounding explosion, debris flew, and the powerful energy of the wind blast instantly carved a gaping maw in the cave's entrance, leaving a deep scar in the earth outside, toppling trees and thorns along its path. Suger shook his head in resignation. It seemed his control over the potency of his magic still needed refinement. He once more shook his body to dislodge the remnants of debris from the explosion before stepping outside and inhaling the long-awaited oxygen-rich air. Surely, the cataclysmic battles of formidable warriors could not have persisted for months. They must have long since passed. Suger pondered, then took to the skies, soaring high above his territory to survey the area. To his relief, the tall, dense foliage within his domain bore no signs of having been attacked, indicating that the previous terrifying battle had not encroached upon his lands. At that moment, Corona was diligently transporting fine branches to fortify her nest, crafting a more inviting abode. Meanwhile, Terenzo, amidst the thicket, let out a triumphant growl, his powerful limbs playfully taunting a ferocious tiger. "Come on, come at me. Witness the might of your formidable green dragon descendant." Once a ferocious beast, the savage tiger now lay trembling on the ground. Suger swallowed hard and lunged towards Terenzo and the savage tiger. Sensing the overwhelming power approaching, Terenzo turned to see his gluttonous dragon brother, whose massive body was descending from the skies, 3 times larger than his own. Instinctively, Terenzo emitted a low growl to protect his meal. However, Suger landed beside him with a powerful flap of his wings, sending Terenzo crashing against a nearby tree. 3 months without a fight, and you've grown bold enough to resist? Suger glared sternly at Terenzo before gently extending his claw to grasp the savage tiger's neck. Feeling Suger's formidable presence, the savage tiger dared not move, resembling a newly hatched chick, pitifully at Suger's mercy. With a twist of his forelimb, Suger effortlessly snapped the neck of the tiger, which was over 3 meters long, causing it to whimper twice before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Ignoring the fury in Terenzo's eyes, Suger turned his back and began to feast on the tiger's carcass. If this brainless younger brother dared to challenge his authority again with a sneak attack, he would not hesitate to teach him a lesson. "Return my prey, you shameless dragon. You despicable creature." Terenso roared, his voice lacking conviction, yet he did not dare to approach. Not only was there an insurmountable gap in magical abilities between him and Suge, but in terms of pure physical confrontation, it would also be a one-sided affair, and he knew he would hardly have the strength to retaliate. Nevertheless, for Terenso, remaining silent would mark him as a coward. He needed to reclaim some semblance of presence through words, showing the surrounding creatures that he was not intimidated by power. Corona, having finished her work of lining the dragon's nest with branches, turned her head and, with her characteristic little dragon voice, mocked Terenso. "Ha! Did you think Suge was like me? Someone you could provoke at will? You've utterly embarrassed yourself this time, foolish dragon." Had it been Corona in Suge's place, she would have willingly offered the savage tiger to him, flattering him with sweet words to win his favor. This would have been the wisest course of action. Upon realizing Corona was also mocking him, Terenso gritted his teeth. Already irked by Suge, he had nowhere to vent his frustration. And now his dragon sister Corona was openly ridiculing him. He resolved that once this robust, gluttonous dragon departed, he would seek out Corona to reclaim his dignity. Having finished his meal, Suge lacked the patience to witness the impending clash between the two lesser dragons. Given their current strengths, a confrontation would likely be evenly matched. Although Corona was slightly smaller, Terenso was significantly larger and stronger in terms of power and defense. Yet, in matters of dueling, victory was not solely dependent on brute strength. Intellect also played a substantial role. Though Corona may lack the brute strength of Terenso, this astute little dragon is far too clever to engage him in a direct confrontation. She skillfully lures Terenso into arenas that favor her, such as dense jungles or steep stone forests. With her nimble and compact physique, she dances through the thick foliage and rugged terrain, conducting guerrilla warfare against Terenso, occasionally flanking him for surprise attacks, particularly targeting his vulnerable underbelly, which suffers the brunt of her onslaughts. Every weapon at her disposal, stones, branches, and claws, has left indelible marks on Terenso's sides. Even Suge, observing Corona's cunning tactics, finds himself breaking into a cold sweat, questioning whether this dim-witted dragon will ever possess the capability for reproduction. Each time he witnesses Terenso, caught off guard by Corona's ambush, let out a pained roar, clutching his legs and trembling on the ground, Suge feels a twinge of sympathy for the foolish creature. Nevertheless, he cannot help but admire Terenso, the seemingly brainless dragon who clings to the pride of the green dragon, displaying an indomitable spirit. Despite suffering catastrophic defeats in 70% of his encounters with Corona, his relentless determination is indeed commendable. Moreover, Suge inadvertently discovers that, through countless trials and tribulations, Terenso's reproductive scales, once thin, have thickened considerably, rendering him less susceptible to Corona's assaults. Cunning Corona has gradually ceased to provoke Terenso directly, for once that brainless dragon, stronger than her, upgrades his defenses. Her victories will become increasingly elusive. Yet, Corona invariably finds a way to teach Terenso a lesson, often redirecting trouble towards him. A prime example is the ferocious tiger she captured and subsequently handed over to Terenso. Chapter 17. Don't let the boss be ridiculed. Knowing her brother has emerged from his seclusion, undoubtedly famished, Corona initially intended to present the tiger as a gift to delight her gluttonous elder brother. However, when intercepted by Terenso, she chose to avoid conflict and simply tossed the ferocious tiger to the dim-witted Terenso, eagerly awaiting her brother's return to deal with this audacious creature. As she predicted, Terenso successfully attracted trouble to himself. Hearing the incessant roars of Terenso behind him, Suge, while feasting on the ferocious tiger, wielded his robust tail like a steel whip, striking at Terenso. After 2 years, Corona has matured significantly through societal experiences. Yet Suge still feels he has not succeeded in rescuing this intellectually challenged child. With Terenso's character, he epitomizes the type that would not survive 3 seconds in the real world. A singularly obstinate creature, utterly devoid of understanding the nuances of flexibility, often places the honor of the green dragon above all else, even more significant than life itself. Suge surmised that this individual must have been deeply tainted by the insidious spirit of green dragon honor instilled by the malevolent dragon god, lacking any of the cunning wisdom characteristic of other green dragons. Were it not for having personally heard it utter its true name at birth, Suge might have doubted whether this fool was merely an unawakened dragon beast. Rescuing intellectually challenged youth has been Suge's guiding educational approach for over 2 years. He achieved success with Corona but met with dismal failure in the case of Terenso, leading him to question the efficacy of his teaching methods. Having relinquished all hope for this creature's intellectual capacity, Suge deemed it impossible to transform him into a perceptive green dragon. Nonetheless, he still aspired to instill in him a sense of respect towards his elder. After nurturing this creature to its current state, Suge pondered whether it had been corrupted by the inherited traits of the treacherous dragon god. When Toronto displayed fierce indignation after losing a ferocious tiger tam, glaring and gritting his teeth, Suge could not help but reflect. Who raised you to this size? Who taught you to fly and cast simple spells before your magical talents had even awakened? Without my guidance, you would have long since been devoured by magical beasts. With a low growl, Suge unleashed a series of reproaches. Toronto whimpered softly and retreated, uncertain whether he comprehended Suge's words or had merely realized that continuing the confrontation would lead to his own ruin. He prudently crawled into the depths of the jungle and, with a gentle flap of his wings, ascended to his dragon nest. The initial intent to vent his frustrations on Corona dissipated as he lay within his nest, eyes closed, uncertain whether he was asleep or engaged in introspection. The ability to reflect is commendable. Persisting in mindless defiance would render even Tiamat unable to save him. Should he venture beyond this territory, he would not know how he met his demise. Suge nodded in quiet satisfaction. Observing Toronto's somewhat injured left leg, he recognized that the lesson had been somewhat harsh. Yet his motivation stemmed from a desire for improvement. Should this creature's intellect develop in tandem with its muscular prowess, it could become a formidable green dragon warrior, destined for greatness. However, if such development continued to falter, it would be a fruitless endeavor. Is it amusing, one might wonder? Perhaps the dragon's hide itches, and next time, it shall be you who faces the consequences. Suge cast a glare at the cliff above, where Corona, the cunning little dragon, lounged in her nest, her every smile betraying her treacherous intent. The orchestrator of today's farce was none other than she. Suge, keenly aware of her scheming, sensed the essence of the dragon made from the ferocious tiger she had devoured. When she looked upon Toronto with a mocking gaze, as if regarding a simpleton, Suge comprehended her plot, albeit choosing not to expose it. Upon hearing Suge's low growl, Corona's laughter ceased abruptly, and she scurried into the center of her dragon nest like a startled mouse, fearing that Suge might resort to violence to teach her the ways of a dragon. Indeed, having recently lost control, Suge realized that his powerful tail had struck Toronto, causing several scales to fall from the creature's thigh, indicating that the injury was genuine. Typically, the tail of a green dragon is slender and not employed in combat. Instead, they rely on their wings to batter opponents, their razor-sharp jaws to snap at foes, or their formidable claws to strike. These are the quintessential close combat techniques of a green dragon. However, Suge noted that his tail had developed uniquely, being almost 1/3 longer and 3 times thicker than that of other green dragons of comparable size. The notion of being a big-tailed dragon seemed awkward, as this abnormal growth appeared increasingly grotesque. Judged from the aesthetic perspective of a green dragon, this tail was undoubtedly a blemish on Suge's otherwise handsome appearance. Fortunately, Suge's robust musculature rendered his physique notably stout, harmonizing somewhat with the elongated tail. After feasting on the ferocious tiger, though he felt no sense of fullness, his hunger had diminished significantly. Suge flapped his wings gently and soared into the sky, continuing his patrol of the territories of his subordinates. Seeing Suge's arrival, San Fenru, with his booming voice, waved his warhammer enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Boss, welcome. I have prepared a substantial feast for you, eagerly awaiting your enjoyment. Additionally, I have an important matter to report." Observing San Fenru's now even more robust physique, Suge sensed the ferocious giant blood coursing within him and realized that he was not far from awakening the 4th tier of his bloodline power. Suge marveled at San Fenru's rapid growth and strength. Were it not for his own innate talents as a green dragon and the gluttonous system to rely upon, Suge might have doubted whether San Fenru would one day surpass him. However, with the advantage of the gluttonous system, the intellect of the mightiest dragon, and his own diligent nature as an aspiring green dragon, Suge was confident that no matter how swiftly San Fenru progressed, his position as master would remain unchallenged. Beside San Fenru was a female cyclopes whose belly had grown even larger. For the first time, Suge witnessed a creature known for its ferocity displaying a tender gaze. "San Fenru, be a bit more discreet. While our affection is evident, let us not provide our boss with fodder for mockery," he gently chided as San Fenru, with his right hand grasping the warhammer, pushed aside his wife with his left. Suge disregarded the affectionate display between the two cyclopes and reduced the frequency of his wing beats, gracefully descending to the foothills where they resided. He noted that the newly crafted heavy hammer indeed suited San Fenru better than the previous cumbersome bludgeon. After the half-cooked giant swung his warhammer with vigor, even a formidable being like Suger could sense the explosive force emanating from the weapon's wind. With a thunderous roar, the brutish half-cooked giant struck the ground with the hammer, causing a shower of debris to erupt from the once smooth surface of a colossal rock. In that instant, the enchanted weapon sparked with blinding electricity as it made contact, revealing its destructive potential. Suger could discern that the immense power combined with the magical effects of the weapon could render a warrior of levels 5 or 6 utterly defenseless against a single blow from the half-cooked giant. Ah, Chief, I truly adore the weapon you crafted for me. Its power might greatly enhance my combat abilities, and I am ever ready to serve you. My warhammer is eager for action, he exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Enough flattery. Tell me if you have any significant news to report, Suger replied, observing the rugged one-eyed giant with amusement as he indulged in compliments. Chief, while you enjoy the feast I prepared, allow me to recount our adventures, said the half-cooked giant, calling to the other 4 one-eyed giants, who promptly presented their well-prepared spoils before Suger. Among the offerings were 3 unicorns, 2 wind wolves, a winged white tiger, and even a massive demon eagle. This formidable demon eagle had been hunted by the half-cooked giant after lying in wait atop a mountain for 3 days and nights, seizing the opportunity to strike with his warhammer. Thanks to Suger's bloodline transformation, the other one-eyed giants, who initially possessed a modest awakening of their giant bloodline, had also awakened a measure of their latent power. Even the colossal demon eagle was effortlessly dragged before Suger by the 4 giants. If only my brainless younger brother could exhibit the same sense as the half-cooked giant, he wouldn't find himself on the receiving end of my wrath daily, Suger lamented, gazing at the bounty before him. Please, Chief, partake of the feast. All this sustenance has been prepared for you by the half-cooked giant. At your slumber's onset, we sought refuge in a cave to evade the calamity you spoke of. However, after a week, we realized no such disaster was forthcoming and ventured out to hunt. Gathering provisions for you, the half-cooked giant said, sitting beside the massive rock he had struck, gesturing respectfully towards the food laid out for Suger. Without hesitation, Suger raised his sharp claws and teeth, tearing into the prey with abandon, wholly unconcerned with appearances as he savored the meal. As Sanfen Shu observed Suger devouring his meal with great enthusiasm, he felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing that his preparations pleased his master. With a foolish grin, he urged, if there is anything of importance, do not hesitate to report it. Once I am satiated, I shall take my leave. Suger, feeling the food rapidly digesting within him and the accruing benefits, activated the time acceleration effect at 15 times speed, hastening his consumption while simultaneously inquiring about Sanfen Shu's report. Master, during your slumber, I led the team to ambush 2 merchant caravans. The first venture was successful. We transported the spoils back, which included 2 chests of gold coins, 1 chest of silk, and another of antiques. However, on the second occasion, the potential rewards were equally bountiful. Yet those shameless ogres from the Cyclopes Basin in the northwest sought to demand a share of our loot. Nay, I mean to claim our spoils, because the caravan we raided was near their territory. Naturally, I do not fear those 2-headed creatures, but I pondered their considerable strength. If we were to clash with them before your awakening, resulting in losses for your kin, I could not bear that responsibility. Thus, I endured the momentary frustration and relinquished some of the second haul to them. Now that you are awake, I ponder whether it is time to reclaim what is rightfully ours and show those 2-headed fiends our might. As Suger continued to feast on the prey prepared by Sanfen Shu, he listened intently to the report. By the time Sanfen Shu finished, several magical beasts had already found their way into Suger's belly. Feeling the enhancement of his gains in both thunder and wind affinities, as well as mental acuity, Suger was in high spirits. As a diligent dragon, any increment in strength, however minute, brought him immense joy, for it signified a step closer to leaving the verdant forest and exploring the fantastical world beyond. Suger understood that with his current prowess, venturing out was undeniably foolhardy. Given the dragon kind's standing among other races, emerging from the verdant forest and exposing himself could attract the relentless pursuit of dragon hunters. It is vital to recognize that every inch of a dragon's being, its blood, scales, bones, and horns, are treasures to other life forms. Particularly, the cunning and treacherous humans maintain a cooperative alliance with powerful dragons, while the weaker ones become their prey. Even the mere act of consuming dragon flesh can augment a human's physical strength, rendering them more formidable and elevating their status. Furthermore, dragon scales can be fashioned into impenetrable armor. The scales of a mature dragon could equip a heavy-armored battalion of several hundred, such armor far surpassing the strength of mere iron-crafted defenses. Dragon's blood can be utilized by humans for bloodline replacement, thereby giving rise to formidable dragon blood sorcerers and dragon blood warriors. Through the transformation bestowed by this dragon's essence, these sorcerers and warriors will possess extraordinary physiques and unparalleled strength. In the case of dragon blood sorcerers, their offensive spells will diverge from those of ordinary mages, with their innate magical powers multiplying significantly. Moreover, dragon horns can serve as materials for crafting certain arcane scrolls. In summary, every aspect of the dragon is a treasure to humanity. Even the reproductive organs of the dragons are considered invaluable, as the prolonged mating duration of half a day can rejuvenate even the most aged of men. Were it not for the inherent resilience of the dragon race, they would likely have faced near extinction at the hands of humanity long ago. Sug knew that as a dragon, lacking sufficient power to earn the respect and caution of human strongmen would lead to dire consequences should he recklessly venture into the outside world. Such folly would most likely culminate in his demise at the hands of dragon hunters, resulting in a gruesome fate as a valuable resource and material for magical tools. After a brief report, Sug fell into contemplation. It was well understood that the ogre tribe not only possessed considerable strength, but also maintained a certain degree of affiliation with the kingdom of Eugen. While Sug could surmise that the ogres would not genuinely pledge allegiance to humanity, their temporary subservience was undoubtedly driven by self-interest. Nonetheless, these creatures indeed had a tangible connection to humans. For the past 2 years, the absence of dragon hunting parties troubling Sug could largely be attributed to his discreet demeanor. Many matters requiring attention were delegated to his blood relatives, while he himself remained in the shadows, orchestrating plans and issuing commands to his kin, often retreating to his lair to savor the fruits of their labor. Chapter 19. Journey to the Wugashan Mountains. Recovering what was lost is paramount. Yet this matter requires careful deliberation. Dealing with ogres is far more complex than confronting orcs, particularly with the backing of the kingdom of Eugen. If Sug were to launch a direct assault without employing certain strategies, he would undoubtedly provoke the wrath of Eugen's army. Sug analyzed that the ogres must be subdued. Though the task was fraught with challenges, not only do the ogres boast formidable mages and warriors among their ranks, but the support of the kingdom of Eugen is a formidable barrier that he cannot currently challenge. Above all, looming over the kingdom of Eugen is the even more powerful Ost Empire. However, to abandon the notion of subjugating the ogre tribe was not an option for Sug. The mine occupied by the ogres alone promised immense profit. Presently, his territory was critically resource depleted, compelling him to swiftly obtain similar mineral resources to sustain the economy and bolster his strength. After all, it is unwise for him to persistently plunder human caravans, for one can never be certain when a formidable being of transcendent power might be lurking among them, potentially leading to disastrous consequences. After consuming the freshly prepared meal, Suger took to the skies, heading towards the territory of the goblin, Mike. Regarding the endeavor to subdue the ogres, considerable reconnaissance is required, and Suger must ensure that Mike is tasked with this matter promptly. Mike, sprawled on the grassy expanse outside the cave, gazed up at Suger atop the mountain peak and declared loudly, "Honorable Master, please share your plans. I shall exert every effort to fulfill them." Standing firmly at the summit, Suger delicately gripped the rugged stone, impervious to the raging winds that sought to disturb him. His dragon-like eyes shone like 2 immense emeralds, reflecting the figure of the goblin within their depths. "Mike, there is a task that requires your personal attention. Within a fortnight, I need you to ascertain the hostile forces within the Duchy of Eugen and the Empire of Osa, compiling accurate intelligence for me. This information must be precise, otherwise, it will significantly impact my forthcoming plans." Through his thoughts, Suger conveyed his directive to Mike. For the goblin, adept in the art of intelligence gathering, this task posed little challenge. Suger was confident that, in less than half a month, this cunning goblin would procure the desired information, possibly even more detailed than anticipated. After issuing the task, Suger turned his gaze away from the goblin and conducted a thorough inspection of his territory. Everything appeared as it had 3 months prior, though with winter approaching, life would soon become more demanding than before. However, since successfully expanding his domain and gaining control over the rate of his consumption, Suger found that, while he could not claim an abundance of food, the relentless hunger that plagued him previously had dissipated. Now, Suger's desire to expand his territory was not born of a lack of sustenance, but rather a pursuit of greater development and transformation for his dominion. He perceived that both he and his dependents were still entrenched in a primitive hunting existence, a lifestyle that, while straightforward, was far from his vision of an ideal territory. Compared to the operational states of various human nations, this was markedly antiquated. Yet, He understood that such a dilemma could not be resolved instantaneously. Great edifices are built upon solid foundations, and Suger recognized the necessity of a gradual approach. After surveying his domain from above, he set a direct course towards the northwest, towards the Wuguay mountain range. The formidable heart of the dragon race served as an inexhaustible source of energy, coupled with his formidable magical prowess, enabling Suger to sustain flight for days and nights without fatigue, even as he soared through the skies for an extended period. Soon, Suger approached the Wugashan mountain range. However, haunted by the psychological scars from the last battle of the strong, he lowered his flight altitude upon reaching the outskirts of the Wugashan to just a few dozen meters, gliding close to the treetops. This way, he remained inconspicuous. Should any anomalies arise, he could effortlessly immerse himself in the dense foliage to conceal his presence. Before certain formidable beings, Suger did not dare to trust that his misty camouflage technique would prove effective. Everything was eerily silent. Even as Suger extended his consciousness, he sensed no imminent threats. Nonetheless, he remained exceedingly cautious, embedding his dragon form within the expansive crown of an ancient tree, revealing only his eyes to quietly observe his surroundings. Remarkably, even the beasts that typically flocked to the Wugashan had vanished without a trace. As Suger scrutinized his environment, he noticed several peaks several kilometers away, charred black from the previous conflict, with massive boulders having tumbled down to fill the depressions at the mountain's base. Other than that, there were no unusual occurrences. Suger understood that this was undoubtedly the aftermath of the earlier confrontation among the powerful, which had wreaked havoc on the surrounding landscape. Since the battle had unfolded high in the skies, the damage to the ground was merely a fraction of the energy fallout from their clash. Yet, despite this, the destruction on the surface left Suger astounded. Such devastation was nothing short of monstrous. Carbon-based life forms would scarcely withstand such harm. Indeed, this battle must have been spectacular. Perhaps I could glean some insights from it, Suger mused, his eyelids fluttering with barely contained excitement. Fortunately, I had the foresight to inscribe 3 runes in the air. I can retrieve them now and personally experience the thrill of action. After thoroughly confirming that, despite the unsettling silence, he sensed no threats, Suger cautiously extended his dragon head from the tree crown. With a gentle push from his hind legs against the trunk, his seemingly cumbersome dragon body soared gracefully into the air, aided by a levitation spell. Suger flew towards the location where he had cast the inscribing magic months prior, only to discover that 2 of the 3 illusory runes had been obliterated due to the unprecedented energy wave from that monumental battle. Thankfully, 1 rune remained intact, an unexpected stroke of fortune, allowing him to witness this breathtaking spectacle. As Suger reveled in his good luck, he suddenly heard the voices of his dragon siblings behind him. We've arrived. Corona chimed sweetly, her youthful dragon voice eliciting an eye roll from Suger. Of course, you 2 would show up. We knew you, greedy dragon, would venture to the Wugashan. Are you hoping to monopolize the treasures within the divine tomb? Corona and Terenzo harbored such thoughts, yet under the oppressive shadow of Suger, they dared not voice them. Grasping the engraved runes within his dragon claws, Suger soared downward, alighting upon the mountain's peak. Casting a glance at the dragon's siblings, he proclaimed, "Since you have come, let us together witness this astonishing action spectacle, lest you remain like 2 unsophisticated bumpkins from the primal jungle, oblivious to the world." Chapter 20. Let us witness the action spectacle. Upon hearing Suger's words, the dragon siblings were momentarily displeased. However, they had long grown accustomed to their gluttonous elder brother's sardonic remarks, and only a fleeting emotion crossed their draconic visages. With a flick of his wrist, Suger unleashed the engraved runes and uttered a command to commence. Suddenly, the runes suspended in midair released a torrent of magical energy, projecting a series of fluid images before the hatchlings. Corona and Terenzo were left astounded. Although they possessed the memories of dragons and were aware of the existence of engraving magic, they had never witnessed it firsthand. What astonished them most was not the replayed scenes, but the fact that this gluttonous dragon could comprehend such magic. This spell was not of a low or even mid-tier caliber. It belonged to the realm of high-tier magic. For humans, only those grand sorcerers who had approached the threshold of the sacred domain could hope to wield such a spell. While lacking any offensive capabilities, its utility was invaluable, often playing a critical role in the documentation of battlefields. True strategists analyzed past conflicts through similar replays, identifying shortcomings to enhance their tactical planning for future engagements. Of course, the applications of engraving magic extended beyond this. It was utilized extensively in magical academia and commercial enterprises. In summary, the use of engraving magic was vast, yet its classification as high-tier magic deterred many sorcerers from pursuing it, limiting its widespread application. Numerous novice magical academies and commercial entities seeking to employ engraving magic found themselves compelled to pay exorbitant prices for magical scrolls to access this art. As the two dragons observed the unfolding images, their spirits sank into despondency. How was it that this insatiable dragon had progressed so remarkably, leaving them to ponder their own inadequacies? Such magic was beyond their grasp. Even if Suger were to impart the incantations to them, their current prowess would render them incapable of casting it. Terenzo inwardly lamented the precariousness of their situation. It seemed that in the future, any food they procured would have to be offered to this gluttonous dragon first. Otherwise, should he incite Suger's displeasure, he might not even comprehend the manner of his demise. "Brother, you are truly remarkable to wield the engraving magic. You are undoubtedly Corona's ideal idol," Corona exclaimed, admiring the replayed scenes while lavishing praise upon Suger. "An ideal idol is fine, as long as you do not aspire to be my ideal partner," Suger replied nonchalantly. The insidious cunning of this little dragon girl is something he has witnessed profoundly. Anyone who partners with her might find themselves outmaneuvered before they even know it. Such a dragon is indeed a source of dread rather than a potential ally. Were it not for the superior prowess of Suger, who can keep this little dragon girl firmly in check, he would likely find himself in a predicament akin to that of Terenzo, with her as the master of the domain. Humph, what a sycophantic dragon, utterly revolting. Terenzo cast a disdainful glare at Corona. Thus far, while he has completely acknowledged Suger's capabilities, he remains unconvinced by sister dragon Corona. In Terenzo's mind, despite Corona's victory in their encounters being at least 70 to 80%, those wins were achieved through cunning schemes and underhanded tactics, which he cannot respect. To truly defeat him in a straightforward confrontation is the only way to earn his admiration. Winning through such despicable means as Corona employs will not garner his respect. Rather, it will incite his contempt, or perhaps disdain is the more fitting term. However, Corona is indifferent to the scornful gaze of this obstinate dragon. On the battlefield, regardless of the methods employed, victory signifies strength. There is no room for such foolish notions that one must confront their opponent head-on. Enough of this bickering. The mesmerizing battle scene is about to commence. Suger realized that the footage now replaying reveals the fiery blaze and the terrifying lightning dragons he had last seen months ago when he departed. The heart-stopping combat unfolds from the western horizon. Initially, the spellcasters are obscured, with only the crimson glow illuminating the sky and the swarm of lightning dragons visible. Upon witnessing such fearsome destructive magic, Corona and Terenzo finally comprehend why. Months prior, Suger had scurried into their lair like a frightened animal, only to bury himself within. Seeking refuge, had they faced this terrifying battle, they too would have instinctively sought the safest haven without hesitation. Such formidable offensive power fortunately did not extend into their territory. Otherwise, even if they had hidden in caves or at the river's bottom, they would likely have suffered harm, with only minimal mitigation of damage. Initially, Suger and the two hatchlings felt somewhat disheartened due to the distance of the imprint magic from the battlefield, only catching glimpses of the devastating spells without sighting the caster. Yet, as time progressed, the battle within the footage drew nearer, and at last, the figure of the spellcaster emerged onto the screen. Suger had surmised that such a fearsome display must involve a collective of wizards, but now, the scene revealed only a powerful red dragon and a rogued human sorcerer. The red dragon's body measures at least 40 to 50 meters in length, significantly larger than the neighboring black dragon, Cassawea. Evidently, that was a genuine adult red dragon, its strength undoubtedly rivaling that of legendary human warriors. There was no need for contemplation to comprehend that the astonishing flames emanated from the formidable red dragon, while the darting electric dragon must have been conjured by the white-robed wizard. To unleash such a terrifying electric dragon, the white-robed mage was undoubtedly a legendary human powerhouse. Otherwise, he would lack the qualifications to contend on equal footing with the red dragon. The battlefield continued to gravitate towards the area where Suger was inscribing magical seals. The two formidable beings soared above the Ugu mountain range, and through the magical inscriptions laid by Suger, the exchange of dialogue between the two was already audible. Red Dragon Pedroza, I never imagined that for the sake of the divine tomb, the Dragon Lord of the Pain Empire would personally dispatch you. Fortunately, Duke Eugen had foreseen this and reported to the Empire, sending me to intervene. Otherwise, you might have truly succeeded in your endeavor, proclaimed the white-robed wizard, hovering in the air, chest held high. Humph, Gandalf, do not revel in your triumph. 30 years ago, we reached a stalemate, and now you shall gain no advantage over me. The treasures within the divine tomb shall remain untouched by your OSA empire. They are all the rightful possessions of my master, the Red Dragon, Lord Diralea. The Red Dragon unleashed a powerful magical resonance, echoing through the heavens, deafening in its intensity. Chapter 21. The Fall of Two Titans. While Suger reveled in this action-packed spectacle, he remained vigilant in capturing useful information from the dialogue of the two titans. Due to his memory being exponentially superior to that of other beings, he could firmly imprint the essence of their conversation within the vast repository of his hippocampus after merely a single hearing. Remarkably, he could absorb all information, regardless of its utility, as if he were a boundless ocean. This extraordinary memory capacity inherent to dragons was evident from the very moment they hatched. Welcoming the inheritance of memory, the ability to instantly accommodate and assimilate centuries of memories was beyond what Suger had previously known. Had it been any other creature, the overwhelming influx of knowledge would have rendered them senseless in an instant. However, not all hatchlings were fortunate enough to possess such a formidable mind. Some, lacking the favor of the wicked dragon deity Tiamat, were unable to withstand the deluge of memories upon hatching, succumbing to madness and becoming mindless draconic beasts. Incorporating the entirety of the dialogue from the two powerful beings into his mind, Suger meticulously extracted the pertinent details. It turned out that the Red Dragon was named Pedrosa and hailed from the Pain Empire. Upon realizing this, and integrating it with his previous life's memories, Suger mused, could this be the empire established by ninjas traversing worlds? Yet, this thought was merely a whimsical notion. His own crossing into this realm was absurd enough, leaving little room for more outrageous conjectures. From the memories inherited, Suger could discern no trace of ninjas in this world. Clearly, this pain was not the same as that of the ninjas. The Emperor of the Pain Empire is a formidable red dragon named Diralea, which offers Suger a valuable insight. With sufficient strength, dragons can indeed establish vast empires within the realm of humanity, coexisting alongside mortals. This revelation ignites a fiery glimmer of hope within Suger's eyes. The white-robed mage, known as Gandalf, serves as the protector of the OSA Empire. Through the dialogue between these two formidable figures, Suger discerns that both are among the most powerful within their empire. It is intriguing, both are titans in their own right. However, Suger hastens the playback speed of the imprint rune fivefold, and 2 hours later, he witnesses the fallen figures of the white-robed mage Gandalf and the red dragon Pedrosa, who, after engaging in a fierce battle lasting over 10 hours, succumb to defeat. Is this truly how it ends? Have they perished in mutual destruction? These are two invincible champions. A dragon like himself could be dispatched with a mere swipe of their claws. Suger finds it hard to believe that such formidable beings could simply fall. Even from the legacy of dragon memories, he can glean the terrifying feats these two have accomplished in this world. The red dragon Pedrosa once brought devastation upon a principality, a battle that reverberated throughout the entire Norland dimension. For 3 days and nights, Pedrosa laid waste to a principality that had vanished from the world centuries ago. From that moment, Pedrosa rightfully became the foremost champion under the Red Dragon, Lord Diralea. As for Gandalf, his title as the protector of the OSA Empire was forged through countless epic battles, each worthy of being recorded in history. The renowned saying by Kenazina asserts that without Gandalf, the current OSA Empire would not exist. Suger feels there is no hint of exaggeration in these accounts. Through the playback of the imagery, Suger swiftly identifies the precise location where the two champions fell. The prospect of feasting upon their remains. If he were to consume these legendary beings, he wonders what bountiful rewards might await him. With a glint of greed in his eyes, Suger refrains from retracting the imprint rune that is still replaying the footage. Instead, he accelerates the playback, completing 3 months of footage in just half an hour, fully confirming that the two fallen champions do not rise again. Only then does he feel at ease. With a fierce grip, he retracts the imprint rune, halting the playback. Yet, he finds himself yearning for more. Why must it end so soon? Could he not replay it once more? The two fledgling dragons murmur in mild complaint. Yet Suger pays them no heed. He stows away the imprint rune, turns, and with a powerful flap of his wings, activating both time acceleration and flight enhancement, he soars towards the direction of the fallen champions at the fastest speed he has ever achieved. However, 1,000 meters away from the site where the two formidable beings had plummeted, Suger circled high above. To ensure his safety, he chose to descend to the ground, cautiously approaching the scene. Should he draw near from the sky, and if those two powerful entities had not actually fallen, he would find himself a living target. In the presence of such strength, even the fog concealment technique would be utterly ineffective. Suger immediately positioned himself upright, flapping his wings twice to halt his forward momentum. His massive dragon form came to a sudden stop, but the two young dragons, Corona and Terenso, collided forcefully into his back, feeling as if they had crashed against an iron barrier. Still dazed from the impact, they each received a swat from Suger, sending them flying 5 or 6 meters away. "Don't follow me. Go watch over that hill," Suger commanded. The two young dragons cast a resentful glance at him, but upon meeting his cold, vertical gaze, they instinctively shivered and turned to fly towards the hill he had indicated. From that elevated vantage point, they could survey the area, ready to alert Suger at the first sign of any formidable life approaching. Though the young dragons felt a twinge of resentment towards Suger, they understood the hierarchy of dragonkind. Since they were no match for him, they had no choice but to obey. They believed Suger must have some ulterior motive, perhaps seeking to claim the spoils for himself. "Fools, with your meager strength, even if those two titans were on their last breath, they could easily take your lives. You wish to follow? You are courting death," Suger chastised as he dismissed the young dragons. With his bony wings slightly folded, he adeptly reduced his buoyancy and began to descend silently to the ground. Extending his neck, Suger surveyed his surroundings. Once he sensed no immediate danger, he cautiously moved his robust hind limbs towards the location where the two powerful beings had fallen. Throughout his approach, he adjusted his perception to its utmost sensitivity, prepared to flee at the slightest hint of danger. Chapter 22. The two wounded titans. As Suger carefully approached the site of the fallen titans, his dragon mind raced with activity, akin to a supercomputer or an intelligence simulator, processing a myriad of logical possibilities. Sensing something amiss, Suger came to an abrupt halt. He felt an unsettling instinct, and upon further contemplation, he discerned the source of his unease. Reflecting on the runic imprint replaying in his mind, Suger realized that the fall of the two titans was rather abnormal. Given their physical resilience and magical prowess, it was inconceivable that they could be vibrant one moment and instantly fall the next. Moreover, the injuries they had sustained prior to their descent were not severe enough to warrant their demise. Based on their condition before the fall, these two titans could have continued to battle for several more hours before succumbing to exhaustion or severe injury. Moreover, regarding such formidable beings, both parties have essentially reached the pinnacle of legend. Even in the event of one's defeat, they possess ample capacity to extricate themselves and preserve their lives, rendering a futile struggle unnecessary. These two titans stand merely a step away from mastering the divine principles, lacking only a singular opportunity. In summary, their fall is shrouded in enigma and peculiarity, as if ensnared by an overwhelming force, unable to escape, plummeting rapidly from their previous standoff towards the Ugu mountain range. Suger, deeply attuned to his surroundings, discovered with dismay that he could no longer sense even a trace of the divine power that had previously leaked from the sacred tomb within the Ugu Mountains. A sense of foreboding washed over him, yet he perceived no imminent threat. His two vertical pupils darted about, his head swiveling left and right, revealing the essence of a wise dragon engaged in rapid contemplation. In times past, at a similar distance, he would have easily sensed the rich outpouring of divine energy. Indeed, his gluttonous system would likely have begun alerting him to the prospect of rare talent gains, had it not been for the cataclysmic confrontation between these two powerful individuals, which posed the risk of collateral damage and potential demise amidst the destructive aftermath of their magic. Suger would have longed for an extended slumber lasting several years upon the Ugu Mountains, transforming the leaked divine energy into his own possession. He vividly recalled that during his last sojourn in the Ugu mountain range, he had spent merely a few hours and yet accrued several points of rare ability enhancement. If such gains were to accumulate over years, the outcome would indeed be astronomical. At that moment, Suger seemed to regain the confidence that he could endure 3 centuries within the Ugu Mountains and emerge to vanquish all challengers. What has transpired? Where has the leaked divine energy vanished? It has completely dissipated. Suger initially dismissed the possibility that other entities had accessed the sacred tomb before him, for his inscribed magic served as the most authentic surveillance, albeit powered by magical energy. Should any life form have entertained notions of invading the tomb, he would undoubtedly have detected it through the playback of his inscribed magic. Yet, throughout it all, only those two formidable figures remained present. Could it be that these two titans are the source of the disturbance? Suger had only witnessed the two descend into the Ugu Mountains. If anyone were to be implicated, it could only be the red dragon Pedrosa and the white-robed mage Gandalf. Surely, those two could not have descended into the Ugu Mountains only to seize the opportunity to enter the sacred tomb. As he pondered this, he realized that the distance to the specific location of the two titans' fall, as depicted in the playback of his inscribed magic, was now less than a kilometer. If those two were still in proximity, they would have surely discovered his presence by now. The absence of any warning indicated his safety. With this thought, Suger grew bolder, continuing to advance. Haha, Gandalf, it seems you are not faring much better than I. To have life within 300 meters, yet remain oblivious. How you have aged. Upon uttering this, Suger nearly lost his composure. Red Dragon Pedrosa, you too are not in a better state, struggling to rise. What right have you to mock me? Suddenly, Suger heard a voice emanating from not far ahead, causing his heart to skip a beat. Alas, it appears that those two formidable figures are, in fact, alive. How careless I have been. I must flee. Concerned that the adversaries might detect the psychic energy I have been dispersing, I refrained from employing my mental perception to assess the situation. Were it not for this caution, my current mental strength would have allowed me to detect these two individuals from a kilometer away, and I would have fled long before getting so close. Peering out from the thorns, I, Sug, locked gazes with the Crimson Dragon, Pedrosa, and the human mage, Gandalf, creating a rather peculiar atmosphere. My first instinct was to retract my dragon head and make a hasty retreat. Come back, little one. He cannot harm you. The psychic and magical energies within him have been completely drained by the cursed divine array left by Orgrim. He exists now only by a mere thread of will. Yet, just then, Pedrosa's voice reached me, a frail whisper, as if he were on the brink of demise, allowing me to sense that the once mighty dragon had lost his former strength. Upon hearing this, I halted my advance, turning my dragon head to observe the two esteemed figures with skepticism. I discerned that the situation indeed aligned with Pedrosa's words. Both of them appeared to be on the verge of collapse, devoid of any powerful aura. This was certainly not the state of a true warrior. Pedrosa and Gandalf lay several meters apart, resembling two withering plants. Humph, Pedrosa, you are hardly in a better position. Even if I were to perish, you would not survive either. Your psychic and magical energies have long been depleted, and you are sustained merely by the last vestiges of your will. Gandalf remarked with a hint of derision. Sustained by sheer willpower, having neither eaten nor drunk for 3 months in this bizarre stillness. It is no wonder that he is regarded as a legendary figure. If I were in his position, I would have succumbed to hunger or exhaustion long ago, I mused, continuing to observe these two once mighty beings who could have easily crushed me in their prime. Little one, we are both of the draconic lineage. If you aid me in vanquishing him, I shall certainly recommend you before my lord, King Direlea of the Dragon Clan. You would become a benefactor of the Pain Empire, enjoying its utmost privileges, wealth, and honor. Pedrosa spoke in a weary tone, employing the dragon tongue. His words bore a semblance of reason, and I found myself somewhat swayed. Moreover, the Emperor of the Pain Empire is also a red dragon, and I found myself more inclined to trust my kind rather than humans. With a powerful ally like King Direlea, I could not help but think that few would dare to offend me once I stepped out of the green forest. However, the experiences I have endured over the years have taught me much. The bonds among dragons, when wielded as persuasion, had proven ineffective against me. Even in my interactions with Mother Dragon, I felt as though I were treading upon thin ice, let alone with this unfamiliar red dragon, with whom I shared no foundation of trust. If the opposing party were not on the brink of death, but rather in full vigor, Sug believed their demeanor would be far less courteous, possibly akin to the disdain an eagle holds for an ant. Chapter 23. Your demise awaits. Sug would not truly place his faith in the red dragon, Pedrosa, to provoke Gandalf. As the saying goes, a thin camel is still larger than a horse. Despite the white-robed wizard's weakened state, one could not dismiss the possibility that he harbored a hidden trump card, which could lead to dire consequences at the last moment. Little one, do not heed his words. Though he belongs to the dragon lineage, he is merciless. If you were to slay me, he would surely abandon you afterward, and you would never receive the generous rewards he promises. If you were to slay that red dragon, I, Gandalf, vow by the name of the God of life that you shall receive the eternal protection of the OSA Empire, along with a bounty of 100,000 gold coins for your deed. Indeed, this was an enticing offer. A vow by the God of life could not be taken lightly. Should he eliminate the red dragon, this elder would likely fulfill his promise, providing a fortune ample enough to fill 10 treasure chests, wealth far surpassing what he had amassed over the years by robbing merchant caravans. Furthermore, the prospect of receiving everlasting protection from the OSA Empire suggested a future devoid of worry in his dragon life. Yet, only a fool would choose to slay a dragon and ally with humans. Such an action would bear grave repercussions, potentially rendering him a pariah among his kind. Forever scorned and unable to rise, Sug pondered how to navigate this precarious situation. He could not simply reject these two formidable figures, despite their apparent frailty. What if they concealed a hidden power that could snuff out his life in a moment of wrath? In a moment of theatrical inspiration, Sug let out a couple of plaintive cries, his gaze vacant as he emitted a low, beast-like growl before retreating into the forest. Huh. It turns out to be merely an unthinking dragon beast. Pedroza, your last glimmer of hope has been extinguished. Let us see who will come to your rescue now. Gandalf, do not revel in triumph just yet. Our fate now rests upon the whims of fortune, determined by which faction arrives first to our aid. Both of our mental and magical energies have been thoroughly drained. The first to act shall be the first to perish. Gandalf refrained from engaging in a dispute with the red dragon, remarking instead, "It is remarkable that this battle has led us to a profound understanding, allowing us to brush against certain divine laws. We have both fallen into the trap of the pseudo-deity, Ogrim. That wretched orc has deliberately leaked divine energy to draw us here, likely anticipating this very moment." Pedroza's gaze dimmed as he responded, "Indeed. Having absorbed our mental and subtly infused magical energy, he is not far from resurrection. That day will mark the destruction of both the Osa Empire and the Pain Empire. Let us not forget, we are all his adversaries. His downfall is inextricably linked to us, and he will undoubtedly seek vengeance." The conversation between the two powerful beings was keenly captured by Sug, who remained hidden within the forest. Ha ha ha. How astute I am to have deceived those two formidable figures. Such acting prowess. Suge chuckled with a boar-like laugh, feeling a swell of pride within. Had it not been for his quick wit to navigate through this awkward crisis, he likely would have been ensnared as well. I shall remain on the periphery, waiting for you to exhaust your vitality, and then I shall reap the rewards. What a splendid scenario. Having distanced himself several hundred meters from the two powerful beings, ensuring a safe distance, Suge quickened his pace, reaching a kilometer away. Unfurling his immense dragon wings, he gracefully ascended to the treetops, hovering low in the air. With his dragon claws slightly parted, a magical sigil began to form between them, composed of gathered arcane energy. With a gentle flick of his claws, the sigil soared upward at an angle, ultimately hovering directly above the two mighty figures. Due to the enhancement of an invisibility illusion, the sigil appeared transparent from any vantage point, rendering it undetectable even to the two exhausted titans. Once the spell was cast, Suge turned and soared toward the mountain where his dragon siblings awaited. "Suge, how did it go? Did you attain any rewards? Did those two powerful beings perish? Did they possess any precious treasures or valuables?" Corona inquired, her dragon eyes glimmering with curiosity. From the tone of this young dragoness, Suge discerned that she had already begun to cultivate a mindset of wealth accumulation. Logically, a green dragon hatchling of her age should not possess such inclinations. Oh. Corona is certainly precocious, maturing far too quickly. Suge shot her a glare. "When did you start addressing me as just Suge instead of Big Brother?" The young dragoness displayed an inscrutable smile, and though she remained silent, Suge understood the implication. She would call him Big Brother when there were benefits to be gained, and Suge when there were none. It seemed they had not acquired any treasures. Have those two powerful beings truly perished? Corona asked anxiously. "If you wish to know, why not simply go and see for yourself? If you do not, I shall." Terenzo boasted, flexing his robust frame, a proud expression on his face, extending his skeletal wings, ready to take off with a surge of magical energy. However, Suge swiftly swatted him down with a claw, knocking the foolish dragon to the ground. Terenzo bared his teeth but dared not retaliate against Suge. With a single fierce glare from Suge, he fell silent. Suge, uninterested in explaining himself to Corona and Terenzo, slightly opened his claws, and a brilliant azure crystal orb materialized, pulsating with magical energy. Within it, an image emerged, revealing the two powerful beings lying on the ground, as though viewed from a lofty perspective, surveying the fallen titans. This was a magical relay, sharing information with the sigil Suge had placed in the heavens. It turned out that the red dragon and the human mage in the white robe were still alive. Corona gasped in astonishment at the sight, her voice tinged with the innocence of youth. As Terenzo beheld this scene, he finally comprehended the reason behind Sug's fierce claw strike earlier. It was an act of mercy that had saved his life. Sug was acutely aware that, given the lack of intellect characteristic of the brute dragon brethren, it was beyond their capacity to devise a strategy for masquerading as a dragon beast to escape. Should the dim-witted one cling to the perilous belief in the glory of the green dragon and heed the instigation of the red dragon Pedroza, charging recklessly at Gandalf, his demise would be inevitable, given his current prowess. However, Sug recognized that these two formidable beings had already reached the end of their tether, their vigor waning. His sole concern was inciting their wrath. Should they choose to unleash their final desperate strike in their last moments, he would find himself in dire straits. Since he could not afford to take such risks, he resolved to utilize his minions to overwhelm them. Sug calculated his strategy and turned to Corona and Terunso, instructing them to return and bring forth the fierce wolves. After nearly 2 years of development, the population of these highly reproductive wolves had tripled, allowing him to spare a significant portion as fodder. Otherwise, the prey within his territory would inevitably be depleted by these creatures, leading to an imbalance in the ecological environment. Such considerations were the mark of a competent lord. Neglecting them would undoubtedly trigger considerable repercussions. Upon receiving their orders, Corona and Terunso unfurled their dragon wings and ascended from the mountaintop, soaring against the rising sun for several hours as they made their way back to their domain. Chapter 24. The eruption of the strong. While Corona and Terunso returned to summon reinforcements, Sug continued to monitor the movements of the two powerful beings through the crystalline image within the dragon's claw. From their exchanges, Sug deduced a chilling conclusion. Within the divine tomb, the pseudo-deity Ogrim was orchestrating a resurrection plot. This scheme had likely been conceived long before his impending downfall, with the leakage of divine power possibly being a ruse crafted by the pseudo-deity, rather than a consequence of any waning sealing force. The two individuals who had brushed against a thread of divine power had effectively set one foot upon the threshold of divinity. Their bodies, now imbued with a sliver of divine energy, became instrumental in the resurrection of the pseudo-deity. The leakage of divine energy served to lure such formidable beings into the trap. While the previous gathering of weak humans and low-tier magical beasts in the Wugashan Mountains had failed to ensnare them, as their mental and magical prowess was woefully insufficient. Holding no allure for the resurrection of the pseudo-deity, Sug, even as a green dragon, was unimpressed. It seemed that only those endowed with rich divine power could trigger the cursed divine formation, leading to a backlash of mental and magical force. However, Sug inferred from this that he was temporarily safe. From the actions of these two strong entities, he perceived no signs of vitality. They appeared utterly drained of mental and magical energy. Given this, he pondered whether consuming their souls would prove beneficial. With the arrival of reinforcements, he would test his hypothesis by overwhelming these waning titans. The distance of 100 kilometers was traversed by Suger and the dragon siblings in a matter of mere minutes, whereas the formidable wolves took a full 2 hours to arrive. After this duration, Corona and Terunso finally appeared in Suger's line of sight, leading a throng of several hundred fierce wolves. The wolves emitted low growls, brimming with fighting spirit, seemingly unaware that their master had summoned them merely to serve as fodder. In their minds, obedience reigned supreme, devoid of the overthinking typical of more intelligent species. Taming such a collective of beings undoubtedly bore its advantages. In no time, the lead wolf approached Suger. Through a mental link, Suger commanded the head wolf to issue a charge order to the pack. Perhaps it was the lingering aura of devastating battles that instilled a sense of danger in the wolves, for upon nearing a certain range of the Wugo Mountains, they lost their ferocity and hesitated to advance. The head wolf howled a command to charge, yet those beasts remained unmoved. Such a phenomenon was rare. Never before had a wolf disobeyed its leader. Suger surmised that the wolves had indeed sensed a life-threatening presence, rendering them cautious. Suger was uncertain whether this was the handiwork of the two fallen powerhouses or the impending resurrection of a certain entity within the divine tomb. Nevertheless, he finally comprehended why so many magical beasts dared not approach the Wugo Mountains. There was certainly something amiss. Relieved that he had not taken unnecessary risks, he realized that had danger truly lurked there, he might have met his demise as a dragon. Observing the hesitant wolves, Suger's anger flared. He enveloped the pack with his consciousness, issuing a merciless command to those who dared to falter. With a single breath of dragonfire, he incinerated several wolves at the rear, prompting an ear-splitting roar of fury from the remaining pack as they charged towards the designated target. The lead wolf remained by Suger's side, continuously howling in varied tones to direct the pack. Preventing the lead wolf from advancing was Suger's intention. Having painstakingly discovered this bloodkin, he was unwilling to send it to its death so easily. Suger observed the wolf pack and glanced at the magical crystal orb in his hand. The wolves were now within mere meters of the two fallen powerhouses. At this moment, Corona, Terunso, and the lead wolf were entirely focused on the scene within the orb. Should any perilous anomaly arise, Suger was prepared to flee. The wolf pack was merely a means to test the waters. Gandalf, it appears that today we may indeed meet our end here. This feels eerily like a premeditated ambush. Can you guess who seeks our demise? The red dragon Pedrosa cast a glance at the surrounding wolves, which seemed to be attacking with purpose. There are numerous possibilities. It could very well be the internal hostile forces within the Pain Empire, or perhaps it is those in the OSA Empire who wish for my demise. After all, it has been widely rumored that my merits overshadow the Emperor, who has long sought an opportunity to strip me of my authority. Surely, you too harbor similar doubts? I find it hard to believe that the formidable Red Dragon Lord, Pedrosa, does not regard you with trepidation. Gandalf gazed vacantly at the sky, addressing the Red Dragon. As if, at the brink of existence, they finally discerned the truth of their circumstances. Sug, observing the discourse between the two titans, sighed in exasperation. How could matters be so intricate? Why would you attribute your would-be assassins to the internal strife of our own realm? Have you not considered that it might be the Oscar-winning dragon that masqueraded as a dragon beast mere hours ago? Indeed, the thoughts of these great figures are exceedingly convoluted, and such complexity can be detrimental. In death, they may not even recognize their true adversaries. Ultimately, a pack of wolves, emboldened by Sug's ominous presence, charged towards the two fallen powerhouses. Roar. Awoo. It appears that the contingency plans we devised may prove futile. We might not have anticipated that we would perish not by each other's hand, but at the jaws of a pack of lowly feral wolves. Indeed, the illustrious Red Dragon Pedrosa, am considered one of the indomitable forces of the Dragonkin. How can I meet my end in such a pitiful manner? Gandalf, do you believe it honorable to fall into the clutches of these wretches? I would sooner detonate my own body, ensuring our mutual destruction. After expressing his sentiments to Gandalf, the Red Dragon shifted his gaze, his eyes glinting with a hint of menace as he emitted a foreboding growl. But you lowly creatures shall pay a harrowing price. Upon witnessing the Red Dragon's expression, Gandalf too donned a countenance of defiance, contemplating that rather than allow their remains to be desecrated by these minions, self-detonation would be preferable. In an instant, a formidable surge of energy erupted from the bodies of Red Dragon Pedrosa and the white-robed sorcerer Gandalf. As the two titans radiated blinding magical light, the cataclysmic energy spread forth like a tsunami, unleashing massive waves that obliterated the surrounding flora, uprooting trees as thick as a man's arm. Sug felt the gale of flying sand and splintering branches engulf the space around him. With no time to ponder, he swiftly cast spells, unleashing a series of magical shields around his person at an unparalleled speed. The more layers of magical shields he conjured, the greater the mitigation of damage. He could not afford to be complacent in the face of such devastating onslaught. These two clearly intended to take their nemesis down with them in their final moments. Sug relentlessly layered magical shields around himself, enveloping not just himself, but also the nearby Corona, Terenso, and the lead wolf within the protective glow of the translucent, pearlescent shields. However, the annihilating energy approached with alarming rapidity, in the blink of an eye. Sug managed to conjure only 5 layers of magical shields before the destructive force was upon him. A resounding crash reverberated through the air as Shug's formidable shield was instantly breached, shattering into fragments. He and the 3 fledgling dragons were violently propelled backward like fragile boats caught in a tempest. In that moment of chaos, Shug, along with the 2 fledgling dragons and the wolf, tumbled down the mountainside, landing heavily amidst a chaotic pile of rocks at the foot of the hill. Shug witnessed the fierce wolf cough up a mouthful of blood. Its flesh, now covered in dragon scales due to the blood transformation, was grievously lacerated, rendering it unconscious. Though Corona and Terenso did not spew blood, they too were not spared from harm. Several scales from the 2 dragons flew off, and the once indomitable protective exterior of their bodies was completely compromised. In their eyes, Shug saw a dazed expression, as if the overwhelming energy wave had left them stunned. Clearly, both fledgling dragons had sustained significant internal injuries. However, the dragon race's extraordinary regenerative abilities meant that, as long as they survived, it would not be long before they regained their vitality. The sheer force of this cataclysmic attack was evident, enhanced by their position atop the mountain several thousand meters high. Despite Shug's continuous casting of magical shields, the 5 layers of protective barriers had ultimately failed to fully absorb the devastating strike. Yet they managed to mitigate about 40 to 50% of the damage. Had it not been for this reduction, not only the wolf, but also Corona and Terenso would have faced dire consequences. In contrast, Shug's experience was markedly different. After the fierce assault, he rose and inspected his exterior. His dark green scales remained unscathed, and upon checking his internal organs, he found no injuries or abnormalities. Given this condition, even without the magical barriers, Shug was confident that he could withstand such a magical onslaught due to his physical resilience, suffering perhaps only minor abrasions and the loss of a few scales. Of course, Shug was not so arrogant as to believe his defensive capabilities could withstand a legendary-level attack outright. After all, this damage was merely a consequence of the energy waves from thousands of meters away. Had he been in close proximity to those two formidable beings, he would likely have been obliterated. Shug understood that when encountering legendary-level powerhouses in the future, discretion was the better part of valor, as he could not afford to provoke such titans. As for the realm of sanctity, while he had yet to encounter such beings, he estimated that he would still be somewhat weaker, though this gap was not insurmountable. With the ability to accelerate time by 15-fold, Shug could elevate his magical attacks, speed, and various combat skills to a higher echelon. With this advantage in mind, Shug felt that he was now barely capable of holding his own against a being of the sanctified realm. He instructed Terenso, Corona, and the wolf to rest in place. And, feeling no ill effects himself, he soared into the air, his wings enveloped in magical energy, simultaneously activating his 15-fold time acceleration ability. Rushing swiftly toward the epicenter of the battlefield, the path was strewn with the mangled remains of vicious wolves. Not a single one of the hundreds of fierce wolves survived. Their demise was uniformly gruesome. In the vicinity of the core, the wolves' remains were entirely obliterated, reduced to nothingness by a ferocious energy. The carnage was utterly horrific. However, within Shug's gaze, there resided no trace of pity. As a green dragon, he had long acclimatized to his role, despite having once been human in a previous life. Strictly speaking, he had now evolved into a competent green dragon lord. Shug instantly expanded his mental prowess, spreading his awareness to ensure that no remnants of the two formidable beings could be detected. He accelerated toward the heart of the battlefield once more. These two powerful entities had indeed detonated their bodies. Apart from a charred semicircular crater, approximately 100 meters in diameter, there was no trace of their corporeal forms. Not even a single scale remained of the massive red dragon, whose body spanned 40 to 50 meters. This magical explosion was undeniably thorough. Gazing at the desolate center of the battlefield, disappointment flickered in Shug's eyes. He had originally intended to consume the bodies of these two titans to reap substantial rewards and enhance his strength, yet this outcome was entirely unforeseen. Representing the worst possible conclusion, he had gained nothing and had even lost numerous subordinates. Not a single shard of their remains was in sight. However, as if struck by a sudden insight, a glimmer of hope ignited within Shug's eyes. With a grin, he mused, though the bodies of these two beings are annihilated, their souls should still linger. The act of consuming souls could yield significant gains as well. Standing at the edge of the vast crater, Shug swiftly cast a soul confinement spell, sealing the space within a radius of 500 to 600 meters. He surmised that, given the brevity of time since his arrival, the souls of these two powerful beings had yet to escape this vicinity. After invoking the dark magic of soul confinement, a chilling aura enveloped the surrounding space, and a transparent, dark web materialized at the perimeter of this eerie atmosphere. Suddenly, Shug discovered that his crafted net of dark energy was being assaulted by an immense force. This was no mere wolf soul. The souls of the wolves lacked such formidable destructive power. Instantly, Shug employed the dark magic known as the Eye of Necromantic Insight and beheld the souls of the two powerful beings. Overjoyed, Shug began to channel a continuous flow of magical energy into the confinement spell, reinforcing its potency. The despicable offspring of the green dragon has deceived us by masquerading as a dragon beast. And now he dares to employ the soul confinement technique in an attempt to enslave our souls. What a deluded fantasy. The voice of the red dragon, Pedrosa, echoed in anger. Meanwhile, the soul of the white-robed mage, Gandalf, was also violently battering against the energy net that Shug had woven. Originally, Shug intended to employ the dark magic of soul binding to ensnare the souls of these two formidable beings, subsequently utilizing the dark art of soul absorption to directly consume their essences for personal gain. However, the furious roar emanating from the red dragon, Pedrosa, served as a poignant reminder. While devouring the souls of these two powerful entities would yield substantial rewards and enhance his prowess, the augmentation would be limited. If he could instead enslave their souls, transforming them into undead minions under his command, he would effectively gain two legendary enforcers. If humanity can wield necromancers, why should dragons be deprived of such power? I shall become a great necromancer dragon, Shug mused. During his prior studies of dark magic, Shug had acquired knowledge in the crafting of undead life, a form of sorcery highly favored by necromancers in the Nolan dimension. The complexity of this magic was relatively low, even less challenging than that of soul absorption. For Shug, casting it was not particularly difficult. However, The strength of the created undead was contingent not only upon the prowess of the deceased, but also upon the might of the caster. In simple terms, a powerful entity of the holy domain, upon death and subsequent soul confinement, could not be transformed into a legendary undead by a necromancer, theoretically. It would result in merely a holy domain undead. Nonetheless, in practice, such creations would often be diminished in power. The combat capabilities of undead beings tend to be inferior to those of their living counterparts, and thus, enslaving the soul of a holy domain being would yield an undead of no more than level 9 or 8. Chapter 26. The intriguing process of undead creation is about to commence. This, of course, presupposes that the necromancer's strength exceeds that of the enslaved soul's prior existence. If the enslaved undead once held legendary power, yet the necromancer possesses only holy domain strength, the resulting undead would likewise be confined to the holy domain tier. Bored during leisure moments, Suger had meticulously studied the dark art of undead creation and unearthed a significant issue. The problem of diminished power in undead crafting could indeed be remedied. By reconstructing the dissipated essence of the undead during the creation process, one could potentially restore their strength. Yet, while this concept is straightforward, its execution is exceedingly arduous. Demanding a caster of formidable mental fortitude, failure could lead not only to a botched reconstruction, but also to catastrophic backlash, inflicting permanent harm upon the caster. Perhaps due to the complete depletion of both magical and mental energy, Suger noted that the strengths of Gandalf and Pedrosa's souls had markedly waned. Once legendary beings, they now barely retain the potency of the holy domain. The two powerful souls relentlessly battered against the dark energy barrier of the confinement spell Suger had established. However, despite Suger's continual reinforcement of the energy barrier, these formidable souls could distort the confines of the soul-binding spell, yet they remained incapable of breaking free from their shackles. Two formidable souls continuously cursed Suger, who remained utterly indifferent. A glint of fierce determination flashed in his dragon eyes as he bellowed, "Reap." The confinement technique that ensnared the two powerful souls gradually constricted, shrinking from a diameter of over 100 meters to a size easily grasped by Suger's dragon claw. At a glance, one could discern a transparent black sphere, exuding a miasma of decay, cradled within the claws of the green dragon. With the contraction of the soul confinement energy layer, it became unbreakably solid, rendering the souls of the two strong beings unable to create the previous tumult. Suger could merely sense a slight tremor from the magical black sphere in his grasp. Following the successful confinement of the two souls, Suger employed the same strategy, once again unleashing soul confinement and soul absorption magic throughout the entire space, drawing in the souls of the deceased ferocious wolves and transforming them into valuable gains. Through the absorption of hundreds of wolf souls, Suger amassed an enhancement of 30 points of mental power. While this elaborate endeavor yielded substantial rewards, Suger was acutely aware that entering the divine tomb was, for the time being, unattainable. The entity within the tomb had already laid a curse array to deal with Gandalf and Pedrosa, successfully sealing their legendary reputations and lives. Thus, should a being of his strength rashly enter the tomb, the consequences would likely be dire, potentially leading to self-immolation. Despite his insatiable thirst for power, Suger had not lost his fundamental rationality. If he were to perish, what would be left to discuss in terms of gains or strength? Exploration of the divine tomb must await a time when his power suffices. Sensing the need to retreat, Suger grasped the souls of the two formidable beings and soared towards the eastern foothills, where his siblings and the alpha wolf awaited. Understanding the necessity of reclaiming their territory, Corona had already awakened the unconscious alpha wolf. However, upon seeing the alpha wolf trembling and casting wary glances at Corona, its expression a pitiable mix of anger and helplessness, compounded by Terenzo's disdainful demeanor and his mutterings about the despicable little dragon, Suger could surmise the method Corona had employed to rouse the alpha. He had witnessed this little dragon's cunning tactics countless times, with the brainless, prideful dragon brother often being the most frequent victim. Suger could only hope that he would not faint before this little dragon in the future. As the repercussions would indeed be unbearable, it was time to return home. Observing his long-awaited dragon siblings and the blood-related alpha wolf, Suger issued the command to head back. Upon hearing the order, the alpha wolf let out a couple of whimpers in farewell to its fallen kin, then turned, its injured body racing back towards their territory. This battle had exacted a heavy toll on the pack. The once strong males had perished in droves, leaving only the elderly, weak, and pregnant females within their domain. Upon returning, The alpha wolf was once again tasked with the formidable responsibility of ensuring the propagation and flourishing of the pack. Suge harbored deep concerns regarding whether the alpha could fulfill this daunting duty after suffering harm from Corona. A sidelong glance was cast at Corona, silently imploring the dragoness to adopt a more graceful approach next time. The astute Corona feigned indifference, maintaining the guise of a pure and innocent little dragon. Unfurling her wings and conjuring a magical aura at their tips as she soared ahead towards their territory. Suge shook his head in resignation. The cunning nature of this little dragon was ingrained in her very being, and it seemed unlikely that she would ever be corrected. Once Corona had gained some distance, Tarentuo finally took to the skies. Suge mused over the extent of psychological trauma that must have afflicted his dragon brother, prompting such behavior. For the first time, he observed the seemingly simple-minded brute transform into a figure of meticulous caution, a change attributed to the careful nurturing from the elder siblings. It appeared that the educational efforts for the intellectually challenged had yielded some results, yet Suge sensed that the greatest credit belonged to Corona. Adapting teaching methods to individual needs proved to be the correct approach. His own violent methods were effective only on Corona, while their impact on Tarentuo was minimal. Conversely, Corona's unique educational style had a profound effect on Tarentuo. Upon entering their territory, Suge and his dragon siblings parted ways, each returning to their respective lairs. Suge eagerly dove into the dragon den, which had been expanded twice, and retrieved the confinement orb that held the souls of the two formidable beings. The intriguing process of crafting undead life was about to commence. Although Suge had previously dissected the magic of creating undead life during his studies of dark sorcery and had captured some low-level magical beasts for experimentation, this occasion was markedly different. This time, he was dealing with the souls of two legendary powerhouses, a process far more intricate than before. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away in the capital of the Osad Empire, the city of Cudi, built upon the Cudi Bay, the imperial emperor, Reed, resided in his palace. An edifice of ancient European architecture. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, this prosperous harbor city resembled a colossal beast poised to rest upon the bay. Confirmed, Gandalf was indeed dead. As Reed gazed down from the throne in the grand hall at the seer below, a complex expression crossed his face. Joy, nostalgia, and sorrow intertwined, reflecting the tumultuous emotions swirling within the Emperor's heart. Chapter 27. Means of survival. Joy, for Gandalf indeed overshadowed all, and as long as he existed, Red felt constantly on edge. Most irksome to him was the fact that the hearts of the people in the Osa Empire were swayed towards Gandalf, who could stand on equal footing with him, the Emperor, a notion that made him feel acutely uncomfortable. The thought of Gandalf's demise naturally brought him a sense of delight. Yet, there lingered a melancholy, for the fall of a legendary powerhouse within the Osa Empire, or more precisely, the loss of its foremost champion, would likely embolden those nations that had long coveted the empire, enabling them to seize this opportunity to partake in its dismemberment. The rise and fall of an empire can often be distressingly simple. The Osa Empire, having flourished for merely a few centuries, now faced its moment of reckoning. Another great empire, the Pain Empire, thrived in a palace adorned with opulence that was almost suffocating. The Red Dragon Lord, Deloria, clad in crimson robes, bore a striking visage that belied his true age of over 300 years, appearing rather as a youthful man in his late 20s. Pedroza has fallen. Another formidable warrior lost to the Red Dragon kin. How amusing, yet the Osa Empire is not in a much better position. This stalemate shall serve as a lesson for that old scoundrel, Red. Without the aid of the national mage, he is but a useless pawn. After years of glory, it is time for the Osa Empire to face a change in dynasty. Frederick, go inform the noblemen within the Osa Empire that they have long coveted this delectable morsel. It is time for bold action. I, Deloria, shall be their staunchest ally, the Red Dragon Lord declared to a human standing respectfully below him, whose countenance radiated wisdom. Frederick, the human, received his command and vanished in an instant from the grand hall. In this moment, the hall remained occupied by several armored warriors, standing at attention, awaiting the orders of their lord. Vade Pashi, with Pedroza's fall, your position shall now be assumed. I command you to lead 3 million troops to the southwestern realm of Sunset and remain on high alert, closely monitoring the movements of the Osa Empire. Should chaos ensue within their borders, you shall be the first to charge into their capital. At that time, I will personally lead 30 million main forces as reinforcements. And together, we shall engulf the Osa Empire from within, Deloria instructed, gazing down at another red dragon who had also taken on human form. Unbeknownst to Sug, The deaths of Gandalf and Pedroza had brought the previously delicate balance between their two nations to the surface, igniting the fuse for conflict between the two great empires. Suger lay quietly within the dragon's lair, his eyes ablaze, fixating on the dragon and the man before him. The overwhelming scent of decay emanating from these two beings allowed him to discern that they were both manifestations of the undead. Moreover, the potent aura they exuded indicated that they were equivalent in strength to the esteemed beings of the sacred realm. After 2 arduous days and nights of labor, he had finally succeeded in transmuting their souls into these 2 undead entities. Suger mused that he had now become a competent necromancer. With these 2 loyal guardians at his beck and call, he felt invincible against any sacred realm adversaries, unless, of course, he were to be beset by a multitude of such beings, in which case he might find himself in peril. Suger scrutinized the duo. Only a few meters away, a necromantic Gandalf and a necromantic Pedroza. Gandalf, once clad in a robe as white as the dawn, now donned a cloak of deepest black, tattered and devoid of its former vibrance, yet shrouded in an imposing dark aura. His eyes glowed a devilish red, making it difficult to recognize him as the spirit of the white-robed mage. The red dragon, Pedroza, transformed into an undead form, stretched approximately 50 meters, occupying a substantial portion of the cavern. Although enveloped in a dark, decaying essence, hints of his crimson scales could still be discerned beneath the shadowy shroud. However, many of these scales had peeled away, revealing ghastly gashes that exposed bone, an appearance that, while somewhat pitiful, lent the undead dragon an air of menacing majesty, reminiscent of its final moments in life. The creation of these undead beings had been remarkably successful, and Suger nodded in satisfaction. As a vital means of protection, these undead entities must not be revealed indiscriminately in public. With a low growl, Suger commanded them to vanish from the cavern. After a day of exertion, weariness overtook Suger, and he lowered his head, curling up as he succumbed to a deep slumber within the dragon's nest. On the following day, as the sun ascended to its zenith, Suger awoke with drowsy eyes. Outside the cave, a humanoid figure stood respectfully, as if it had been waiting for quite some time. Upon noticing Suger's awakening, the goblin-like Sirth bowed deeply and said, "Esteemed master, I have procured the tomes necessary for establishing the barrier, as you instructed." At this, Suger's previously half-closed eyes widened slightly. With a mere thought, the books that had been clasped in Sirth's hands soared through the air, swiftly approaching him within the cave. This act of telekinesis was among the most fundamental illusions, a skill even many traveling troops had mastered. Suger was no exception. Grasping the tomes in his claw, Suger eagerly opened them, ready to delve into their contents. Shug couldn't help but admire Seuss, the astute businessman, who, after experiencing a couple of misfortunes with counterfeit magical tomes at the outset of his purchases, had now developed a discerning eye, ensuring that he seldom returned with forgeries. As Shug perused the texts, he reproached, "Seuss, how could you not awaken me sooner about such a splendid opportunity? Do you not realize that my thirst for knowledge surpasses all else?" "Ah, master, I noticed you were in a deep slumber and dared not disturb you," Seuss replied candidly. From the expression on the goblin's face, Shug could see no trace of impatience. It was evident that this fellow was meticulous in his work and adept at reading the room. He could sense that his master's reproach was not meant in earnest. For had he truly disrupted Shug's peaceful dreams, he would hardly be standing here in such high spirits. In truth, with Shug's current abilities, he had sensed the goblin's approach long before he reached the cave entrance. However, feeling no hint of danger, he was reluctant to rouse himself from slumber. Had there been a threatening adversary near the dragon's lair, they would have been detected well before entering the range of Shug's mental awareness. Chapter 28. The Green Dragon Scholar troubled by knowledge challenges. If that were the case, the goblin could not have remained unharmed at the dragon's den for so long. Surely, within a certain proximity to Shug, he would have triggered a chain reaction of the dragon's awareness, either being melted by a blast of Green Dragon's poison or blown away by Shug's formidable wind magic. In essence, any hostile being, unless they possessed strength far surpassing Shug's or were adept at concealing their presence to deceive his acute perception, would not receive the Green Dragon's cordial treatment upon encroaching within the effective range of Shug's magic. "Master, may I take my leave?" Seuss inquired, having stood outside the cave for several hours while Shug immersed himself in the knowledge of barrier arrangements. "Oh, my thirst for knowledge was so intense that I neglected your wait outside," Shug remarked, shifting his gaze from the tomes to the earnest goblin. "You may go now. Take some time to rest. By the way, on your way back, please check if the gremlin, Mike, has returned. If he has, send him to see me." Once he had spoken, Shug diverted his focus back to the texts, engrossed in the material. he realized that despite possessing the advantage of the dragon's most powerful intellect, the knowledge concerning barriers was considerably more intricate than ordinary magic, with some concepts being rather obscure. Yet, this complexity only fueled Suge's insatiable desire for knowledge and his determination to conquer challenging problems. Is it not the hallmark of a scholar to embody such traits? Uncertain of how long he had been studying the intricacies of barrier knowledge, Suge stretched languidly and glanced outside the cave, where he observed the sun setting, casting layers of fiery clouds across the horizon. It has been quite some time since I have been so utterly captivated, unwittingly losing myself in the pages of a book for an entire day. To be precise, it is the first time this has occurred. In the past, when perusing tomes of magical knowledge, I could grasp the essence of their contents after merely skimming through them, often achieving a near-complete understanding with a bit of reflection. Furthermore, I could extrapolate and innovate, crafting my own unique spells. At present, there is no doubt that I have rightfully earned the title of a master of magic. While my expertise in certain magical attributes may not be profound and my magical attacks somewhat limited, this is merely due to the scarcity of magical elements I can command, not a deficiency in knowledge. As the saying goes, a skilled artisan cannot work without materials. Had I an abundance of magical elements within me, I would undoubtedly excel as a master in those realms as well. However, I find myself thoroughly perplexed by the art of barrier formation. It is no wonder that masters of such craft are exceedingly rare, even fewer than 1 in 10,000 magicians. I have finally come to understand the reasons behind this. The principles of barrier arrangement are entirely divergent from those of spellcasting. The methodologies are not aligned in the slightest. Nonetheless, one undeniable fact remains. The establishment of a barrier necessitates the practitioner to possess formidable mental fortitude and an understanding of spatial laws. I have discovered that the power of a barrier is, in essence, a manifestation of spatial energy. The protective layer formed by a barrier is a formidable bulwark created from spatial forces, impervious to damage. However, the strength of this barrier is contingent upon the caster's mastery over spatial laws. Thus, it is not an exaggeration to declare that masters of barrier formation are rare geniuses, appearing but once in a millennium. After all, individuals capable of mastering spatial rules are exceedingly few, with perhaps only 1 in 100,000. Moreover, I have noticed a pattern. Every master of barrier formation is invariably a formidable entity. This implies that no one possesses the ability to command spatial laws from the outset. Only those who have reached a certain level of strength and understanding can begin to approach the intricacies of spatial manipulation. I surmise that the reason I, endowed with the mightiest intellect of a dragon, cannot fathom the techniques of barrier formation is primarily due to my failure to cross the threshold of spatial laws, leaving me utterly ignorant of them. This has led to the rather awkward predicament of being a scholarly dragon ensnared by this conundrum of knowledge. With this realization, I have decided to abandon my pursuit of barrier arrangement knowledge. I have returned to the entrance of my small treasure trove, placing the tomes on barrier knowledge within, storing them away. I am certain that once I have attained a grasp of certain spatial rules and developed some control over them, I shall revisit this subject. After all, even if I were to discover a method to breach the barrier of the Wugishan Mountains, I currently lack the capability to enter the divine tomb. Furthermore, I have received news that the so-called demigod within the tomb is engaged in a resurrection scheme. Should I foolishly intrude, I might not even comprehend how my demise would unfold. Regarding the mastery of space, Suge remains unhurried. Although this rare ability is indeed coveted, Suge, equipped with the gluttonous system, can acquire it as long as he possesses sufficient ingredients. For instance, after consuming the statue, he gained the enhancement of any rare ability, but he chose to allocate all of it to the mastery of time. Suge harbors no regrets, for his current capability of accelerating time by 15-fold has proven immensely beneficial. He understands that each rare ability possesses its irreplaceable advantages. With this 15-fold time acceleration, Suge's strength has increased exponentially. His spell-casting speed, effective range, magical potency, physical combat agility, daily digestion, and even his personal growth have all been significantly enhanced, elevating his capabilities to a level that others can only aspire to. As he delved into the study of knowledge, an entire day slipped away unnoticed. When night fell, Suge felt the rumblings of hunger emanating from his belly. After losing 80 to 90% of the strength of the ferocious wolf pack, only a dwindling number remained, less than 100, mostly comprised of the weak and infirm, with the exception of the alpha wolf. Consequently, the task of hunting now rested upon the shoulders of 6 cyclopean giants and the boarman. "Hey, Chief, you must be famished." "Haha, we went to great lengths to chase down this fiery serpent, traversing over 100 miles before finally capturing this 20-meter-long beast that can both fly and breathe fire. The Cyclopean giant, known as Sonfin, wielding a warhammer, led the others to deliver the fiery serpent to Suge's dragon lair. Under the cover of night, the robust figure of this rugged giant loomed before Suge, resembling a mountain. An 8th-level fire attribute magical beast. These creatures are truly reckless for provoking such a formidable foe. It is worth noting that Sonfin himself is merely at the peak of 7th-level strength. Suge observed that several Cyclopean giants bore significant injuries, including Sonfin. 2 of them were charred black, trembling as they stood, on the verge of collapse, clearly having sustained severe burns from the fierce fire magic. Chapter 29. Devouring the fiery serpent. Suge craned his neck to inspect the fiery serpent, its head crushed by Sonfin's heavy hammer. He glanced at the wounds of his loyal blood kin, nodding in appreciation. This hunt must have been exceedingly perilous. A moment's carelessness could have cost 1 or 2 of these Cyclopean giants their lives. The fiery serpent's strength approaches the pinnacle of 8th level among magical beasts. Among his blood kin, Sonfin boasts the greatest combat prowess. Although he is merely at the 7th level, the awakening of his triple bloodline power, combined with Suge's dragon blood's refining, enables him to match the strength of mid-level 8th-tier beings. However, when confronting a peak-level beast of the 8th tier, wielding merely a third of one's strength does seem somewhat inadequate, were it not for the impeccable coordination among these creatures. A single misstep could very well allow the Crimson Flame Serpent to turn the tide, resulting in the demise of all these Cyclopes. The decision to engage with only a third of their might may have been somewhat reckless, yet it garnered immense praise from Suge. Is it not true that true warriors are forged in the crucible of life and death? What Suge sought were those kin, bound by blood, who could fight without fear of sacrifice in the face of mortality. Suge, of course, would not naively believe that such loyalty stemmed from an innate quality within the Cyclopes. If one were to delve into the annals of history, the giant race, be it frost giants, titan giants, storm giants, ocean giants, earth giants, Cyclopes, or others, has always harbored a deep-seated enmity toward the dragon kin. Although this animosity has waned over the passage of hundreds of thousands of years, the vestiges of hatred linger in their bloodline. Given such a complex relationship, it is evident that the Cyclopes could not pledge their loyalty to Suge without substantial reason, especially to the extent of risking their lives. Thus, without further contemplation, Suge discerned that the fervent loyalty exhibited by the third of their might and the other 5 Cyclopes was undoubtedly a result of his bloodline transformation. Moreover, having undergone a second infusion of his blood, their loyalty appeared to have intensified further. Naturally, the power and benefits they received were significantly augmented. No true dragon would be so generous as to sacrifice their blood twice to transform a race that has been adversarial to them since time immemorial. To put it plainly, no dragon possesses the foresight or generosity of Suge, the gluttonous dragon, who would willingly relinquish a portion of their blood to modify a lineage historically opposed to them. Now, Suge finally recognized the advantages of being reborn as a dragon. This supernatural ability enables him to effortlessly acquire a loyal subordinate, an exquisite boon indeed. You have performed admirably. Third of your might. Please escort them to rest. As a reward, I shall prioritize you for the next opportunity of bloodline transformation. Once again, he adeptly painted a grand vision for his kin, instilling hope and invigorating their spirit, a truly masterful approach. Suge couldn't help but admire his own prowess, pondering why he had not executed such remarkable maneuvers in his previous life. Otherwise, his career would surely have soared. Observing the 6 limping Cyclopes, each severely injured as they departed, Suge held no concern for their well-being. With their already extraordinary recovery capabilities, coupled with the enhancements from his dragon blood transformation, it would not be long before they regained their vigor and combat prowess. Once the Cyclopes had left, Suge finally lowered his gaze to regard the remaining long and robust Crimson Flame Serpent. Through the formidable data capture prowess of the dragon clan, Suger merely cast a glance at the creature's physique and discerned its waist circumference to be approximately 70 centimeters, with a length of 25 meters. Such a stature, combined with its formidable fire magic abilities, necessitated caution even from Suger. One could only imagine the trepidation of his bloodkin subordinates. This beast was an exceedingly perilous magical creature, possessing 2 amber-hued, horn-like protrusions on its head that harbored an abundance of magical energy, serving as the primary medium for its spellcasting. There existed a popular belief in the Norland dimension that these fiery serpent dragons were a novel species birthed from the union of red dragons and magical serpents. However, Suger dismissed this notion as mere jest and idle speculation of the world. while reproductive barriers among different species were not particularly pronounced in this realm, leading to the existence of numerous hybrids. The haughty nature of red dragons made it implausible for them to engage in such relations with inferior magical serpents. Even should they seek to experiment with exotic life forms, they would invariably choose the aesthetically pleasing elves or humans over debasing themselves to consort with lesser magical serpents, tarnishing their own reputations. Suger surmised that such rumors were likely disseminated by those envious of the red dragon lineage. Observing the fiery serpent dragon, Suger, driven by hunger, swallowed hard before deftly inserting his dragon claw into the creature's hindquarters. Dragging the serpent's robust body into the dragon's lair, he prepared to feast upon this sumptuous meal. Judging by its size, this substantial serpent was already an adult magical beast. Unlike the firm flesh of ordinary beasts, this serpent, measuring over 20 meters, weighed at least 20 tons. Noticing the 6 cyclopes straining to lift it, Suger recognized the challenge. Moving a 20-ton object solely by brute force would be taxing for anyone. However, with his adept command of wind magic, he effortlessly levitated the heavy fiery serpent into the dragon's nest. To minimize energy loss during the feeding process, Suger refrained from dismembering the serpent and instead embraced it, beginning to consume it headfirst. The sound of crunching echoed as he devoured it. Truly, it was an 8th-level magical beast. Had it not been for his 15-fold temporal acceleration ability, Suger would have needed to divide the meal into 3 portions to fully digest the serpent. Yet, with the aid of this extraordinary ability enhancing his digestive speed, he could convert the entirety of this massive 8th-level magical beast into effective nourishment in one sitting. Nevertheless, during the course of his feast, Suger found it necessary to retreat into the jungle 3 times to relieve himself of waste before resuming his consumption. Due to his extraordinary digestive capacity, the remnants he left behind kept the goblin-like creatures occupied for several days each month. For a green dragon owner whose frequency and volume of waste are 8 times greater than that of its kind, and who is particularly meticulous about environmental hygiene, the routine task of regularly cleaning the droppings in the jungle and transporting them to be buried a kilometer away at the foot of the mountain has become a vital responsibility for the goblins. Chapter 30. The relocation of the Ebony clan. However, the idle goblins do not consider this task a waste of manpower. After feasting on the fiery serpent, releasing its remnants, and reclining in the dragon's lair, Suger capitalizes on a 15-fold time acceleration effect, relishing the delightful process of digestion while listening to the melodious notifications of gains. Consumed item: Level 8 Pinnacle Beast, Fiery Serpent. Quality: Premium. Benefits derived from the Magical Life talent and Fire Attribute Magical talent, though each gain is merely 1 point. The frequency is remarkably high. Essentially, every 5 minutes of digestion allows Suger to acquire a benefit, a remarkable optimization primarily attributed to the 15-fold time acceleration ability, which significantly enhances his digestive capacity. With his digestive speed maximized, Suger reserves a portion of energy for bodily activities, allocating the remainder entirely for gain distribution. As he revels in the continuous notifications echoing in his mind, Suger blissfully drifts into slumber. The following day, as the first light of dawn streams through the cave entrance into the dragon's lair, Suger slightly opens his tightly shut dragon eyes, stretches his neck, and lazily yawns, releasing a pungent odor of chlorine that permeates the fresh air. The green flies that had been buzzing around him are instantly incapacitated, plummeting to the ground. This is not mere bad breath. Rather, it is the corrosive toxin of chlorine. Suger furrows his brow, realizing that even the chlorine emitted from his yawn has intensified in toxicity, confirming that his green dragon's breath has significantly escalated in potency. Reflecting on the benefits derived from digesting the fiery serpent the previous night, Suger notes that he has accumulated a total of 105 points in Fire Attribute Magical Talent, all of which have been transformed into tangible Fire Attribute magical elements within his body, serving as valuable points for constructing magical models. Indeed, the gains are commendable. Suger nods in satisfaction, perhaps due to the serpent's considerable size, which has yielded a substantial number of benefit points. Compared to the premium-grade magical beasts he previously consumed, the returns have doubled. However, this modest gain remains but a drop in the bucket regarding Suger's aspirations for advancing his Fire Attribute magic. Over the past 2 years, he has gleaned the least from Fire Attribute magical talent. Even the gains from Thunder Attribute magic have surpassed those from Fire. Nonetheless, after more than 2 years of accumulation, Suger has amassed over 3,000 points in Fire Attribute magical talent, sufficient for constructing a magical model for the standard Fireball spell. Yet, he still has a long way to go before he can emulate the red dragon's formidable flame breath attack. Shug calculated that constructing a basic level of flame breath would require at least one fire attribute elemental foundation point. In other words, if Shug aspired to unleash a flame breath as formidable as that of the mighty red dragon among the chromatic dragons, both in physical prowess and magical capability, he would need to accumulate 3 times the current quantity of fire attribute magical elements within his body. At present, Shug's mental strength was sufficient to cast spells. He merely lacked the necessary magical elements. The collection of these elements was indeed a disheartening task for a dragon. Shug deemed it prudent to devise a schedule, encouraging his bloodline kin to symbolically hunt magical beings corresponding to the fire attribute. Otherwise, should this trend persist, his magical prowess would stagnate. However, he shook his head in resignation. The prey within his territory barely sufficed to satisfy his voracious appetite. At times, he even risked leading hunting parties into the domains of formidable lords to poach prey, just to meet his insatiable needs. To be picky under such circumstances was clearly the height of folly, and Shug scorned his own musings. It appeared essential to prioritize the expansion of his territory. In his mind, Shug reflected on his previous success in subjugating the orc tribe, originally intending to seize the Wuko mountain range, a haven for magical beasts. However, upon discovering the secrets of the divine tomb, he noted that many beings, including humans, flocked to that location. Shug surmised that, given his capabilities, he could not safeguard such a treasure. Yet now, the divine power that once leaked from the tomb had dissipated, following the demise of 2 legendary powers within the tomb, which had been repelled by a cursed divine formation. No formidable life forms dared to covet that place any longer. It had become a land without a master. Shug resolved to reclaim this unclaimed territory, once belonging to the orc lands, as his own. The relocation of the orc tribe would occur within the next few days. After much contemplation, Shug decided that it would be most appropriate for the orcs to manage that area. As a second-generation bloodline transformation, he held no doubts about the loyalty of Wulong, a member of his kin. The management style would continue to be Shug's characteristic semi-autonomous approach. Following his second transformation, Wulong had seen significant enhancements in both combat strength and intellect. Since assuming the position of chief of the Wuko tribe, no orc had dared to challenge his authority. With the acquisition of the territory surrounding the Wuko mountain range, which lay 100 kilometers away, Shug had gained another bountiful base for sourcing ingredients. A week later, the orcs returned to their familiar homeland, and Shug could sense the joy in their hearts upon returning home. For Shug, the distance of 100 kilometers posed no challenge. He could traverse it in merely 10 minutes at full speed, thus not impeding his management efforts. The territory encompassing the Tagong Basin of the Wugo mountain range was entrusted to the orcs under the condition that these creatures would supply a specified quantity of food each week, and nothing more. The Wugo clan found this arrangement reasonable. The sustenance provided was not merely a means of securing the protection of their green dragon master. It also held the promise that any future offspring of the Wugo clan, endowed with exceptional talent and capable of enduring the transformative blood of the green dragon, might receive the dragon's blessing and undergo a metamorphosis through the dragon's blood. The notion of becoming dragon-blooded orcs was once beyond their wildest imagination. Such a transformation would vastly enhance their strength, opening avenues of development previously deemed unattainable. This was a monumental boon for the orcs, as the prospect of the Wugo clan reclaiming its former glory began to shimmer vividly before their eyes. If the Wugo clan were to restore their former splendor in this generation, it would be a matter of great pride. Consequently, within the stipulated time frame, these orcs not only managed to provide the required amount of prey as per Shug's demands, but often exceeded those expectations significantly, eager to curry favor with him. For Shug, possessing an insatiable appetite due to his unique system, the quantity of food was a mere detail. He could consume vast amounts, transforming them into valuable gains, while controlling his digestion rate when supplies were low. However, for Shug, an abundance of food was always preferable, as it facilitated a swift acquisition of benefits and an enhancement of his strength. Thus, despite overseeing a territory with a vertical depth nearing 200 kilometers, Shug remained resolute in his plans for territorial expansion. Chapter 31. The deployment of the ogre's advance. At present, Shug was awaiting intelligence from the goblin, Mike. This goblin's return to the territory was delayed by a week longer than Shug had anticipated. Finally, after a week, Shug encountered Mike. He was acutely aware that this goblin must have unearthed significant intelligence. Otherwise, he would have reported back much sooner. Master, this time Mike has uncovered vital information. The goblin gasped, standing outside Shug's lair, his breath coming in heavy bursts. as if he had rushed back over a great distance. "Speak. What crucial information do you possess?" Suge inquired, his draconic eyes narrowing with interest as he regarded the green-skinned goblin. From an aesthetic perspective, the goblin's body was now more extensively covered in dragon scales, the original green hue gleaming with a polished sheen. The two forked horns sprouting from his head lent him an oddly striking appearance. Following 2 blood transformations, Mike's internal fortitude had significantly increased, and his physical resilience surpassed Suge's expectations. On flat terrain, he could traverse at speeds 3 times that of an ordinary goblin, and with the aid of his burrowing technique, he could navigate through dense jungles effortlessly, achieving speeds 5 times that of a typical goblin in challenging terrains. It is no exaggeration to assert that the goblin Mike can traverse a distance of 200 miles without the slightest pause. "My lord, the OSA Empire is now grappling with its own troubles, beset by the encroachment of numerous duchies." Taking a deep breath, the goblin Mike continued to gesture with his seemingly slender arms, articulating with great fervor, "As the most loyal Duke of Eugen, I have now led my elite forces to the aid of the OSA Empire, while the military deployment within the Eugen Duchy is currently sparse, presenting a prime opportunity for invasion." "Invasion of the Eugen Duchy? Who suggested to you that I intend to invade the Eugen Duchy?" Suge cast a glance at the goblin Mike, realizing that this fellow had misconstrued his intentions. "Oh, you instructed me to investigate the hostile forces of the Eugen Duchy and the OSA Empire, and I assumed you sought to seize the moment to form an alliance for the invasion of the Eugen Duchy, thereby conquering the OSA Empire." Suge sighed in resignation at the simplicity of this green-skinned goblin's thoughts. With their meager strength, they would barely withstand a single charge from the armored knights of the OSA Empire. They would be trampled into paste. Not only the OSA Empire, but even any Marquis's main force from the Eugen Duchy could effortlessly crush them. Though he was a magnificent green dragon capable of overlooking myriad lives, Suge possessed a modicum of self-awareness. "I certainly did not send you to gather intelligence on the Eugen Duchy for the purpose of attacking it. This succulent piece of meat is beyond our current capabilities. Use your brain, will you?" Suge lamented the goblin Mike's lack of intellect. As for Suge's actual purpose in dispatching the goblin to gather such information, he refrained from articulating it directly, deeming it unnecessary to waste words on this green-skinned creature. In truth, Suge's aim was to subdue the ogres of the Sycan Basin. These ogres, bolstered by the Eugen Duchy, had long disregarded the majesty of his dragon form, daring to defy his might and intercept the supplies acquired by his subordinates from raided caravans. It was high time to teach them a lesson. However, with humans as their backing, any action against the ogres required careful consideration. The reason Suge had instructed Goblin Mike to probe into the hostile forces of the Eugen Duchy was merely to explore potential alliances with other factions to counterbalance the Eugen Duchy before dealing with the ogres. Yet, it now appeared that such considerations were unnecessary. The Duke of Eugen, faced with immediate threats, had already dispatched his elite forces to the OSA Empire to unite with his Imperial Majesty against a common foe. The affairs on that front would suffice to keep them occupied. Originally, the ogres, who maintained their relationship solely through meager benefits, could hardly afford to divert their forces to concern themselves with the plight of these other races. Moreover, from the information brought back by Mike, it was clear that the Pain Empire had seized the opportunity presented by the other duchies feasting on the OSA Empire's remnants, advancing their vanguard troops to the Sunset Realm, establishing a formidable presence akin to a hawk poised on its prey, with intentions unmistakable. Thus, I can confidently demonstrate my prowess to those ogres. Suge contemplated, then summoned the various small leaders among his subordinates, instructing them to gather for the strategic planning of the ogre war. Revenge was merely a pretext for war, in truth. Suge had long coveted the Sycan Basin. What truly enticed him was the inexhaustible vein of black iron or hidden within its depths. This resource would not only replenish the economic foundation of Suge's territory, but also enhance his profits and bolster his military might. Ever since the meager mineral resources in his domain had been depleted, Suge had yearned to seize this vein, but the right opportunity had eluded him, compounded by his limited strength at the time. Chief, we finally have a war to fight. We were on the verge of growing stale. If we don't engage soon, we might forget the thrill of slaying, proclaimed the half-cooked one, brandishing his heavy hammer, his voice resonating with enthusiasm. Suge, with his piercing gaze, silenced the loquacious fellow and proceeded to elucidate his battle plans to the assembled kin. Leading the orcs of the Wugo clan, the brute force and magically gifted Wulong would coordinate with the half-cooked one's one-eyed giants, boars, and werewolves, forming two flanking vanguard units to directly penetrate the heart of the ogre tribe in the Saken Basin. Meanwhile, the dragon's siblings would engage freely in combat. These two fledgling dragons, possessing considerable strength, would disrupt the enemy's formations effectively. The goblin Mike would continue as the front scout leader, guiding a cadre of astute goblins to infiltrate the Saken Basin and ascertain the conditions of the ogres. The kobolds would serve as reserve forces while also undertaking the task of transporting spoils, positioned at the rear of their army for support. Given the severe losses suffered by the fierce wolves previously, Sorg had opted not to include them in this battle. Wolves, when deprived of their pack, pose limited threat, and Sorg had even refrained from deploying the alpha wolf this time. With his subordinates organized, Sorg assumed the role of the omniscient observer. Ascending into the air, he employed a misty camouflage spell, effectively concealing himself within the deep blue expanse of the sky. With a graceful flap of his giant wings, he made his way towards the battlefield in the Saken Basin. In Sorg's estimation, this conflict, devoid of human involvement, was assuredly in his favor. He believed that even without his intervention, the ogre territory would fall into his hands. After all, through extensive reconnaissance, he had determined that this ogre tribe was not formidable, lacking even a single powerful being above the sanctum level, posing no threat to him. As Sorg soared through the skies, casting his gaze down upon the ogre territory, he beheld several mountains piled high with black iron ore, glistening alluringly under the bright sun. At that moment, he observed 700 or 800 kobolds, supervised by ogres wielding whips, diligently toiling to extract the precious black iron ore. Chapter 32. Seduction. What differs this from a black factory? Suge was certain that these goblins would not endure such inhumane treatment under his command. In his previous strategic arrangements, Suge had prioritized the liberation of the goblins trapped in the mine as a primary objective in their incursion into the ogre territory. He understood that once these goblin laborers, who had received no recompense and often faced starvation while enduring relentless beatings from the ogres, were successfully swayed, it would be akin to an instantaneous augmentation of his forces by thousands, thereby significantly bolstering their efforts against the ogres. To persuade these goblins, who harbored long-standing grievances against the ogres, was a simple task. Revealing strength before them would suffice. If they could witness the might of his troops, formidable enough to rival the ogres, victory would be assured. Employing the mist concealment technique, Suge hovered in the skies above the mine, observing the battlefield below. This time, to cultivate the battlefield command skills of Sanfin and Wulong, Suge refrained from issuing any commands, silently lingering several kilometers above, akin to an oversized hawk circling its prey. Moreover, thanks to the mist concealment technique, even the kinfolk charging below were unaware of Suge's presence as he meticulously observed their combat. As he surveyed the battlefield, various tactical formations swiftly flickered through his mind, engaging in theoretical simulations to determine the most effective offensive strategy. However, having resolved to entrust the battlefield entirely to these kinfolk, Suge chose not to intervene, regardless of their tactical deficiencies. As long as their combat approach did not lead to devastating losses or defeat, he would remain an observer, intending to hold a post-war discussion to enhance their combat acumen once the conflict concluded. After all, in future battles, it would be impractical for Suge, as the master, to participate in every engagement or for his vassals to rely solely on him for victory. As his influence expanded, the luxury of dedicating time to every battlefield would be unsustainable. Thus, it was imperative for these kinfolk to train and mature, enabling them to stand on their own. Fortunately, they did not disappoint Suge. After nearly 2 years of war, particularly following the recent conquest of the Wugo clan, these kinfolk had significantly evolved. Sanfin and Wulong led the vanguard, executing a two-pronged assault that surged into the mine like two dragons, effortlessly breaking through from both flanks. Confronted with such a fierce onslaught, the ogres' armed forces in the mine were already limited, and with a single charge, Sanfin and Wulong, through their seamless coordination, felled all the ogres present in the mine. The ogres' most formidable elite were not stationed within the mine. The strongest among them, a two-headed ogre, boasted only peak level 6 prowess, leaving them utterly defenseless in the face of overwhelming numbers. In their first encounter, the 6th level two-headed ogre was brutally struck by a blow from a rare 3/4 cooked warrior, causing its chest to cave in. Before it had the chance to experience the taste of death, the 2.5-meter ogre was sent hurtling backward, its internal organs exploding forth from its mouth and nostrils, eyes bulging and bloodshot. Even before it hit the ground, it had already drawn its last breath. As the leader of the ogres atop the mountain, it was swiftly dispatched, leaving the other ogres in utter disarray, their defensive formation completely shattered. Meanwhile, the spellcaster Wulong, standing behind the three-quarters cooked warrior, continuously unleashed a barrage of intermediate fireballs. Enhanced by the blood of dragons, his magical power felt inexhaustible, as if he could summon flames without end. The ogres struck by the fireballs howled in agony. Those fortunate enough to survive were swiftly overwhelmed by other minions. Reduced to mere pulp. Under the overwhelming advantage, the followers of Suger quickly seized control of the sprawling mine, which stretched over 5 to 6 kilometers. The goblins, coerced into labor, trembled at the sight of this ragtag army, composed of various humanoid species, as they savagely dismembered the ogres. These laboring goblins feared that the bloodthirsty marauders would treat them with the same brutality they had shown the ogres. However, as time passed, they discovered that this fierce band, lacking unified arms or banners, merely encircled them after slaughtering the ogres, sparing them from harm. Suger nodded in satisfaction, pleased that they had not succumbed to bloodlust and still remembered their prior plans. The next phase was to incite rebellion. Suger believed that no one was better suited for the task of persuading the goblins than Sirs, a fellow goblin whose presence would carry more weight. Of course, Suger maintained a mindset of acceptance. Even if the incitement failed, their current strength would still pose a challenge to the ogres, though it might require additional effort. My fellow goblins, I am Sirs, he proclaimed. Upon seeing me, it is clear that I, too, am a goblin, currently serving under the great green dragon Suger. He gestured to the unique aspects of his form, altered by the dragoness blood, and proudly declared, "You may notice that I am different from you. A dragon-blooded goblin? Indeed, I am a dragon-blooded goblin. How could there be such a being? Which true dragon would lower itself to grant its blood to us goblins? Indeed, this is a remarkable tale. Typically, we goblins are only taken as ordinary subordinates to serve true dragons. Never has a true dragon bestowed its blood upon us." The goblins gazed at Sirs, whose body was clad in gleaming green scales, resembling a suit of exquisite natural armor. The forked dragon horns sprouting from his head further enhanced his magical prowess, resulting in a significant transformation in his abilities. The dog-headed creature, transformed by the blood of a dragon, shall not only transcend the limitations of its growth, but also effortlessly overcome any obstacles it encounters on the path to power. As if its life were suddenly endowed with extraordinary advantages. All the dog-headed beings in the mines gazed upon Sirs with expressions filled with envy and longing, pondering the immense fortune that had granted him such favor from a true dragon. Indeed, one might discern that I am, in fact, a dragon-blooded dog-headed creature, having undergone the transformation by the dragon's blood not once, but twice. As Sirs spoke, he noticed the wariness of the laboring dog-headed beings gradually dissipating, allowing him to step further among them as he proclaimed, "My lord, the true dragon Suger, is a magnificent and benevolent leader. Should you choose to follow him, you too shall receive the same favor as I have. This blessing extends to your descendants. If they possess the fortitude to endure the fury of the dragon's true blood transformation, they too may have the opportunity to become dragon-blooded dog-headed beings. My lord, the true dragon Suger is not only a great and virtuous leader, but also an industrious visionary, striving to guide us toward a brighter future and elevate the dog-headed tribes. Are you willing to witness the resplendent future of my lord, the true dragon Suger, and the glorious tomorrow of the dog-headed kin? Let me see your resolve. My fellow dog-headed beings, together, let us vanquish these two-headed foes and cleanse ourselves of past humiliations, resentments, and tribulations. From this moment forth, you shall rise, refusing to remain as slaves." Concealed in the clouds, Suger could not help but smile broadly. Sirs was not only an adept businessman, but also a master of persuasion. A simple act of rebellion had been transformed into a spark capable of igniting a vast conflagration. Chapter 33. War of Attrition under Sirs' fervent and impassioned rhetoric. The minor dog-headed beings chose to pledge their allegiance, their eyes filled with boundless hope, as if proclaiming that their chance to seize power had finally arrived. Suger shook his head in resignation, witnessing yet another group of naive souls ensnared by toxic platitudes. All the persuaded minor dog-headed beings, armed with pickaxes, hastily joined Suger's motley army. From Suger's elevated perspective, it evoked the sensation of a peasant uprising. Yet, I am not Lucio. Meanwhile, in the Cyclopes basin, the ogres dwelling therein had already heard the sounds of battle erupting nearby, forming several armed factions in preparation to retaliate against Suger's followers. The ogre army, numbering in the thousands, vastly outnumbered Suger's retinue, and these ogres were naturally formidable warriors. With two heads, even those with modest abilities could rival human fifth-level fighters in strength. However, the two-headed ogres in the Cyclopes basin comprised less than one-fifth of the total ogre population. The remaining single-headed ogres were predominantly at the second or third levels, with only a few boasting fourth-level strength. Nevertheless, in terms of overall prowess, they still surpassed Sug's followers considerably. From a lofty vantage point, Suge observed the thousands of ogres surging toward the mines from the Sycan basin like a relentless tide. His dragon-like eyes narrowed slightly. This was indeed a formidable army, and Suge felt a stirring of ambition. If he could subdue them and fully arm them, the combat prowess of his subordinates would be exponentially enhanced. However, taming these unruly ogres would likely require a singular approach. They must be thoroughly defeated. In a direct confrontation, Suge's loyal followers might not stand a chance against this multitude of ogres. Although his bloodline kin exhibited exceptional individual combat strength, the general physical prowess of his ordinary subordinates fell short of that of the ogres. Even if victory could be achieved through strategy, it would likely come at a grievous cost. Initially, Suge had intended to use this battlefield to hone the combat abilities of his subordinates, but he now reconsidered. A battle resulting in heavy casualties would render any battlefield experience gained by the survivors a Pyrrhic victory. Why not reveal himself directly and demonstrate his strength before these ogres? Should any dare to defy him, he could crush them into submission or eliminate them altogether, thus establishing his authority and compelling their allegiance. Ultimately, once subdued, their loyalty would be of little consequence. Suge's bloodline transformation could effectively mitigate such a disadvantage. Even if an ogre were a quintessential turncoat, treacherously seeking personal gain, the transformation would render them fiercely loyal, becoming one of Suge's most devoted adherents. This supernatural ability of bloodline transformation was formidable. In Suge's mind, even a powerful dragon, once transformed, would endure torturous interrogation at the hands of enemies without divulging a single secret of their master. Although Suge was uncertain whether his bloodline kin's loyalty could reach such heights, it was evident that their fidelity had significantly improved since his initial conquest. Torlunso, you are far too reckless. Return at once. Do not presume that a modicum of power enables you to single-handedly confront an army of ogres. Suge heard Corona's anxious voice call out. Turning toward the source of the sound, he spotted the impulsive Torlunso flapping his wings, spanning 6 to 7 meters, soaring toward the advancing ogre horde, with Corona trailing closely behind, attempting to prevent her foolish brother from embarking on a reckless venture. Suge shook his head in exasperation. When would this child ever mature? His faith in educating this imbecilic sibling was waning, as he was far too impulsive and thoughtless. However, given that Torlunso's combat capabilities had now reached a level comparable to 3 parts cooked, Suge decided to let him test the waters, ready to intervene if necessary. Resolute in his decision, he continued to circle high above, observing the unfolding events. It would indeed be a fortunate turn of events to teach this fellow a lesson, ensuring he remembers it for the future. In an instant, 2 fledgling dragons appeared before the horde of ogres. Tarentuo, landing firmly on the ground, stood tall with his robust chest and elongated neck, gazing down from the hillside with an air of arrogance. He proclaimed, "Roar, you pitiful 2-headed wretches. Hasten to bow before the magnificent offspring of the green dragon. I, the illustrious Tarentuo, might even spare your lives and accept you as my kin, granting you a new existence and a fresh journey." Tarentuo was scheming. If he could subdue this formidable group of followers, he would experience a life akin to that of his gluttonous elder brother, ascending to the exalted status of a lord. Surely, his elder brother would have to regard him with newfound respect. At that moment, Corona, who had descended beside Tarentuo, chastised the dim-witted dragon in the tongue of dragons. "Fool! Sug has granted us the freedom to engage in battle, to disrupt the enemy's formation, not for you to arrogantly seize control and claim followers for yourself. Besides, with your current strength, do you truly believe these creatures would willingly submit to you? Withdraw at once. Huh, coward. If you're going to leave, do so quickly, and do not interfere with my endeavor to gather followers." Tarentuo roared back, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. His gaze fell upon the indifferent ogres, and anger surged within him. Ignoring Corona's warnings, he unfurled his claws and flapped his wings, launching himself at the nearest ogre. In his mind, it was imperative to demonstrate his prowess as the offspring of the green dragon, compelling these creatures to submit to his will. What a fool! Corona muttered as she reluctantly joined the fray, watching her brother plunge into the enemy ranks. Tarentuo charged through the ogre formation like a ferocious beast. With limited magical abilities, he relied on his formidable physique to physically assault the ogres. Tarentuo's strength was sufficient to tear through swathes of ogres, provided he did not encounter particularly formidable individuals. Initially, the battle seemed effortless to him. These ogres were hardly a challenge. He disdainfully remarked to Corona, who fought alongside him. See, my judgment was correct. These ogres are no match for us. Watch closely, for I shall soon claim them as my followers. You imbecile. They are merely exhausting our strength. Have you not noticed that none of the 6th level ogres have appeared thus far? Among thousands. It is impossible that there isn't a single strong opponent capable of resisting our assault. Corona flapped her small wings, swiftly striking an ogre attacking from the side in its eye, rendering it blind. The creature howled in pain, clutching its eyes, only to meet its demise as Corona dealt a decisive blow to its neck. Suge nodded, signaling that the dragonling Corona had been drawn out. It was evident that the ogres were exhausting their resources, sending forth mere low-level cannon fodder to engage the 2 dragonlings in combat. It was likely that once the stamina of these fledgling dragons was sufficiently depleted, they would unleash their more formidable forces to either capture or eliminate them outright. Chapter 34. Binding Air Technique. Employing the Cloak of Mist, Suge had a vantage point from which he could survey the battlefield below, his keen perception allowing him to encompass everything within his sight. With his mental acuity now reaching extraordinary levels, Suge's awareness extended approximately 5 kilometers around him. This advantage enabled him to sense all living beings within that radius. Suge discerned that within the ogre horde, the truly formidable ogres remained concealed at the periphery, refraining from launching any assaults on the 2 dragonlings. What astonished Suge was the presence of over a dozen ogres with combat prowess exceeding level 7, including 3 particularly fierce level 8 ogres, whose strength was comparable to that of the 3/4 transformed beings by the dragon's bloodline. Though Terenzo, the brainless brute, possessed ample stamina, the relentless onslaught of hundreds of ogres as expendable pawns began to take its toll. After more than an hour, his vigor waned, and his combat state deteriorated significantly. Corona, the diminutive dragon, was also panting. Despite starting in prime condition, her stamina was inferior to Terenzo's. After the same duration of battle, she found herself struggling even against ogres of level 5 or 6. Terenzo, we must depart. If we linger any longer, we shall truly perish here. Do you wish to become a snack for those 2-headed fiends? Corona urged anxiously. Humph. I, the illustrious descendant of the great green dragon, Terenzo, am not afraid of those 2-headed wretches. Allow me to regain my strength, and I shall return to deal with you ruffians. Despite his usual brashness, Terenzo could discern the gravity of the situation. As Corona had indicated, if they did not flee, they would indeed be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. The lives of over 100 ogres were enough to boast about before his gluttonous dragon brother. Even if he fled now, he would not feel disgraced. With a vigorous sweep of his tail and a powerful flap of his wings, Terenzo evaded the encircling ogres, casting a flight-enhancing spell and soaring into the sky. Simultaneously, Corona unleashed a modestly potent breath of green dragon poison, forcing back the ogres within a 3 to 4 meter radius, her magical energy dancing at the tips of her wings as she ascended. Yet, at the very moment the 2 dragonlings took to the air, an enormous net, conjured from pure magical energy, descended from above. As the fledgling dragons made contact with the magical net, they were violently repelled by its overwhelming force, plummeting from their lofty height. With their heads turned skyward, their smooth green visages bore several slender gashes, blood seeping from beneath their protective scales. They appeared utterly disheveled. Binding Air Technique. Suge was taken aback, unable to fathom that among these ogres, there existed one capable of casting the net of nullification. This spell belonged to the realm of advanced magic, a common tool of dragon hunters, designed specifically to prevent the flight-capable dragon kin from evading capture. However, what piqued Suge's curiosity was that this particular spell could only be wielded by a select few mages of the 9th tier or higher. Yet, within the ranks of the ogres, Suge sensed no presence of any formidable beings of such caliber. The strongest among them were merely a few 8th tier ogres. While these creatures were indeed formidable adversaries to lesser beings and stood as the pillars of their tribe, to Suge, their strength was still insufficient. The 2 fallen drakes, filled with fury, felt the excruciating pain inflicted by the magical web that had breached their defenses. With low growls, they fought desperately against the nearby ogres, striving to take to the skies once more in an attempt to break free from the net of nullification through sheer force. A resounding crash echoed as they collided with the barrier. The magical web bulged outward, yet, akin to a malleable material, it quickly rebounded. The drakes bore fresh, intricate wounds from the magical net, once again emitting painful cries as they plummeted to the ground. The damage inflicted by this spell was not particularly severe, yet its unyielding nature rendered it impervious to the brute strength of the drakes, save for those dragons of sanctified domain. Suge assessed the situation, considering his current strength augmented by the effects of a 15-fold temporal acceleration. If he were to fly at full speed and collide with the barrier, he might barely breach the energy net. However, he was certain that such an endeavor would inflict considerable harm upon himself, for the principle of force is reciprocal. Even if this world lacked a scientific explanation for it, he regarded the ogres with a newfound wariness, realizing he had initially underestimated them. Was it possible that a being of sanctified power was concealing its strength amidst this throng of thousands? Yet, Suge pondered, if such a powerful entity existed, it should be able to sense his presence. Even with the cloudy veil spell, which rendered him nearly invisible, they would certainly perceive his aura. With a being of his stature present, they would be cautious in revealing themselves, thereby losing the optimal moment to counter his presence. The only explanation was that they had simply not detected him. Could his ability to conceal his aura be so remarkable? Suge mused. It seemed implausible, thus far. His presence remained uncontained, inevitably releasing some of his essence. Although he had made significant strides in concealing it compared to before, many creatures still instinctively avoided him when they approached within a certain distance. Suge discovered that concealing one's aura was indeed a skillful endeavor. A true master, if they wished to remain undetected, could approach you from behind without your awareness. Should a being of sanctified domain exist nearby, their perceptive abilities would undoubtedly be formidable, making it impossible for them to overlook the concealed presence of the celestial figure above. The cloud concealment technique merely obscured visual perception. It could not mask any residual aura. Suge shifted his gaze, swiftly scanning the ranks of the ogre army in search of the individual who had cast the spatial binding spell. To vanquish the ogre horde, it was imperative to first defeat this formidable opponent. Subjugation was out of the question. A being of comparable strength to Suge would undoubtedly be defiant and unwilling to yield. He mused that this would be a challenging battle, his dual vertical pupils continuing to rotate as they sought the silhouette of the powerful foe. At last, guided by the unusual fluctuations of magical energy, Suge quickly pinpointed the target area and, after a brief selection process, identified the spellcaster. It was a two-headed ogre, towering nearly 3 meters tall. By stature, it was already comparable to the shoulder height of a cyclopes. With a pronounced forehead and skin of a dark purple hue resembling that of a rhinoceros, an appearance most grotesque, its face marred by deep wrinkles, suggesting that this ogre was nearing its 70s. Suge focused intently on this creature, enhancing his perceptive abilities. From this ogre, he could only discern the power level of an 8th-tier ogre mage. Clues emerged from a discarded magical scroll it held. The spell contained within had just been expended moments prior. The two-headed ogre casually tossed aside the one-time use scroll. Even from thousands of meters away, Suge could observe the thick thumb on its arm, akin to that of an infant, adorned with a large spatial ring. However, separated by a spatial barrier. He could not ascertain the formidable magical scrolls contained within that ring, nor how many powerful spells the ogres could unleash. A grave expression began to settle on Suge's face. The wealth of the ogres exceeded his expectations. After all, a high-tier magical scroll typically commanded a price exceeding 50,000 gold coins. It appeared that years of monopolizing this black iron vein had bestowed considerable riches upon these ogres. Should the spatial ring contain a dozen or more similar high-tier magical scrolls, even Suge would feel a profound sense of threat. Suge intensified the concentration of his cloud concealment, ensuring that the once slightly visible dragon scales were entirely obscured. After confirming that the life forms below could not perceive his hidden presence, he descended nearly 1,000 meters without leaving a trace. Gradually approaching the ogre army, Suge proceeded with utmost caution, advancing slowly to avoid detection by these creatures. After all, the two-headed beings were not as foolish as humanity often depicted. Their preparedness with numerous magical scrolls suggested foresight and cunning. It is evident that these ruffians had meticulously prepared for a confrontation when they seized the spoils from their ambush. Chief Samantha, these two fledgling dragons are not the rightful lords of this territory. Our reconnaissance revealed that within the southern green dragon domain, there exists a green dragon that is at least a young adult, as indicated by its impressive size. Its wingspan exceeds 13 meters, and its body length surpasses 9 meters. Far beyond the capabilities of these two diminutive draconic beings. An ogre addressed the dual-headed ogre adorned with a spatial ring, who evidently serves as the leader of this ogre tribe. Humph, the timid green dragon lord dares not reveal itself. Very well, let us first eliminate all your kin, Samantha declared loudly. Although this statement was directed towards his subordinates, it was transparently intended as an affront to Suger. It is likely he anticipated that the dragons, with their extensive awareness and acute auditory abilities, would hear his words. Had it been an ordinary dragon, It would have been incensed by the ogre leader's provocation and would have lunged headlong into combat. Yet Suger remained composed, his eyes revealing an inscrutable calm. He was biding his time, rushing in alone against such formidable opponents, especially with the potential arsenal of high-tier magical scrolls at their disposal, was a perilous gamble. Should the ogre deploy a similar space-locking spell, Suger could perhaps overcome it through sheer force supplemented by magic. But if the ogre were to employ 2 such scrolls in succession, layering the magical energy for reinforcement, Suger would find himself at a loss. Even if he initiated an assault with a wind blast to breach the magical barrier, followed by leveraging his 15-fold time acceleration and formidable physical prowess, he doubted his ability to penetrate such a compounded magical defense. Should he fail to break through even once, the energy layer compromised by the locking spell would rapidly self-repair. This presents a vexing dilemma. If ensnared by these adversaries, no matter how powerful Suger might be, he would be rendered impotent, a mere target for their relentless magical onslaught from a safe distance. It is crucial to note that the locking spell possesses a certain unidirectionality. Life forms within find it arduous to breach the barrier, and their spells cannot reach the outside, while those outside can traverse freely and cast spells without hindrance. Thus, Suger would find himself in a lamentable predicament, akin to standing still while others strike without recourse. However, Suger still holds a final trump card. Despite the adversary's possession of high-tier magical scrolls, he could effortlessly vanquish them. After all, he is a powerful undead sorcerer dragon, commanding 2 sanctified undead beings. By summoning the souls of Gandalf and the red dragon Pedroza, he could easily annihilate these ogres. With the combined might of these 2 formidable entities alongside his own insatiable hunger for conquest, the likes of these ogres would pose no threat whatsoever. However, Suger understood that this trump card of his could only be wielded in moments of peril. It must not be carelessly revealed in ordinary circumstances. Once exposed, it would be evident to both the Pain Empire and the Osa Empire that the lives of these 2 formidable beings were reaped by him, and it would be only natural for their ire to be directed towards him. Such a straightforward truth was not lost on Suger. Possessing the secret of the 2 sanctified undead, he had not even disclosed this information to his own blood kin, let alone to others. At present, the only viable strategy was to await the arrival of Sanfin Shu and Wulong, leading their motley crew, to engage in a chaotic battle with the ogres. In that tumult, he would seek an opportunity to strike decisively and eliminate the ogre leader named Samantha by seizing her wounded spatial ring. Even if more of her kind were to appear, Suger would be capable of subduing them. Since the accursed Green Dragon Lord chose not to make an appearance, he would not be faulted for his ruthlessness towards the 2 unfortunate hatchlings. Samantha grinned maliciously, her staff sweeping through the air, unleashing a torrent of raging lightning towards Taransuo and Corona. Although her attack was considerably weaker than the electric dragons emitted by the legendary ceiling Gandalf, as an 8th-level ogre mage, it still wielded significant power. The strikes upon the 2 hatchlings were forceful enough to send their scales and flesh rolling. Despite their formidable defenses, the relentless barrage of lightning magic caused them to tremble uncontrollably, their jaws emitting pitiful cries. Suger observed Corona and Taransuo with a calm demeanor, particularly with Taransuo. After this lesson, one would hope he would learn to temper his recklessness. However, seeing his unwavering defiance, Suger could wager that this ordeal would only embolden the brainless brute further, serving no corrective purpose whatsoever. Despicable ogre, you 2-headed wretch, if you possess any courage, release my noble green dragon descendant Taransuo and engage me in a battle of 300 rounds. Let us see if I don't crush your 2 heads. Taransuo roared defiantly, wielding his dragon claws. Meanwhile, Corona sought to conserve her strength, aware that such futile roars would yield no benefit. These creatures would not release them. Rather, they could easily provoke greater torment. Corona attempted to evade the lightning spells unleashed by the ogres, but the dense barrage, compounded by their confinement in a limited space, left her with little room to maneuver. Waves of lightning cascaded down upon her, leaving charred marks upon her smooth, beautiful green scales. Chapter 36. The might of true dragons in their current state. The dragon siblings should still withstand 5 or 6 more strikes of similar magic, Suger mused, shifting his gaze towards the direction of the mine. At last, Sanfin Shu and Sam, leading their ragtag army, charged forth, their voices resounding with fervent cries to bolster morale. In less than 10 minutes, those fellows would undoubtedly arrive, witnessing the relentless tide of enemies. The ogre chieftain Samantha abandoned her torment of the 2 young dragons and swiftly organized her ogre army to confront the adversaries. Although lacking in sophisticated military tactics, This ogre's strategy was sufficient to hold its ground, having maintained control over this bountiful territory for many years. At the forefront, the half-cooked warrior charged into the ogre defensive line, wielding a heavy hammer that swiftly toppled an ogre standing in his path. Behind him, the orc shaman Wulong seamlessly cast a series of slow spells upon the advancing ogres, impeding their movements, while alternating with lightness spells to enhance his allies' agility. Seizing opportunities, he also unleashed a barrage of potent fireball spells that required minimal magical energy. Seek could discern that the synergy between these two was nearing perfection. As the cornerstone of their formation, the half-cooked warrior exhibited overwhelming strength, while Wulong's support elevated the combat prowess of both him and the surrounding allies. The ogres, too, had their share of mages, who cast spells to bolster their own forces while weakening the enemy. However, they soon realized that after casting 6 or 7 similar spells, their magical reserves were nearly depleted, whereas the orc shaman appeared to possess an inexhaustible supply of energy, unleashing dozens of spells with fervent vigor. Upon noticing the blood-red dragon horn atop his head, they understood the source of his power. Roar! Attack that orc mage! Samantha's commanding roar resonated even amidst the chaos of battle, reaching the ears of nearby ogres. Instantly, over a dozen 6th-level ogre warriors surged towards Wulong, leading the goblin army. Sirs unleashed a 6th-level earth spike spell, eliciting anguished cries from the ogres as some of the front runners were impaled by the spikes erupting from the ground. Recovering from her momentary distraction, the half-cooked warrior swung her hammer in a sweeping motion, sending 3 of the ogres that had been charging at Wulong flying through the air. Among the dozen that had initially charged, only 3 remained standing as they approached Wulong. Yet, as they drew near, they discovered that this orc was not only a formidable mage, but also a powerful warrior. His combat capabilities, while perhaps not matching those of the foremost cyclopes, were indeed formidable. As the 3 6th-level ogre warriors brandished their bludgeons and lunged at Wulong, the shaman advanced rather than retreating, colliding with the foremost ogre. In an instant, the ogre felt as though struck by a colossal boulder, hurtling backward and inadvertently dragging the ogres behind him, who stumbled and fell, entangled by Sir's unleashed earth spike. Seated upon the earth's sharp protrusion, the 2 ogres emitted anguished cries. Come forth, cursed ogres, and witness the formidable prowess of the orc shaman Wulong. With a mighty roar, Wulong unsheathed the compact hammer secured at his waist, delivering a powerful strike to the chest of the last ogre that lunged at him. In an instant, the impact contorted the ogre's chest, collapsing its ribcage. The ogre's eyes burst, the arteries of its heart shattered, and torrents of blood gushed forth from its mouth and nostrils as it slowly crumpled to the ground. Sulla Quinn, join me in vanquishing those 3 wretched green dragon bloodkin. The ultimate victory in this battle shall belong to us. In a heartbeat, the 3 8th-level adversaries from the ogre side surged towards the trio. Suge understood that in a one-on-one confrontation, they could withstand an 8th-level foe. Yet Wulong and Seth were not yet their equals. Concealed within the firmament, Suge loomed above, unleashing an overwhelming dragon might to suppress the enemy's strength. As the formidable aura enveloped the surroundings, the 3 8th-level ogres momentarily faltered, acutely sensing a significant decline in their own power. With a fearsome roar, Suge plunged down from the sky, no longer needing to employ the misty concealment technique. Bursting forth from the clouds, he swiftly formed a tempestuous orb in his mouth. At last, the detestable green dragon leader revealed itself. Let it now experience the might of the sanctified magic that surpasses high-tier sorcery. The ogre leader lifted his gaze, unflinching as he stared defiantly at Suge. With his rough left thumb, he caressed the spatial ring on his right hand, and a scroll of magic materialized instantly. From this scroll, Suge sensed an overwhelming threat, the magic within radiating an aura of destruction. Suge dared not underestimate the situation. Should this adversary successfully cast the spell, even one as formidable as he might sustain grievous harm. With a cold snort, Suge reasoned that no matter how powerful the magic scroll, it becomes worthless in the hands of the weak if it cannot be enacted. Instantaneously, Suge applied a 15-fold acceleration effect to the tempestuous orb, causing it to surge forth with astonishing speed towards the ground. The ogre leader's incantation had yet to reach completion when an unexpectedly swift sphere of wind energy rapidly expanded within his line of sight. With a thunderous crash, a powerful wave of energy erupted from the ogre leader, radiating outward like a tsunami. The surrounding ogres wailed in agony as they were hurled into the air, soaring several meters before crashing down to the ground. The ogre leader, Samantha, bore the brunt of the onslaught. Now helplessly slumped within the semicircular crater created by the tempestuous orb, measuring 7 to 8 meters in diameter. The ogre leader, Samantha, felt a darkness clouding his vision as he was struck by Sog's wind blast, interrupting his incantation and thwarting his attempt to unleash the formidable magic contained within the scroll. The scroll now lay discarded to the side, and Sog observed in disbelief as the half-conscious ogre attempted to retrieve it, readying himself for another futile attack. How naive! Sog cast a scornful glance at his adversary before he descended rapidly from the sky. With a slight grip of his dragon claws, an invisible energy coalesced into a transparent claw, swiftly seizing the magic scroll and lifting it back into the air. As Sog held the scroll within his grasp, he could feel the violent surge of magical energy within it. Even a being of his formidable prowess sensed the overwhelming threat it emanated. This scroll was a treasure, a potential secret weapon that could turn the tide of battle, capable of exerting a suppressive effect even against stronger foes, should he manage to activate it. As Sog landed beside the semicircular crater created by his wind blast, he glanced at the weakened ogre, who was still attempting to activate his spatial ring, seemingly intent on retrieving another scroll to confront him. Such stubbornness. Sog let out a cold snort. Chapter 37. Transfer of Territorial Rights. Just as Sog prepared to cast another spell to eliminate this oblivious ogre, he noticed that the creature was not trying to extract a scroll to combat him, but rather was removing the spatial ring and offering it with both hands. Simultaneously, the ogre leader, Samantha, weakly uttered, "Esteemed green dragon, I choose to submit. I am willing to serve you and follow your commands. Please spare my life." It was too late. Had you surrendered sooner and spared me this trouble, I might have considered your submission. But now, you have forfeited your right to negotiate. Whether you surrender or not, everything you possess now belongs to me. Sog regarded the ogre leader with indifference, his claws gripping the air as the spatial ring flew into his possession. Subsequently, Sog conjured a magical claw, which swiftly enveloped the ogre leader's head. "Wait, I can offer 50,000 gold coins for my life." The ogre leader, Samantha, was drenched in sweat, terrified by the green dragon's merciless demeanor and decisive nature. He had no doubt of its intent. The dragon's claw, initially poised to strike, now hovered just inches from the ogre's forehead. "Esteemed green dragon, I possess 50,000 gold coins, my life savings. Only I know the location of my treasure. If you slay me, you will not only lose a valuable servant, but also 50,000 gold coins. Would you undertake such a losing venture?" Sensing a glimmer of hope for survival, the ogre leader, Samantha, clutched at this lifeline, speaking rapidly. "Moreover, this spatial ring is imbued with a magical incantation. Without knowledge of the spell, one cannot unlock the ring. Inside, there are 7 high-level magical scrolls and 1 sacred domain scroll. Should you attempt to forcibly open the spatial ring, all the contents within will be utterly destroyed. Know this. If I discover you have deceived me, you shall experience a torment far worse than death." Suge cast a cold, indifferent glance at Samantha. Stripped of the magical scrolls as leverage, this individual posed no threat before him. Any slight movement would result in his immediate demise. In truth, Suge could easily refuse the adversary's surrender, for through the green dragon's insinuations, he could extract the desired information via soul interrogation. However, such an action would bear no significance. Retaining this creature held greater utility, as an ogre with ties to the Duchy of Eugen could provide him with invaluable intelligence. In Suge's eyes, the inevitable confrontation with these humans was merely a matter of time. "Samantha, remember this. Your life is a gift I have bestowed upon you." Suge's draconic gaze swept the surroundings, and a wave of his dragon might cascaded forth, causing the ogres to kneel in submission. How dull. They surrendered so swiftly. I had yet to fully relish the thrill of my 3/4 cooked hammer. The 3/4 cooked giant, still holding the hammer, approached Suge, expressing his dissatisfaction. Suge chose to disregard the chatter of the loquacious cyclopes, instead surveying the kneeling ogres before refocusing on Samantha. "Now, Samantha, you may reveal the incantation to unlock the spatial ring." "Very well, esteemed true dragon," she replied. "The incantation to unlock this spatial ring is quite intricate. Were it not for possessing the most formidable intellect of dragons, one could hardly remember it after but a single hearing." Suge regarded the two-headed ogre, a sense of helplessness evident in his vertically slit pupils. Following the incantation provided by Samantha, Suge's claw glided over the spatial ring. As he recited the spell, a surge of magical energy flowed into the ring, and he successfully unlocked it. The contents within the spatial ring were laid bare before Suge, easily accessible at his whim. The ogre Samantha did not deceive him. Indeed, there lay 7 high-level magical scrolls, 1 sacred domain scroll, and several magical gems far more valuable than ordinary stones. Now, with the sacred domain scroll in Suge's possession, he had effectively acquired 8 magical scrolls from this conflict. A glimmer of avarice flickered in Suge's draconic eyes. Though he quickly masked it, the life forms around him remained oblivious to his unusual demeanor. As a magnificent green dragon, he could not afford to diminish his stature in the presence of his subordinates. Sug glanced at Samantha and continued, "Samantha, very well. Now, tell me where the 500,000 gold coins are concealed. Furthermore, all the assets within the territory must be relinquished to me without reservation, so that I may redistribute them." Reduced to a mere captive, Samantha was fortunate to retain his life. Aware that he had lost his negotiating power, he understood that this true dragon could easily extract any information he desired through rigorous interrogation. The fact that the dragon chose to spare his life was utterly unexpected. Having decided to submit to this true dragon, Samantha was prepared to surrender his entire fortune. In truth, he had no alternative. To withhold information from this green dragon would be the height of folly, and in the presence of such a formidable being, Samantha realized that keeping secrets was a futile endeavor. Thus, without any hesitation, he divulged the location of the hidden 500,000 gold coins. These coins were stored within a cave, which was sealed by a layer of magical energy that Samantha had cast, rendering it inconspicuous to any outside observer. From the exterior, no one would ever suspect that this cave housed a vast treasure trove. Within, the coins were piled high like a small hill, emanating a faint golden glow that would incite ecstatic screams from any dragon obsessed with wealth. Observing the joy reflected in Sug's gaze, the ogre Samantha knew that he had managed to preserve his life. Next came the transfer of territorial rights. Sug resolved that he would need to reorganize the governance of Samantha's domain. Soaring through the skies above, Sug circled Samantha's territory twice. The ogre's domain was not insignificant, sprawling nearly 100 kilometers, rivaling the territory Sug had previously conquered. Most delightfully, to the east of the territory lay a natural chasm abundant with magical energy and swarming with magical beasts, which Sug deemed an excellent site for cultivation. Moreover, the entire operation of the ogre tribe relied on this black iron vein for sustenance. Chapter 38. The powerful red dragon intrudes upon the territory. Aside from the magic-rich chasm and the mine, there was little else in Samantha's territory to capture Sug's attention. However, compared to his previous desolate outpost, it was a marked improvement. Taking over the ogre territory, Sug decided to assign the ownership of the mine to the goblin merchant, Thes. This fellow possessed a keen business acumen, having previously managed transactions with the Grey Dwarves with remarkable skill, never once causing Sug any concern. As a fellow goblin, Thes would be able to transform the recently liberated goblin laborers into invaluable assets while adeptly handling their relationships, rather than resorting to the oppressive methods employed by Samantha, which were detrimental to long-term growth. In terms of production capabilities, Thes far surpassed Samantha. Sug merely needed to utilize the right people. Regarding the ogres, Suge believed that this brawny and simple-minded race could only truly demonstrate their value on the battlefield. Although Samantha's tactics were not particularly exceptional, they were passable at best. With the addition of thousands of ogres to his army, Suge felt as though he had been invigorated, and the acquisition of a significant mine alleviated his concerns regarding the scarcity of funds within his territory. Once the transfer of territorial rights was settled, Suge gradually expanded his domain exponentially, which soon began to function smoothly after a brief period of adjustment. The ogres relocated to the vicinity of the rift in the Wind Valley, while the kobolds migrated to the Seekin Basin near the Black Iron Mine to construct their own dwellings. Thanks to Sir's professional assurance, the Black Iron Mine was expected to yield resources for at least 30 to 40 years. The mining of black iron had become a long-term endeavor. Presently, Suge's retinue numbered around 5,000, comprising nearly 3,000 ogres, over 1,000 kobolds, as well as other orcs, giants, and boarmen, resulting in a total exceeding 5,000. Following the initial adjustment period, Suge's territory commenced normal operations, adhering to a hierarchical management system that allowed for semi-autonomous governance, significantly easing Suge's burden. As early spring arrived, Suge dispatched surplus kobolds to the Wind Valley, creating a new dragon's lair situated on a ledge of the cliff in the rift, 1,000 meters high. After the kobolds' further excavation, they finally unearthed a flat area exceeding 1,000 square meters. From this vantage point, one could behold the lush and vibrant rift of the Wind Valley in its entirety. Within the new dragon's lair, Suge often heard the powerful roars of magical beasts resonating below. Many of these beasts were not purely carnivorous. They thrived on the rich natural magic surrounding them, which contributed to their growth. This phenomenon elucidated the mystery behind the dense concentration of magical creatures in the area. Whenever hunger struck, Suger could readily hunt magical beasts for sustenance, a delightful prospect indeed. Yet, even more gratifying than hunting beasts was the accumulation of wealth. Inherited from his green dragon lineage, Suger's avaricious nature led him to transfer the 500,000 gold coins contributed by Samantha into his new abode. After allocating a portion to Sirs for operational funds, Suger intended to store the remainder within the dragon's lair, allowing him to consume thousands of coins daily, sufficient for approximately 50 days. However, 2 months swiftly passed, and Suger soon depleted the 500,000 gold coins. This substantial sum had yielded considerable returns, granting him over 1,000 points for arbitrary allocation, all of which he dedicated to enhancing his mental fortitude. Recent battles had revealed to Suger the immense advantages conferred by a powerful mind. Firstly, the realm of self-awareness has expanded, and with the addition of over 1,000 mental power allocation points, Suger's consciousness coverage has increased from 5,000 meters to approximately 5,500 meters. The benefits are not limited to this. The enhancement of mental power will significantly amplify Suger's draconic might. Not only will the intimidation factor improve, but all forms of attacks related to mental prowess will also see substantial enhancement. Furthermore, Suger's mastery over magic will become increasingly adept. Thus, Suger has not diverted this windfall towards other magical talents. Most notably, after absorption and filtration, the waste elemental gold expelled through excretion can be transported by goblins to the realms of the gnomes for trade. These waste elements can be re-refined and reintroduced into the market. However, this method is deemed the most wasteful and perilous, as the residue from green dragon excrement is highly toxic, posing a lethal risk if mishandled. The elemental gold, digested from consumed coins, has led to the establishment of a new market developed by Sirs, catering to alchemists keen on concocting various peculiar and potent toxic reagents. Not only is the excrement from swallowed coins valuable, but all green dragon droppings, even those from ingested rocky debris, become sought after by alchemists after being naturally infused by the dragon's physiology. Suger's excrement, notorious for its foulness and heightened toxicity compared to ordinary green dragons, is particularly coveted, commanding a premium price in the market. Since discovering this lucrative business avenue, goblins have been routinely processing Suger's droppings every few days, packaging and transporting them out of the green forest in exchange for valuable currency. Meanwhile, to accelerate the production of this alchemical material, which is more profitable than black iron ore, Sirs organizes hundreds of goblins daily to transport vast quantities of black iron ore to Suger's lair, allowing Suger to consume it and transform it into even more valuable alchemical resources. Now, Sirs gazes upon Suger, the magnificent green dragon, as if beholding a mountain of gold. Upon recognizing the intentions of the goblin chief, Suger's face betrays a look of resignation. It seems he has become a primary productivity source, pivotal for generating economic benefits for the territory. However, resignation aside, this is indeed advantageous for Suger, as long as his digestive capacity keeps pace. Consuming large quantities of black iron ore will undoubtedly yield substantial returns. With the gluttonous system at his disposal, Suger is poised to amass wealth beyond imagination. Thus, in his new abode, Suger has spent an entire year in tranquil indulgence, alternating between eating and sleeping. Now, at the age of 4, Suger perceives himself as having grown, not merely in girth, but in strength. The gluttonous system ensures that every morsel of nourishment transforms into energy and talent benefits within Suger's body, preventing it from being converted into superfluous fat. Suger has now surpassed 13 meters in length, with a shoulder height exceeding 7 meters and a wingspan of over 18 meters. He is nearly 1/3 longer than other green dragons of comparable size, with a tail that is approximately 3 times thicker, giving him a far more graceful appearance. It has been quite some time since he last patrolled his territory, stretching his immense wings, extending his limbs, and indulging in a languorous yawn. He slowly approached the edge of his lair. Since relocating to this new nest over a year ago, Suger has largely remained in seclusion. Although his vassals frequently report on the state of the territory, his prolonged absence from patrolling has left him somewhat uneasy, prompting him to personally survey his domain. At that moment, however, the anxious goblin Mike hastily entered Suger's new lair. As the commander of the territory's border outpost, Mike had been diligent in his duties over the years. As one of Suger's few blood vassals, he had been granted special permission to enter the dragon's lair for direct reports. Observing Mike's frantic demeanor, Suger narrowed his dragon eyes and gently cast a calming spell, allowing the flustered goblin to regain his composure before inquiring, "Mike, what troubles you? Do you bear important news?" "Ah, my lord, grave news indeed. A powerful red dragon has invaded our territory and has injured Lord Terentuo. Currently, Corona is confronting it," Mike exclaimed, his heart settling somewhat under the influence of the soothing magic, allowing him to relay this significant information. Chapter 39. The red dragon Vea Sog watched the agitated goblin quietly and asked, "How formidable is the intruder? What is its size, and what magic does it wield?" After a moment's reflection, the goblin replied, "Its size is somewhat larger than yours, with a wingspan reaching around 20 meters. As for magic, I did not witness her casting any spells, but her strength is undeniable. With a single swipe, she knocked Lord Terentuo to the ground." "And Corona? Is she unscathed?" Sog inquired. "She is unharmed for now. They have yet to engage in combat, and are still negotiating. Lord Corona instructed me to inform you swiftly. No? It is the red dragon that wishes to see you," Mike responded, his thoughts racing. "The red dragon seeks an audience with me?" Sog pondered, perplexed. He had initially assumed the creature intended to seize territory and invade his domain, but according to Mike, it seemed otherwise. It appeared to be focused on him rather than on the territory. Could it be that his slaying of the red dragon Pedroza and the subsequent transformation of its soul into an undead being had been discovered by its kin, leading them to seek retribution? Such a notion filled Sog with foreboding. However, after further contemplation, he dismissed the idea. Throughout all of this, only he was aware of his possession of the formidable undead Gandalf and Pedroza. Rejecting his own hypothesis, Sog steadied himself, grasped the goblin Mike, and took to the skies. "Where is the red dragon? Lead me to her." According to the description provided by the goblin Mike, this red dragon does not seem overwhelmingly formidable. At least it does not pose an immediate threat of annihilation. The inquiry into its size and magical prowess was essential for a comprehensive assessment of its capabilities. With a wingspan of approximately 20 meters, it is only slightly larger than himself. Based on the growth patterns of red dragons, such a size indicates that it is merely a juvenile or young dragon. Although red dragons inherently possess superior physical attributes and magical abilities compared to green dragons, he, being no ordinary green dragon, has no fear whatsoever. Should the opponent attempt to evaluate their strength based solely on the Clich D distinctions of dragon species, they would be gravely mistaken. Moreover, he possesses 8 magical scrolls and 2 undead minions. Should a battle to the death ensue, he would not shy away from confrontation. With the goblin Mike clutched in his dragon claws, he swiftly soared in the direction indicated by the goblin. Now considerably larger, he did not appear cumbersome. Instead, his magical prowess had significantly advanced, enhancing both his altitude and speed, coupled with the acceleration of time by a factor of 15 in merely 10 minutes. He traversed from the eastern wind valley of his territory to a location approximately 160 to 70 kilometers to the west. From this elevated vantage point, he finally beheld the powerful red dragon that Mike had mentioned. To his astonishment, it was not a dragon at all, but rather a human girl with fiery red hair and fair skin, clad in a black lace skirt that exuded an air of seductive charm. Upon closer inspection, utilizing his dragonic senses, he indeed discerned the distinct aura of a red dragon emanating from this humanoid girl. Clearly, as the goblin had stated, she was a formidable red dragon. The transformation into human form within his territory indicated her lack of hostility. Knowledge gleaned from ancestral memories revealed that a dragon seeking to invade would invariably enter in its true form, whereas one wishing to convey friendship would adopt a humanoid guise. After all, a dragon in human form experiences a certain suppression of power. Thus, an adversary would not approach in such a manner if combat were their intention. At the moment he gazed upon her, it seemed she too had noticed him. Indeed, even with the use of misty invisibility, as long as his aura was not completely concealed, a powerful being would easily detect his presence. He mused that he would need to refine his ability to mask his essence in the future. Otherwise, what purpose would such concealment serve? Now that he had been discovered, there was no need for further subterfuge. With a gentle breath, he dissipated the mist surrounding him, revealing his true form. "Esteemed Lord Green Dragon, allow me to introduce myself. I am Vea, hailing from the Noasia clan of the Dragon of the Giant's Grip. My uninvited presence bears no malice." The formidable red dragon, transformed into a human girl, gazed at Suge, and from her platinum eyes, he discerned no hint of threat or hostility. Suge glanced at the sprawled Terenso on the ground and remarked, "But the moment you intrude upon my domain, you resort to violence. Does this not signify a lack of goodwill?" At this juncture, the red dragon, now appearing as a youthful maiden, covered her mouth in laughter and retorted, "It is he who is oblivious to his own limits, insisting upon confronting me. claiming the esteemed territory of the green dragon forbids the entrance of red dragons, and foolishly attempting to engage in conflict. I simply could not refrain from imparting a lesson. Even without Vea's explanation, Suge could surmise the situation, for having witnessed Corona standing unscathed beside Terenzo while he lay senseless on the ground. It was evident that this brazen fool had provoked the wrath of the red dragon. In my realm, should there be a need to discipline my subordinates, it is my prerogative alone to do so. It is not your place to intervene. Moreover, engaging in combat within my territory ought to warrant a prior announcement, lest I interpret it as a provocation against me. Suge, towering above, regarded Vea with a commanding presence. If you must perceive it thus, there is little I can do. However, I assure you, my intentions are devoid of malice. Otherwise, I would not have been able to assume human form and enter your domain. A red dragon doing so, Lord Green Dragon, should convey ample respect. From the red dragon's platinum gaze, Suge detected a hint of neither servility nor arrogance. Red dragons, being a proud lineage among the chromatic dragons, typically scorn their counterparts, deeming them inferior. Yet, exceptions do exist, just as the green dragon, often labeled as cunning, treacherous, and devious from birth, has its anomalies, Terenzo being a prime example, leading Suge to occasionally question whether he might be a descendant of the green lineage. Vea, too, represents an anomaly among red dragons. In her youthful eyes, one could perceive a balance of humility and dignity, devoid of the haughty demeanor characteristic of her kin. Very well, since you do not come to brawl, let us dispense with pleasantries and speak plainly about your purpose in my domain. I trust you do not intend to claim friendship? Suge continued to scrutinize Vea, sensing a slight undercurrent of threat emanating from her, indicative of formidable strength. Chapter 40. The Demon Soul Stone. Very well, let me be forthright. Our Noasia clan has consistently supported the Pain Empire. You may have received some tidings regarding the escalating tensions between the Pain Empire and the Osa Empire, as conflict seems inevitable and merely a matter of time. To enhance the prospects of our expedition against the Osad Empire, our Noasia family has received a directive from the Dragon Lord Dilalea, urging us to prepare in advance and to disperse and eliminate any potential reinforcements for the Osad Empire. According to our intelligence, the Black Dragon Cassavea is aligned with the Osad Empire, a creature you are undoubtedly familiar with, given its proximity. I, the Red Dragon Vea, have been tasked with the assassination of the Black Dragon Cassavea. It is likely that you were aware of my arrival in Green Forest over a year ago. However, the formidable power of that Black Dragon and its superior magical prowess have hindered my ability to seize the opportunity to strike. As the Red Dragon eloquently articulated her mission, Suge pondered that the Pain Empire had long harbored intentions of annexing the Osad Empire. Even if the Red Dragon Pedrosa and Gandalf were not deceased, this conflict would have inevitably unfolded. The demise of Pedrosa and Gandalf merely precipitated the revelation of these long-conceived war strategies. Thus, Suge regarded the Red Dragon Vea and remarked, I require your assistance to vanquish that Black Dragon. You must understand that once war ignites, you, positioned between the two nations, cannot remain unscathed. Therefore, the most sagacious course of action for you is to make a choice before the outbreak of hostilities. I am convinced that the Pain Empire is the most deserving ally for you, as its emperor belongs to our dragonkin. You will find no absolute trust among the humans. While in the Pain Empire, you shall luxuriate in wealth and prosperity without end. Suge gazed at the articulate young dragon and mused. Do you truly believe that aligning with the Pain Empire will earn you absolute trust? That is a naive assumption. A dragon seated upon a throne bears little distinction from a schemer, merely donning a different guise. Otherwise, the Red Dragon Pedrosa would not have languished in the Wugu Mountains for months without receiving aid. It is evident that the Dragon Lord had no intention of preserving his life. Ultimately, this is merely a tapestry of unreliable promises you weave before me. If you believe you can deceive a green dragon into performing your bidding this way, you are gravely mistaken, Miss Vea. I shall not choose to align with either side. Should war erupt and encroach upon my territory, the party responsible for the devastation shall become my adversary. Although my influence is modest, it should suffice to rival a Marquis' army. While such a force may not determine the outcome of an imperial war, it can certainly stir up minor disturbances and inflict some damage. Your Excellency, the Green Dragon, you may opt not to join us or affiliate with the Pain Empire. However, I implore you to reconsider the prospect of collaborating with me to eliminate the Black Dragon Cassavea, even disregarding her allegiance to the Osad Empire. The proximity of her domain to yours ensures that a great battle will inevitably transpire. Assisting me is tantamount to assisting yourself. To convey our earnest intent for collaboration, I have brought you a token of goodwill, one I trust you shall find delightful. Should you choose to aid me this time, consider it a favor owed. And in the future, when you find yourself in need, I shall certainly reciprocate with a service within my capacity. Will you agree to assist me with a task within your means? The thought of conjuring a dragon crossed Suge's mind as he glanced at the alluring red dragon. Disguised as a human girl who was engaging in a flirtatious display, he stifled his wit, aware that crossing the boundaries of this red dragon could unveil her true temperament, a force not to be trifled with. Until he comprehended the nuances of her character, such jests were best left unspoken. Although the idea of teasing a charming little dragon was amusing, especially one as captivating as this, Suge decided against it. What, then, is the gift you bring me? Casting aside his trivial musings, Suge inquired with calm composure. In response, the red dragon, with lips slightly parted, produced a gem resembling a magical stone from her spatial pouch, which she delicately suspended in midair between her thumb and forefinger. Do you recognize what this is, esteemed green dragon? She asked, gazing up at Suge. A magical gem? Suge replied, while magical gems are indeed precious, far surpassing ordinary stones, offering one as a gift to secure his cooperation seemed rather demeaning to him. Although the black dragon Cassivire was also an adversary, dealing with him was merely a fortuitous endeavor. However, the red dragon was unaware of this. Perhaps he could seize the opportunity to negotiate a bit more favorably. After all, he was a descendant of the green dragons. My dear green dragon, this is not merely a magical gem, it is a demon soul stone. Its creation process is akin to that of a dragon soul stone, which is formed through prolonged exposure to the essence of ancient dragons. In contrast, the demon soul stone originates from the lair of a lesser lord of the abyss, having been steeped in demonic power for ages. Even when presented as a sacrifice in a temple, it promises extraordinary divine rewards. This gift undeniably reflects my sincerity. The red dragon, Vea, remarked, adjusting the angle of the demon soul stone for Suge to observe it more clearly. Suge swiftly rummaged through his knowledge of demon soul stones in his mind and confirmed their existence. Such artifacts indeed emanated from the lairs of lesser lords of the abyss, beings whose might was comparable to that of ancient dragons. Ancient dragons represent the pinnacle of dragonkind, having transcended the limits of life to master certain extraordinary principles. For instance, an ancient green dragon can surpass its own capabilities to exert control over surrounding forests and flora, such that every plant within a certain radius becomes an extension of its being, responding to its will as if it were a part of its own body. As the white dragon transformed into an ancient dragon, it gained the ability to manipulate the weather. In this realm, a snowfall in June could very well be a whimsical spectacle conjured by an ancient white dragon. Should a nation inadvertently offend such a creature, a single frost could plunge it into despair, rendering its power diminished for centuries. In essence, each ancient dragon exists as a divine entity, with strength that is, without exaggeration, comparable to that of lesser deities. The fact that a demon lord could stand shoulder to shoulder with them indicates a being of exceptional stature, and the demon soul stone, steeped in the essence of demonic power, is undoubtedly a treasure of immense value. However, the memories bestowed by the dragon mother contained knowledge of the demon soul stone, but lacked any visual representation, suggesting that neither the dragon mother nor her ancestral dragon had ever encountered this precious artifact, underscoring its rarity. This item must be quite delectable. The benefits derived from its consumption would likely rival those of a statue infused with divine power. Observing the demon soul stone held by the young dragon, Suge felt a surge of excitement. This gift was indeed substantial. Yet, the demon soul stone could only exert significant influence in his possession among other dragonkind. It would likely serve merely as a sacrificial offering at their respective dragon god temples, yielding limited divine favor. After all, this could not compare to a dragon soul stone, which might enlighten dragons with newfound abilities. Nonetheless, Suge perceived the demon soul stone as an invaluable treasure. If that were the case, then exchanging this single demon soul stone for his assistance in vanquishing the black dragon Cassivire seemed a bargain. When the balance of price and effort appeared skewed, Suge felt a sense of unease, not from the prospect of receiving excessive riches, but rather from the uncertainty surrounding this compensation. Was it possible that the red dragon was concealing something from him? Soaring high in the sky, Suge gently folded his wings and descended gracefully to a spot 3 meters in front of the red dragon, Vea. Now adept at controlling flight magic, Suge was able to land soundlessly, an accomplishment many adult dragons would struggle to achieve. Upon witnessing Suge's finesse, Vea regarded him with newfound curiosity. This green dragon was proving to be more formidable than she had anticipated. Greetings, my master. Please set me down to avoid any collateral damage during your impending battle. I must seek refuge first. The goblin struggled in Suge's grasp, apprehensive that a misunderstanding between the two formidable dragons could lead to his untimely demise. Begone, Suge said, releasing the goblin, who hurriedly scurried away. Casting a sidelong glance at the sprawled figure of Talunso, one could hardly miss the extent of his disheveled state. Lying on his back with his limbs askew, he appeared utterly incapable of righting himself, evidently ensnared by a spell akin to paralysis, cast by the red dragon. In the recesses of his mind, Suge recalled the draconic legacy of memory, which identified this enchantment as the soul shackles. Such a spell could only be effective if one's mental fortitude vastly surpassed that of the opponent, and it was apparent that this red dragon possessed formidable psychic strength. The grotesque nature of the exposed anatomy between his legs was laid bare, while Corona stood nearby, unable to suppress her laughter. It was indeed fortuitous that someone had taken it upon themselves to discipline this impulsive brute. After all, it had become clear that, while not allies, they bore no ill will toward one another. Just then, Talunso felt a sudden lightness, as if liberated from his bonds, and he sprang to his feet. Maintaining a safe distance from the red dragon, Vea, while standing protectively behind Suge. Humph. The great green dragon shall never concede defeat. Mark my words. One day I will have you sprawled on the ground, singing my praises. Suge swiftly swatted Talunso away, dismissing the brash creature and his boasts. He discerned that Vea had not employed any spell to release him, implying that the soul shackles had been automatically dispelled, based on the duration of the spell's effects. Suge surmised that Vea's mental acuity was at least equal to his own. Vea, the red dragon, offering such generous rewards, why not enlist the aid of another red dragon? Is a demon soul stone truly worth such an endeavor? Suge inquired, fixing his gaze upon the dragoness. Among red dragons, Vea replied candidly, I must confess, they are a proud lot. They relish independence and are often reluctant to collaborate with other beings. Having descended to the ground and folded her wings, Suge remained vigilant, wary of her intentions. Yet you are a red dragon yourself. I am distinct from them, esteemed green dragon, Vea asserted. Pausing momentarily before Suge could sense a surge of magic stirring within her. Was she preparing for a confrontation? Suge's caution heightened, but soon he realized that Vea was merely transforming back into her draconic form, devoid of any hostile intent. A swirl of white magical mist dispersed, revealing her true appearance. Her back was adorned with a dense array of crimson scales that glimmered beautifully under the sun, while her abdomen showcased patches of pale blue scales. And the angular features above her exquisite eyes bore a deep blue hue. Are you a hybrid of red and blue dragons? Suge asked in astonishment. Indeed, esteemed green dragon. Vea confirmed. My mother is a blue dragon, and my father a red dragon. Thus, while I inherited certain traits of the red dragon, I also possess the amiable disposition and sociability of the blue dragon. However, my father's genes are particularly dominant, which is why my overall appearance leans more towards that of a red dragon. Suge was aware that the blue dragons, among the 5 colored dragons, uniquely belonged to the lawful alignment. This was manifested in their tendency to rely on bloodlines, thereby establishing communities in which they dwelled together, marking them as dragons with certain social attributes. However, Suge mused, who could possibly believe the absurd notion that a race wholly determines character? While the inherent nature of a species profoundly influences its descendants, exceptions invariably exist. Not all progeny of lawful blue dragons are bound by the same lawful nature. Otherwise, why would this red-blue dragon hybrid engage in the wars between empires? In my recollection, the family of the dragon clan known as Noasia belongs to the blue dragon lineage, which would never involve itself in the conflicts between the Pain Empire and the Osa Empire. To suggest that the assassination of Kasavaya was the intent of the Noasia family is a blatant falsehood, Suge asserted without hesitation. Vaya's gaze towards Suge shifted to an indescribable complexity. This green dragon was astute and suspicious, far from the simplicity she had anticipated. She initially believed that with sufficient conditions offered, a successful collaboration could be achieved. Well, I will speak candidly, she began. As a dragon acting under the command of the Red Dragon Lord Dilarea of the Pain Empire, Suge interrupted, you are still lacking in honesty. If that were the case, the Pain Empire would rather dispatch a formidable warrior to eliminate the black dragon Kasavaya than relinquish this demon soul stone to you for assistance. After all, such an item is exceedingly rare. Suge understood that a demon soul stone could only be acquired by a powerful adventuring party comprised of legendary warriors or formidable ancient dragons capable of breaching the domain of a demon lord. And even then, it entailed significant risk. This demon soul stone was not akin to ordinary magical gems that are easily found. Even a single one is an extremely precious existence, not to be carelessly distributed within a nation. The Pain Empire would not be foolish enough to utilize a demon soul stone to enlist the aid of a green dragon who hardly qualifies as a formidable opponent. It would be a transaction fraught with loss. Intuition warned Sug that there were hidden truths at play. You are indeed a challenging counterpart, he conceded. To be frank, the initiative to confront the Black Dragon Kasavaya does not stem from the Pain Empire, nor from the Noasia family. It is solely my own intention. Thus, your offering of this demon soul stone to foster our collaboration cannot merely be to secure the life of the Black Dragon Kasavaya. Such a priceless item, I believe the foundation for cooperation should be built upon sincerity. Otherwise, I must kindly ask you to leave my territory. Evidently, I cannot conceal anything from you, Vi admitted. Let me be direct. I have received word that the Black Dragon Caesar has concealed 3 dragon soul stones within Kasavia's lair before heading to the battlefield at the abyssal mouth. My desire to collaborate with you against Kasavia is to obtain those 3 dragon soul stones. I swear by the Eternal and the Dragon of Time that my words carry truth. To compel this petite dragon to swear by the name of the mightiest dragon god is indeed a rare feat for Suger. However, it also attests to the veracity of the petite dragon's words. Your appetite is truly insatiable, seeking to exchange a demon soul stone for 3 dragon soul stones. You possess quite the business acumen. Suger cast a disdainful glance at the hybrid petite dragon, who, much like the dragon's sister, exhibited a cunning disposition, employing such mercantile tactics against him. Unfortunately, he has underestimated Suger, the contemplative gourmand dragon. Even Corona, a green dragon known for her deviousness, willingly played the role of an adoring acolyte beneath him. In terms of cunning strategies, the hybrid dragon Vea still lacks a certain finesse. The meticulously crafted narrative, in Suger's eyes, reveals numerous flaws.